I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
Things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little?
souls are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better? Or do you feel them? Can you hear them say, coming across the line? Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start, follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side.
Get up, let's go. Get up,
begin? Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun, now lost the old. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Remember when you ended me? You left with a big smile on your face. In death there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. There's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Struggle free, It's nothing personal, it's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had it coming. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. You had it coming. You had it coming. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what
Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you. In the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you. Cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while. With a face full of smile. Until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you. Face it, go through. Take things as they come. It will go further. It will go further now. Spring worlds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. And every pain that you feel comes to an end so soon. The time has come now. And it's not the time to quit. Pull yourself together, whoa. And let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. With me, skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. And we're dreaming, are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh, I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, 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 oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we're going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them watching the stars collide, watching them into your life.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here, so I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here, so I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. Turn off the music, I ain't playing anymore. I seeked out what you're hiding, so I'm not keeping score. No, believe me, there ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't nothing you ain't told me before. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my
You said I can't lie to you. Just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you.
We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶了，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Welcome, everyone. It's a super day here for a super weekend in the LPL 2022 Spring Split. I'm Mazel, joined for the first time as a fellow full-time LPL caster, Ox. Cass, how you doing today, buddy? Are you ready for some super weekend?
I'm ready. I'm hyped. We have some banger games coming up, and I'm just excited to share this time with you, Mazel.
Yeah, hey, we need to get all the quality time we can. We got a rambunctious group of casters, if you will. But talking about rambunctious, we had some very interesting games yesterday. We had a full slate of 3 best of 3s, and they went just about the way you would expect on paper.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really tell the story when you just look at the results like this, right? FPX to LGD, kind of what we expect. Anyone's Legend losing to OMG, again, similar. EDG did manage to take a game, but to be honest, you know, it doesn't tell the full story. OMG versus Anyone's Legend in particular, that one was actually really close, really hard fought. Came down to some clutch gameplay in game 2 from Abel on the Jinx, but honestly, just some really exciting series. But as you said, we kind of expected FPX, OMG, and RNG to come out victorious.
Still sad for LGD. That's a little bit of heartbreak there for me, as the train doesn't seem to be going on the right track. But hopefully they can kind of pick that one up. But OMG were the surprising factor for me. How close it was, but how strong they actually looked as a team. It's very, very exciting as we kind of get through it.
for me, it was kind of like OMG had really strong individuals, right, performing.
Yeah.
But they definitely didn't want to make the game easy for themselves, and some questionable plays that, you know, they kind of just muscled their way through and still managed to get the win, right? But it was not super convincing. And I think that's the thing, is that Anyone's Legend is not like the hardest opponent to go up against, so we'll see how they develop. And then today we have first up TT against EDG. We have Ultra Prime against Top Esports.
You gotta hold on. I'm gonna cut you right here, Ox. You gotta give the world champions for 2021 the right they are due. All right, they're going up against TT, but you gotta give them the title. Okay, they earned it. But I do appreciate it.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, that's fair. TT not yet world champions. Maybe 2022 is that
There you
year.
go.
I guess we'll have to see. See if they can manage that one. I think, you know, second and third game, honestly, I feel like there's chance for upsets. I think Top Esports, we had their first series where they ended up losing to Rare Adam, which was a bit of a surprise. So don't think it's as clear cut, especially Ultra Prime with Elk and Crying, both looking like pretty solid players. And Showski as well has been really impressive. And then that game 3, you know, as I said, Rare Adam were the ones who upset Top Esports. They could do a similar thing to LNG, but we should focus on our first game.
About the 2022 world champions that you're talking about, right? Ox,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
2021
hold
world
that to
champions
you.
against 2022 world champions. What a matchup we have.
I'm sure Kelsey Moser is getting all giddy somewhere behind there, but we do got to talk about this first matchup, and it is a little bit of a slightly deficit note, I guess, for TT coming into it, because there are a lot of changes in their future, and maybe the grass is greener in those pastures, but right now we also got to deal with what we got.
Yeah, so for anyone who's not aware, I mean, we've had changes coming in this season, but we also have UCal coming in the mid lane, which hasn't happened today, but will be happening. It has been announced. And we also have Chieftain coming into the jungle, so a new Korean mid-jungle duo. And honestly, when I was looking at this roster, I feel like the bot lane were the standouts in the previous series. I feel like they really were trying to be very proactive and get early leads. I think, you know, having a shift up, bringing UCal in, has potential, and we see there's a lot of positive moments. The team often did play towards bot lane, and it wasn't all in favor of them, but when the plays did go well, really Southwind was stepping up massively on picks like the Thresh, but then, you know, in other situations they could also end up being caught out, so it was a bit of a back and forth. But ultimately, I just love the aggression that comes up with the bot lane, right? That ability to try and find advantages, and often, you know, TT did find advantages, right? In this series against IG, yes, they're a little bit behind in gold, but they're ahead in kills. But then it comes down to plays like this, right? They start with the Baron, they get called on it, they end up losing the game. And it's kind of what I've seen so far this season, where we have the better teams will take a lead and they'll keep it, right? And the worst teams, they'll get a lead, potentially, but they don't manage to hold on to it. And again, OMG against TT, another situation where it just felt like it came to these critical moments and they just floundered a bit.
Yeah, and I like the point you were talking about, the bot lane focus, because it does seem to be an ADC-centric world right now, especially in the world of carries. But I think that being able to find the avenue for Puff to really have something to say in these games is so crucial. And that being said, you know, we look at their opposition across the street here that they're about to face. It's the defending world champions. But the thing is, it doesn't feel like they've skipped a beat. It's all about drive. They got the power. They're staying hungry. And honestly, they're looking to devour TT.
Yeah. It's a little bit ominous, I won't lie. I think it's fairly accurate.
I love this
depiction.
picture so much.
It looks pretty heavy, I'll be real, right? Just the fact
It's
on the sword as well, it says
terrifying.
don't be scared
be
written on the
scared.
sword. I would be.
As you see,
Like
the
this big
person
snake
is
loom behind
very,
me.
very scared. But I want to highlight the star addition there for EDG, having won that world championship as well, and it's representing that a little bit. But the real conversation here is that the fact they haven't skipped a beat, the fact that they are trying to smash their opponents, and not to have that world championship slump that typically comes with these world-class teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw RNG in spring where, in summer last year, where after winning MSI, they had that big, long slump. But EDG hasn't really missed a beat, which is especially surprising because they only had the Damascus Cup and they didn't field their main roster, you know, giving them time off. The expectation is, right, the meta has shifted a lot. you know, that you'd have thought that they would need a little bit of time to get the swing of things. But I guess the argument can be made that compared to other preseasons, we had a relatively tame preseason, right? But the other thing to take away is that we have only seen them play one series against JDG. Yes, they look dominant, right? Game 1, they smashed. Game 2, it was a little bit hit and miss at times, but then they came back with some beautiful team fighting. And I love Flandre bringing out Annie Game 1, Vlad Game 2, but it's one series, right?
Yeah.
And we have to see them maintain it because, you know, when RNG last summer coming off MSI, they went 1-5 in the first few weeks. So there's still potential for EDG to go 1-5. We haven't seen enough yet.
Exactly. It's everything's still on the table, if you will, but a key piece to finding their continued strength, and honestly, the strength for TT is this bot lane. I feel like we've got two flashing stories here, two anime arcs, if you will. You're either on Team Hyper Viper or you're on Team Powerful Puff.
Yeah, and I feel like both of these bot lanes like to go head to head, right? Because obviously bot lane is the focus at the moment in terms of the meta. Obviously with lots of strong skin AD carries, we've seen Jinx, we've seen Caitlyn, we've seen Aphelios. But I think that what makes it more interesting to me is we often see bot lanes where the AD carry will be left alone, the support will roam. And that's not to say the supports won't roam in this situation, but they will play to find 2v2s. They will play to kill lane. They will call the jungler down. And that's what I want to see, right? I want to see a battle in the bot lane and see what Puff and South Lane can do. Because I think individually, they actually match up pretty well in general, but they are against Viper, right? They are against Viper Maker, which is a pretty stacked bot lane, you know?
Just a little bit. I mean, they seem like new names in a household now. But it is going to be a tall task, and I think that it's going to require a lot of focus from both teams right towards that bot side, and to relay strategies around that. And that's where I do want to start talking a little bit about the picks we will see, because it's so interesting, the meta developing here, and getting that conversation going about the bot lane is so crucial for this matchup in specific, as we do get to see TT taking the stage here for themselves.
Yeah, and maybe the last time we see them fielding this roster, at least for the time being, you'd think when they bring in Yukal and Shifton that they'll be fielding them instead. But for now, we do have the lineup.
See, but that's where, you know, you've got a little bit of time as you know, Captain coming in, Frigid. You've got some moments to shine. You know, that always gets me going, right? Like you make the most of the time you have, right, before things start getting a little bit chaotic for your squad.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like we saw quite a lot of proactivity from Frigid in their last series, so I'm still optimistic, right? We'll see how it goes, though.
I have high hopes for Captain. Didn't do me justice last time around, but very excited to see this guy continue to play. And it does look like it will not be Flandre playing today. It did have a sub coming in, but here is the majority of the 2021 World Championship roster.
Yeah, so EDG fielding their substitute with Young. So a little bit of a change up, which if anyone was hoping for Annie top, that might be a bit of a disappointment, but we do have the rest of the roster there, and
Flandre was like, that was enough for me, I'm good. Put Shadow Young in, be fine. But yeah, we get to see the rosters on stage. It is still breathtaking to me to get to see these players face to face on the stage with all the fanfare behind it, right? It's always a beautiful thing for competition, at least. When you get the actual settings that competition for the LPL is supposed to be in. And it's just all exciting that there is a huge kind of underdog story developing here between TT and EDG.
Yeah, EDG really the underdogs in this one.
Absolutely. I don't know if you thought anything else, but
they're up against the 2022 world champions, right? You know,
now the real question for you then is the world championship TT roster with Yukal and Chieftain, or is it with Captain and Frigid? I mean, which one's your captain, Ox?
Give me a second. I'm viewing my crystal ball. I'm trying to wake it out.
Shake it a couple times, knock it against the desk.
Yeah. That's the strap. But in all honesty, I think draft is obviously always a pretty big factor. But I think particularly here, it'll be interesting to see what AD carries are prioritized, what junglers end up getting picked up. I love it when teams come into sort of, you know, potentially lopsided matchups and they have like a clear draft strategy, like, okay, we're going to specifically target this, or we're going to do that, or this is where we can see a weakness. An interesting one, I think, is the jungle pool at the moment. we are seeing such a massive amount of Xin Zhao and Lee Sin being picked. Jarvan and Viego are like the follow-ups, and then there is like a significant drop-off, right? And we've seen teams actually look to specifically target the jungle pool because it is so short, right? Especially if the enemy team ends up banning a jungler in this first rotation, or even if they don't, right? If you're on blue side and you ban 3 junglers and pick the 4th, then you know, you're really working with just non-meta junglers at that point, because it's kind of been very much limited to these 4. So it'll be interesting to see. That could potentially be an option. We could see AD carries targeted away. Definitely not a bad strategy against Viper. It really just depends how things are going to pan out.
And that's where I'm looking to see those interesting builds. You know, we highlighted a little bit yesterday in our beginning segment, but really seeing what builds teams are feeling comfortable with through the bot lane, and what kind of adaptation we see in those, especially away from the top 3 of Caitlyn, Jinx, and Aphelios. But every day we get further and further, at least closer and closer to the answer to that, right? And finding what these teams are feeling comfortable with. We have seen a little bit of AP going there. I know we've seen the Samiras, things along those lines. So it just gets me really excited for the early parts of this draft, because I feel like after the first couple picks, we'll have a general idea of like how the rest of it's going to go. But right now, it's always about the first picks. What direction are the teams going to want to go?
Yeah, first rotation, it feels like there's a lot of picks which are like kind of really heavily contested. We have the bans coming through. So looking on red side from EDG, Renekton, highest ban champion at the moment. There's only 2 games so far that he wasn't banned away. They also get rid of the Twisted Fate, which is pretty far up there. The other side, TT looking to target the mid lane with the Corki getting taken away, as is the Rise, which is something that EDG did play in the last series for Scout. And we're also seeing the Caitlyn, which is the 2nd highest ban rate champion. So it does mean that EDG not having to ban the Caitlyn on red side, have a bit of freedom with this ban, and they are going to go for Jarvan.
Wow.
They're taking away one of these junglers. I feel like in this situation, you're going to see probably a heavy priority on a mobile AD carry for Viper here, right? Jarvan's off the table. It means things like Jinx, freed up and available, and really easy just to take here.
I'm still very happy to see the Corki bans, because my goodness, Corki rockets do not need to exist right now, especially as an ADC player myself.
You know, I find absurd is when Corki fires a rocket and does a ton of damage, and he's going like the AD build, and I'm like,
how does this
like, it just
still
seems
work?
like an insane amount. And then like next game he'll go at the AP Pope build, and I'll just see the rocket supply is not okay.
Well, luckily we won't have to deal with that for at least game number 1. Something TT will have to deal with is this Thresh, with more than likely the Glacial Augment, and his tried and true duo at this point is Aphelios for EDG.
Yeah, and this is why I'm not the biggest fan of this Lee Sin first pick when Thresh is open, because Thresh does a really good job of sort of dealing with Lee Sin as a threat, right? If he tries to dash in, you can play him out. The Lanta makes it very difficult for him to ever find like a good flank to get a kick in, and obviously syncs really well with the Aphelios. They opt to go with a Nautilus. They were toying with the Leona, but I think, you know, Thresh is very effective at shutting down Leona, being able to play you out of your Zenith Blade, so it makes sense to go in a bit of direction. People tend to favor the Nautilus into Thresh matchup, and also the ult is a good way to shut down Aphelios, right? Often if Aphelios is in range to hit something, you're in range to ult him, and they will just pick up the Jinx, which is, you know, no surprise to anyone who's been watching games on this meta.
Yeah, I'm still so flabbergasted by how good Jinx is, and even like into any matchup, it seems by some time in the game she will be strong. Lethal tempo rockets are going to be raining at your face. It is going to be the Xin Zhao locked in for EDG, and I particularly love this pick for the composition they're going for.
Yeah, it's great for buying space and just like stalling out the Jinx, right? Jinx wants to get damage down, get reset, but Xin Zhao can literally just remove him and being able to do anything for a good 5 seconds by being in a face with the ult up and available. Really works effectively. And I think EDG really happy with the first 2 picks in this situation. I think they are more than comfortable here. So we go on the second rotation. We do see mid laners being targeted with LeBlanc and Akali taken off the table. We could see EDG looking to ban any potential difficult top laners that might cause issue when they're blind picked. I assume they will take mid 4 pick and then go for counter pick for top. And Syndra is still open and available as an option. That's something that's kind of been left out of these bans so far.
So we had the Vex final ban for EDG, and it's the Fiora final ban for the side of TT. So I ain't trying to take a little bit of that comfort potentially away from Xiao Xiang.
Yeah, and obviously one of the concerns is the if you do take that Fiora last pick, it can be a massive problem that you don't necessarily have an answer to. They are going to go for the mid and the fourth pick. They're not going to go towards the Syndra, instead taking the Zoe, which works perfectly fine. Also helps deal with some long range threats. And in return, TT going to take a combo that actually, if you're looking to shut down the Aphelios, if you're looking to find some momentum in team fights for resets, Camille Galio, very effective at doing so. There isn't a way to find a safety net out of that, right? Thresh does nothing when a Camille jumps on you, and then a Galio follows up with the ult. So I actually really like this pickup from TT, but EDG now going to take a top lane pick with all the freedom, all the information, and they are going to go for that Gwen, which has been a bit of a menace when it's been left open and available.
Yeah, and also pairing it up with the Xin Zhao. Like, I think the double circles, right, is just ridiculous. And Scout gets his Zoe too? This composition of EDG is looking pretty stout. But I will say, as you were kind of talking about earlier, the TT composition has a very tried and true method of cracking open the shell that is EDG.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, the way I see it is, if EDG managed to keep their backline safe, right, I think they just really went out in front of backs, because
absolutely.
The Gwen and the Xin Zhao can just make the Jinx irrelevant, right? Puff just won't be able to auto attack for such a long time if they just stand in front of him with, you know, their ways of blocking range damage. And as a result, it's kind of relying on getting onto these backline carriers, because if you're just doing nothing while Aphelios is shredding your front line, it's going to be a bad time. So we'll see how it plays out. I do also think that, you know, potentially if the Camille can get ahead in the matchup, can be a threat later in the game. But I really think EDG are pretty comfortable with the composition they have here. TT just have to find a way to make their tools work.
Yeah, it's going to rely a lot of proactivity from Frigid. You're kind of highlighting that, right? We talked a lot about the bot lane. But how do you get that bot lane ahead? It's coming from the jungle. You've got to have presence from these junglers towards the bot side if you really want them to succeed. And it's really, you know, main eyes on the bot lane duos, but Frigid is going to have a side eye, and so will Jake.
Yeah, and so I want to see them sort of setting up for the bot lane plays. I actually wouldn't mind an early invade coming out from TT. I think with a Nautilus, you're more than comfortable to do so. And if you get like an early flash, that can be like a catalyst to get you that momentum in the game and really make a big difference.
Well, here we go. You see the grand skybox in front of you. We've got Thunder Talk Gaming taking on the world champions in EDG.
It looks like to kick it off, we're getting nothing too crazy, just to start things. Both teams just playing it defensive, so not going to get my wish and get that level 1 invade. Can have a look at the runes here. Nothing too crazy coming out. Everything kind of as you'd expect it. Both supports going for that glacial augment. I feel like, honestly, glacial augment on engaged supports is pretty powerful. But Thresh, I feel like Thresh kind of, it's like a response, right? I feel like having glacial augment on Thresh just means when you're engaged on, you can then flay them away and like stop them from continuing to get in range, which is pretty powerful, especially in the Leona matchup. I think it's kind of like a way of combating it there. Like if Leona goes glacial augment, then when she then slays you, you're slowed, so she can catch up with you if you play her out of it. But if you have glacial augment as well, then it kind of neutralizes it. So yeah. I feel like it has that strength. I think that's going to be Maker's main job, is just keep Viper safe throughout, and we'll see if he's able to do so.
I'm really interested at the press the attack tech for Viper on the Aphelios. I really want to see what kind of damage numbers are possible when that triple auto is hit finally. Yeah, you saw already in the lane, Mako playing very aggressive, has to kind of keep that one up there. We do get an early gank from Frigid, burns the flat Scout.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to see if this is worth it by how effectively they find an opportunity to return gank, right?
It was a flash for flash,
yeah. So, you know, there's not really too much you can do with a level 2 Lee Sin and a level 1 Galio, but being in the summon early does leave opportunity to make a return gank. And if you do start to put pressure on Scout, that frees Captain up to potentially look for more frequent roams. But for now, Shane actually coming down. He's just going to place a ward, so they will spot out Frigid if he does move up into the river from there, but he's just going to continue clearing for the time being.
It will be the opposite side starts for both junglers, but JJ has cleared the entire top side of his jungle, which is not something you see all that much here recently. So definitely going for that full clear style in the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, we often see junglers skip the Krug, despite the fact that you need Krug to get level 4. They'll skip it, look for some opportunities to potentially find some productivity, maybe find a gank, maybe contest scuttles, and then they'll reset and either go to their Krug, go to the enemy's Krug, or sometimes just loop back in their jungle as started. So looks like JJ's focus. I think it makes sense, right? If you've seen the Lee Sin waste time going for a gank, you know that you can just clear your entire jungle and then you're going to get that level 4 first. So definitely offers an advantage in that regard. And when you're playing junglers like Zinzao, like Lee Sin, levels can make such a massive difference when it comes to those skirmishes.
And can we also just talk for a minute about JJ? Like, the fact that this dude is such a monster, having won the World Championship, but still being a star among stars, it feels like, and really having that extra oomph to his name, and starting off the season pretty strongly as well.
Yeah, it's been solid so far from him, and looks like he is just going to be doing the full clear. He's managed to pick a skull. I think too much more than he could actually go for an invade on the bot side and try and steal away Bridges Krugs, but in the end he opts not to.
No. So the ping's coming out from Frigid up towards the Krugs, but will reveal that they are no longer there. So JJ definitely winning out on that one.
Yeah, and we do see actually Frigid managing to hit level 4. I believe that's from the XP he grabbed from mid when he went for the gank, has allowed him to get there. So honestly, didn't actually miss out on too much from going for that gank. Just denied a little bit of farm from Captain. But already we're seeing like half of the flash cooldowns being used. So it'll be interesting to see if there is like a return gank opportunity, because that's the main thing I'm watching, right?
Yeah.
You've done that initial gank. When are you going to capitalize on it? When are you going to make that worth it?
And it's really been a story so far, at least, about the junglers kind of playing opposite to each other, right? We're getting the top side focus from JJ right now. We're getting a lane game from Frigid as well. So a little bit of a different approach to this beginning of the game, but Frigid is just trying to play as sneakily as he can, as TP's utilized here by Scoutboard's bot side.
Okay. I'm not sure what to make.
There's gotta be
really.
a big brain answer there, all right? We're just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I thought maybe it's like they go for like a lantern gank, but maybe they just didn't see the opportunity. Maybe it was like setting up for a potential lantern gank, and then they're like, oh, there's nothing there, I'll just run mid instead. And in fairness, he didn't actually miss any farm, so really didn't make too much difference either way. You can see Frigid and Captain moving together. This mid jungle trying to establish some vision control, but yeah, I mean, it already feels like EDG have a very firm grip and a lot of information revealing where these two are.
And you're seeing pings from EDG. They literally know where everybody is at every time, it seems. You're seeing pings in darkness that you know, because we have the all-seeing eye, you see that the enemy team is right there. It's actually impressive, and this is what you can establish for yourself very early on. Now Scout for a bit of a tower dive with Xiao Xiang on New.
Yeah, they're just eyeing up the opportunity, but again, it feels like Scout is setting up opportunities to go for plays, but then considering whether they're going to be effective and backing off that one. You know Captain has this level 6 ultimate available. You know New has the hectic ultimate trap inside the tower range. Moved up, but opted to make the decision, no, this isn't the optimal play. This would probably end up backfiring, and so just backs away. And in fairness, it shows a lot of restraint, because in a lot of the scenarios you've made the move up, you're like, oh, I might as well just go for it. But Scout not wanting to give any advantages to TT at this point.
Trying to get a little more greed for the bot side here. Gonna need a little bit of help down there for TT. Viper is getting a bit of a handle on the 2v2, at least in terms of farming. Getting that gold up for the hyper carries that are existing down there. Frigid going for yet another lane gank, but will be unsuccessful again unless the follow-up hook shot was not going to be enough.
Yeah, I was thinking the Hextech Ultimate would come up at some point there. I'm kind of confused as to why it didn't, right? They had Captain in position to move up. They had Frigid there and available. You know, I feel like when you landed the stun, when you landed the hook shot, that was kind of like the signal, right? You hit R, we kill him. But I guess maybe they just felt a little bit tentative, didn't have the information. If you do look in the river, there is a control ward there.
Oh no, Puff! He's taking so much damage. Gets out with a beautiful cleanse flash combo. That is not the trade you want to take early. And honestly, I'm starting to get a little antsy here. Ox, like, we're almost 8 minutes in. We haven't had a single kill. What is this?
Yeah, it's been pretty slow paced. It's been gradual advantages though. If you look at the bot lane, Viper significantly ahead in terms of farm. It's kind of naturally accrued, and I think one of the things is when the enemy team has a Galio, it becomes very difficult to be proactive and make plays. Oh,
there you go, being a little proactive. Stopping Mako from taking the control war, and they get their own.
that's a win, right? That's an absolute win. The most action we've seen so far.
I know, right? It's so sad. Frigid not gonna take the Sonic wave there either. So the thing for me that stands out when you're looking at so far the 8.5 minutes that we've had is like there have been setups for plays, right? It's just the trigger pull hasn't been there. A little bit of fear or anxiety is there, right? To really all in on those plays, which I think is turning over a new leaf a little bit.
I feel like it's an element of respect, right? I think EDG feel confident to sort of go later in this game, and they're just not. They're not sort of setting things up to make mistakes, right? You know the enemy team's got a Galio. You know they have champions which can snowball well, so they're not willing to like over push things, over force when unnecessary, and they're just naturally if you're throwing lanes. Oh,
Scout forced the flash in the mid lane. Almost got CC'd to death there. Wait, we got a continued fight though. JJ goes in with the Crescent Guard, blocking a lot of damage. Mako with the Flay, but on the other side, the fight's still continuing in the Rip Pit. Now we have the first blood to Scout. Is he going to die to Puff's rockets? No, he won't, but the Needlework gets Puff. Traded back for nothing. All they get is the Rift Herald, and they lose 3 kills to EDG.
And it's just split focus from TT, right? They had 2 of them on the Herald, the others were looking for a fight, and it ends up being EDG. Not only do they win the fight with only 4 members, but Viper has basically taken this turret solo. He's gonna have so much gold. It's just like a humongous win. Even though they lost the Herald, EDG are nearly 4,000 gold ahead.
It's insanity, and the fact that you do leave this insane carry of a player in Viper to get all of that gold, to be 40 CS up, to get full 5 plays under 10 minutes. That's insanity.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it's just a bit messy, right? Puff, and I think it just feels like he's safe because he has a team here. There's 3 members moving up, and on the other side, we have disruption being done by Xiang because it's the Camille's not even here, right? Come on, Lee Sin, focus on the Herald. But it's such a split fight. It's like we don't have the main engagers there. Ideally, if TT are going to fight, you want to have Camille jumping in, Lee Sin jumping in, you want the follow-up there, you want Puff getting resets. It just didn't start off well for them, and I think that's why EDG was so quick to pull the trigger and find that window.
I just feel like it's EDG with like a tiger skin hiding in the grass right now, waiting to pounce. They don't want to overextend. They're not showing themselves anywhere, but if TT show themselves, you better bet they're jumping in there to maul them. And it's been consistent so far, at least, that it's still such a slower paced game, but it feels like EDG are right where they want to be. They have the TT exactly where they need to be.
They play it comfortably, and they've naturally accrued leads, right? JJ is pulled pretty far ahead in terms of jungle CS, simply because he's just went for the full clear. He hasn't pushed too far forwards. He's picked up
Viper's
resources
almost
when he can.
2,000 gold over Puff.
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane.
Xiang in some trouble here, though, has the trio on top of him. Make it 4 for TT, 5 for TT up top lane, and they get their first kill of the game.
Which is nice. It's good to see, but you're bringing 5 members for that kill, right? You need to get more off the back of this. You need to be taking this tower. They do have the Herald available, so they should be able to make a push. Now, it looks like EDG are slowly rotating over, but they should be able to take this K1 at minimum.
Viper's still just taking turret plates because we're not even close to 14 minutes yet. More gold in the hyper carry's pocket. Top tower does not fall for TT.
That's a bit rough, right? You kind of bare minimum you wanted to be able to get the tower there, and the fact that they don't, pretty substantial, honestly. They do close the gold gap to a degree, but this whole time, right, you have, as you said, it's a 1,700 gold lead between the 80 carries now. There's a 1k gold lead mid, 600 between the top laners. It just feels like EDG are pulling ahead, and it's going to become really difficult to deal with them after a point.
We did also have our first dragon taken a little bit ago, as a little bit later for the dragon stack, but the EDG were able to secure that one for themselves. So continuing their late game scaling strategy here so far.
And it's just being really, really calculated, I feel like, at this point. Other than that mistake from Xiang just getting caught out top lane, it feels like for the most part, this team has played things a bit risk-averse. And that's kind of the difference, right? It was the thing I was talking about before the series, where the better teams are the ones who get a lead and don't make the mistakes and throw it away. And what we've kind of seen so far this split is that the teams who sort of are struggling a bit, they tend to be able to get early leads, right? But then they'll make a mistake, and with objective bounties, with all the scaling picks in the game, it'll just throw things back to the other side. And EDG are being very, very sort of calculated, methodical to ensure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, try to give Xiao Xiang as much of love as he can in his game here as the Gwen. It's not going too bad for them, as we do have the lane swaps coming through for EDG to try and get Viper even more plates.
I mean, he's gonna have so much gold.
Like, at this point, he's gotten 6, 7, 8, almost 9 plates on his own. Like, that's insane. Not on his own. I mean, he had some to make it. The point still stands. Like,
he got the first tower as well, right? He got the first, the golden break. So he is so insanely fed. And with the turret and the brush actually doing a lot of damage to top. Right now, Frigid kind of needs to be here to help, but JJ is looking for him, and they can honestly just push here. I don't think GT can defend this. They have actually brought Captain. That might be enough, but even so, Puff nearly dies.
He almost dies. Captain almost has heroic entrance available, but it's not there just yet. Another turret play goes over to Viper.
Well, I have some good news, right? Viper can't get any, well, good news for TT. Viper cannot get any more turret plays at this point, so at least they don't have to worry about that anymore. 30 CS lead. He's got a bounty just on gold, right? He is incredibly fed. 2,100 gold up now. And I feel like he's going to have his second item completed pretty soon.
Open so, as we do get the replay of the shenanigans at top lane. Puff just getting obliterated from two sides. As Viper knows when to put on the aggression. The Gale Force. Oh my goodness. Ooh, that was so close.
Very, very close. And I think it was a nice little trick putting the turret in the brush. Oh. And it's going to be a fun time.
Oh my goodness. That's one paddle star. Southwind almost takes his entire health bar.
I love Zoe.
Do you? Is that a statement I just heard from you live on broadcast talks?
Maybe a little bit of sarcasm, I'll be honest, right? Maybe a little bit.
I didn't hear any sarcasm in there. I think it was a 100% true statement. I think we should judge you harshly.
I do not miss the meta when she was just permanently taking just disturbing amount of damage. You see them looking towards the tower, but honestly, it feels like, you know, with 50 minutes of the game, this 4K Goldie, it already feels like TT are really going to struggle to find any headway in this game. And actually, getting a TP coming out mid.
Viper getting in some trouble, but Nuke can't commit to the rest of the fight. Mako very, very low. There's a sleepy trouble bubble into the middle of it. Xiao Xiang going in. Gets one kill as well. There's the Moonlight Vigil onto the backline too. It's a double kill for Xiao Xiang, and they're making him look great. There's Scout as well, picking up his own.
We see TT look for an opportunity. They get onto Viper and get him pretty low, but you don't kill him, and that's the critical thing. EDG able to turn it around extremely swiftly, and they are unrelenting. 3 quick kills at the back of that. They don't lose a single person, and now they're looking to take down this mid-tier 1. They're just continuing their lead. Oh, hell, just slides in there.
Yeah. The lead continues to balloon, now about 7,000 gold, under 20 minutes for EDG as they secure their second dragon of the game.
You know, I'm going to say it. TT are going to be the 2022 world champions. They've got a lot of work to do from here.
Are you regretting your statements already? I'm trying to pull it back.
I'm tentative, we'll say that much, okay? Yeah, we can see they managed to use the combo onto Viper, right? But actually, great play for Mako to interrupt the hero's entrance coming out from the Galio, because that wasn't there. It meant Viper was actually able to survive, and then they looked to turn it around, and you see they just move forward as a unit, chasing them down. Great sleepy trouble bubble coming out from Scout. Just had enough mana to finish it off, but really excellent play. And again, credit to Mako on this one, because even though he wasn't in close range, the Viper still doing his best to keep him alive.
And honestly, the confidence from Xiao Xiang was intense. I love it. You walk right up into a 5-man fight full on and get a couple kills for yourself and supported by the rest of the team. So the entire EDG roster, again, just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and again, you know, we said that coming out of the draft, like, I favored EDG's comp, but TT, they had this strategy going for them, which was the Camille Galio, and it tends to be seen as a very low counterplay combo, right? Unless you have like stopwatch or Sonya's available, there's not much you can do to get out of that. But it's been EDG not giving them easy angles in, and whenever TT have looked for it, it just hasn't really come to fruition. And now, it's like they're trying to contest this red side jungle here, Mako and JJ moving together to clear some vision, and TT, they're just permanently on the back foot. They're kind of just waiting to see what EDG do and seeing if they can answer.
And literally, Scout, all he has to do is land one Sleepy Trouble bubble on somebody, on a non-expected person, right? Like, they are just fishing for kills because they know they can play with this confidence. Scout's just trying to land these paddle stars as the towers fall.
Yep, and it just makes it so scary. They have to back away. They have to give respect. They're so far behind, almost 8,000 now. It's hard to see how TT would win a fight from this position, if I'm being honest. We do actually have a Medknight coming in from Scout. Still pretty low on the
the
stack,
BM
but-
book. Oh,
there's
TP on the
flank.
set. This is it. This is the play TT want to have. As New goes over the wall with the hook shot, the box comes out, the combo's there with Galio, heroic entrance. But do they have the damage to really do this? The health bars from EDG are dropping here, and this is where Puff is shining. Look at Puff on the back line. He's getting excited, but the front line is now gone for TT, and Puff dies.
It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt from TT, and they managed to take down Viper. They even get Shoushing as well, but it's just not enough. And you know what this is? This is a perfect example of a fight that they would have won if there wasn't an AK gold deficit, right? They managed to get the engage. That's how effective it is. There really wasn't anything you could do in that situation for Viper. He can't flash out of the Hextech Ultimatum. He's trapped in there. But again, even though they get the kill, it just took a bit too long for everyone to go down. You see Puff get the reset, but he's still not doing that much damage at this point of the game. And it just felt like it gave EDG time to turn things around. That was kind of like best case scenario for TT, and they still unfortunately ended up losing the fight.
EDG come out even more on top. We'll see the nitty gritty of that play. TT calling the TP behind on the flank.
Yeah, so you can see New manages to get in range, ult, and then Viper, there's just nothing you can do. But think how long he survives here. So we have the ult coming down for the Galio, we have the ult from the Nautilus, and then he does go down them, but they burnt so many ultimates on him, and even then, Sheng, he's healing so much, and this Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes in to interrupt Puff, and it's just like, it's just taking too long. There just isn't quite enough damage from TT, because I feel like if the game was closer, that would have been a straight up teamfight win for TT. They would have swept that one.
And unfortunately now the snowball has gotten so big that it's just uncontrollable. You're getting 2-3 items completed for EDG. You're still working on pieces of second items for TT, and it's just getting darker and darker as you walk down the tunnel of this first game. But you've got to try to find the things that work, and it's a lot of that team fight synergy that I like to see from TT that we saw a glimpse of there. Now EDG are just kind of going for the throat here.
Frigid.
He's least in. Let's see his smoothest moves. Viper's like, nah, you're not getting out of this one.
He's going. He's
Scout's
dying.
gonna get that one.
You know what he just led them to?
Yeah,
The Baron.
The Baron.
Isn't that
No
convenient?
way.
Yeah, and if you actually look, Viper has bought the one singular item an AD carry can pick up to kind of eliminate the threat of the Galio Camille, and that's a stopwatch, right? So if they go for that play again, if they try and aggress on this Baron, Viper pops stopwatch. They don't kill him. He turns it around. He's in close range to shut everyone. So really hard to see TT winning out a fight at this point, and it's just going to be a free Baron for EDG, putting themselves even further ahead in terms of gold. Now over 10,000 gold in the lead. They're going to pick up the third dragon. They have the Baron, but it kind of just feels like dotting the I's and crossing the T's at this point.
And Viper now also has red white, so there's no way that there's going to be a fight from TT for this dragon unless they just try and force it. But yeah, there's no hope. It will be soul point secured by EDG. You go one step closer to the Infernal Soul. TT want to make a play on it and have found JJ, but he has the Crescent Guard to block a lot of the damage. The Hextech Ultimatum comes in. EDG try to save his life, but cannot do so. And TT find their mark.
A good window, honestly, because a critical thing there was that the recalls were a little bit disjointed, and so we saw Viper ended up going back to base, and that's why EDG backed off there. They're like, right, we don't have Viper, we don't want to rush into this, because that's probably our biggest opportunity to throw the game, is going for a 4v5 without a Fed effect.
Yeah, what were you saying? I'll let you finish.
Yeah, that's
I'll let
that's
you
why
finish.
EDG didn't want to fight without Viper, right? That's why they were waiting for him to be there, because honestly, the rest of the EDG don't need to be there. It just needs to be Viper from the looks of it. He just absolutely styled on Puff and Southwind. Yeah, that's when you know this game seems pretty over.
And oh no. They're just still in the base. I was going to try to find something, but EDG just don't want to let go. They want to finish this night quickly and get home to their new houses. except for maybe Xiaoxiang. But it's EDG continuously pressuring here, and it might be a little bit of an overextension, but Mako says, nah, we going into fight, and Viper follows him with Scout. All they need is the 2 damage dealers, Ox, and apparently they're just going to get everything they came for. The in-hit goes down.
Yeah, I mean, they are just relentless at this point. And again, Scout, he's fishing. A lot of damage to Southwind. They're going to wave coming in bot that's stacked up, and it's just going to be harassment from a distance. Scout is taking a fair bit of damage, but it's just not nearly enough. And now it's TT's last defense.
Yeah, you got ultis aplenty for EDG. You get one last engage, and immediately Southwind is blown out of the water. Xiaoxiang going forward as well. The bodies are still there for EDG. Meanwhile, TT might not be able to say the same. The first Nexus tower did fall. We'll see this after this team fight, this AoE. Puff has the rockets going. He's got the lethal. Oh, nope, doesn't matter. Scout obliterates him. The last pieces will fall for TT, and the world champions of EDG will take game 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the EDG we expected. It's the EDG we saw in their first series. They didn't give any room for TT. And honestly, I gotta say credit to TT. They found that nice engage in the bot lane. They did manage to find that pick around the river, but it's kind of like they were just faced with EDG seemingly at full strength, not taking any chances, and just accruing such a massive gold lead. But I feel like you're looking towards game 2 and you're thinking, what can we do from here?
Yeah, it's a big question to ask, and I'm still unbelievably excited for this EDG roster. The fact that Flandre didn't even play in the first game of the series. Xiaoxiang came in, fit like a glove, and popping off on the Gwen himself. Like, this team, the structure behind it, the coaching staff, it is looking for a second run, and it's a good start to the season. Long season here in the LPL, but it's a great start for them, and they've got to close out nicely. That's the conversation I want to have now against TT. We saw game 1. We saw what TT were bringing, but now it's turning over to EDG. How quickly can you close this best of 3 out? How dominant do you look?
That's the thing, right? We saw them against JDG. Game 1 went similarly to what we just saw, right? Absolute stomp. Game 2, however, was where they started to have, it was a little bit messier, right? They did still win, but there was definitely moments where JDG were in control. Yeah. And that's my question, right? Can we see a repeat performance from EDG here in game 2 where they're just clean, crisp, and controlled? Because that's the thing, is that you have such weight on your name. You should be looking to be dominant in this one. And feels kind of rough for TT. I do think they came out of draft a little bit weaker than EDG. I like the fact that they went for the Camille Galio to have some sort of strategy to deal with Viper, and they did manage to execute it once in that game. But I mean, you look at that goal graph. Yeah. It doesn't take long into like the length of that goal graph. Bear in mind, it's only a 24-minute game. It's like you're like 40% through the game, and you kind of had like a significant goal lead you can't deal with. Bear in mind, the full thing is 14,000 was the final gold lead, and it was like a 4K gold lead, only 10 or so minutes, 12 minutes in. Very hard for them to really come back from that.
And that's where I do want to open that conversation, looking back towards this jungle matchup, right? And finding, yes, the first pick, Lee Sin, interesting one in its own right, but a very powerful pick in itself right now. Didn't work out for Frigid. So how do you find something to unlock him to really help that bot lane? Like, we didn't have blood early on in that game. We didn't have a lot of bot lane focus until those skirmishes really started happening. But if Frigid can get down there a little earlier and do something to stop Viper from just passively gaining a lead, that's got to be the ticket.
Well, I think you have to get rid of the Thresh, right? Because it's such a massive problem. Because not only can it allow you to set up ganks really easily by landing in your jungler in, but also like it stops the engage from the team. Lee Sin struggles so heavily to go bot lane into a Thresh because it's going to flay you out of your Sonic Wave, especially when it's someone like Mako who's so proficient with it. And I think you either need to pick the Thresh yourselves or you need to ban it away, because it just shut down aggression, not just in the laning phase, but also later on.
It definitely did. Well, we'll see what TT's response is to get back in this best of 3, or if EDG will just take a clean 2-0 sweep. We'll be back after a short little break. The World Championship defines who is the best in the world. And well, 2021 proved to be the year of the LPL. EDG captured the hearts of millions. And now 2022 has dawned and the spirit of competition is alive once again. There may be changes among teams this year, but the goal is always victory. Having been a historically world-class team, Suning was unable to live up to expectations in 2021. But as one door closes, another opens, and Weibo Gaming are bringing in a revitalized roster to claim a top spot in the LPL. SOFM remains a cornerstone player for this team. The jungle constrictor himself never shies away from a fight, and even when the enemy tries to pin him down, he always finds his prey.
Tarzan in the pit, SOFM back in it against the soul! It somehow comes up trumps for Suning as they pick everybody up!
What happens when you load on the star power? Well, you get BLG. This team kicked open the door and found a place at the table without even playing the game. The mix of old and new, the legendary and the becoming, it all has such an electrical feel to it. And Crisp is sure to stock up on some puppy snacks in 2022. Up among the BLG stars, you find Fofo, seating peacefully among the chaos. His last year showed just how high his ceiling can go, and not to mention, the man's got a literal champion ocean in the mid lane. Don't take your eyes off this mid lane menace, because if you do, he's sure to come knock.
Mark gets the stun down. It's reset city for Fofo, becoming Ezreal, now on top of Shadow. Here we go, Arcane Shift, no, it's a Zoe time, and Rare Adam were given space to get the reset for Fofo.
Both of these teams look very different from their 2021 selves, and with the alignment of so many top-tier players, it's sure to be a crazy battlefield. The 2022 season has already begun, but the road is long and treacherous to reach the top for Weibo Gaming and Billy. So temper yourselves, you would-be champions, because only the greatest warriors will find glory on this battlefield. Get ready for war.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, so taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid, can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, so taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
Remember when you ended me? You left with a big smile on your face. In death there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Remember when you ran from me? Now I've caught you.
Welcome back to the beautiful Shanghai as we get ready to kick off game number 2 of our first best of 3 in this super weekend. We have TT going up against EDG, and EDG came out stomping game number 1 on.
Yep, they they did not want a long game 1. They just, from minute 1, it felt like they were accruing advantages. They didn't actually go as aggressive as they could because it was measured, right? We sometimes see teams who just go like rabid animals, permanently go and go and go and no hesitation. With EDG, it felt like they had a lot more windows than they actually took, but they measured up the chances, the opportunity, would this be successful? And they kind of just let some slide in favor of accruing natural advantages in lane, right? Viper was like 30 CS up without even having a kill, without even having much jungle presence at all. It really just felt so hard to beat, because that's the thing. If a team is very aggressive and in your face, you have chances to outplay them. It's hard when, you know, it's EDG, but EDG didn't even give that opportunity to TT. And by the time TT started to find windows, when they went for that engage in the bot lane, it was already too late.
It was, and Scout is a rightful MVP for this first game. The dude was popping off on his iconic Zoe as well. He's got a shout out, has reached his 2000th kill in the LPL, making him 7th on the list. Not shabby.
Yeah, doing pretty well for himself. Honestly, I think everyone was playing pretty solidly on the side of EDG, but Scout definitely doing a lot of work, and it just came to that point where once they had the big lead, they closed it out very quickly because Scout was such a massive threat with the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles.
It was just baiting and fishing at that point. It's just who can you 5 a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, or even just the Paddle Star. And a lot of the breakdown, I felt like, for TT was in these extended team fights that we see. It's getting spread out across so much space and them kind of losing themselves a little bit.
Yeah, you could see they found opportunities to look for Viper, but then if they aren't successful, the turnaround is so severe. And the problem was, like, even at this point, right, with 50 minutes in, there's almost a 6k goal lead, right? You're not winning a fight from that point of the game.
No, you're just not. This is the final touches here where EDG pretty much stayed in their base for the last like 5 minutes of the game, pushing the mid lane, pushing the bot lane, eventually taking the dub. All off the back of good performance across the board, but as well as Xiaoxiang coming in for Flandre and having a performance to speak of.
Yeah, taking this opportunity to give a less experienced player the chance to flex his muscles a bit, and he did well, you know, solid performance. Yeah. Other than that one play, which, you know, I will forgive, where he got
5-man top. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I'll forgive on that one. But yeah, I think all around just kind of what we expect from the side of EDG. With TT, you know, I feel like they didn't completely kill over. There were those moments where they looked for something. I feel like they can definitely get more out of the draft. Looking at this next one, I feel like Thresh was a big issue that kind of blocked them from making plays towards the bot side, where we typically have seen them make plays, right? We often saw in the other two series they'd play to try and get Puff and Southland ahead. We didn't get that chance, so I think denying the Thresh, they're on blue side again, so they can pick it themselves, they can ban it. I think that probably would be a good play.
And I feel like it's going to be just a bit of a handshake between these two teams for the ADC position, right? I feel like we'll continue to see the Jinx of Helios, maybe the Ezreal coming in, but it seems like that's going to stay a little bit true. It's the other pieces around it that I want to see kind of move and shuffle a bit. I did, as we already mentioned, the Camille Galio combo was really nice, but the flays, the CC, the play calls from EDG just made it like non-existent almost. And so finding again something to utilize with Frigid to get this bot lane comfortable is what I'm looking for TT.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, the first pick Lee Sin doesn't make sense when you leave the Thresh open. They banned Caitlyn on blue side, which, you know, potentially you could have forced them to ban. They have done the same thing here. But I think bare minimum, you take the Thresh, right? And then that means that you can look to pick up your choice of AD carry in the next rotation, because in this situation, let's say you take Thresh, if they take Jinx, you can take Aphelios, if they take Aphelios, you can take Jinx, and so on and so on. Nautilus has even been banned away, so there's even like more reason to pick Thresh, and they go for the Xin Zhao, and I just feel like EDG take the Thresh here, and then you can take Jarvan as well, right? One of the biggest issues for Jarvan is Thresh, because you can lantern people out of the Cataclysm. You're able to deny both the Thresh pick and then take Jarvan yourself. You don't even need to pick it here. Just in the first three, you can take it up. You could just take the Aphelios here, and it looks like that might just be what they do. Yeah, and they get the same bot lane again. And this, once more, it's not as much of a problem for Xin Zhao as it is for Lee Sin, but it still makes it very difficult to apply pressure bot lane when you have this Thresh available. And now I'm thinking in terms of bot lane for TT, you know, they don't have the Nautilus anymore as a support option.
Yeah, it limits those options a little bit for Southwind, especially something that's going to feel good for them on the engage. I feel like that's going to be important for them. But I do want to highlight the fact, you know, we get no switching of sides. A lot of the similar bans, but the Lee Sin ban by TT was something they picked last time. But TT felt confident with that duo, with the Camille Galio combo that seemingly wasn't as strong as it could be, but maybe they think the Xin Zhao is what needs to be there to unlock that combo.
And it's an interesting dynamic, because by picking both the solo laners right now, in theory, it's like, well, now you've allowed EDG to get 2 counter picks. But the critical thing is, in this situation, you're actually able to ban away potential matchups you'd have difficulty with, but you only have 2 bans, right? Yeah. You only have 2 before EDG gets to really choose what they want. EDG actually go for the Olaf in a situation, which is a bit of an interesting one. And honestly, I'm kind of a fan, because you don't know, right? The reason Jarvan is strong is because he's good into immobility carries. And you actually don't know if TT were going to have an immobility carry. They ban away the Ziggs, because Ziggs makes a lot of sense. You Camille Galio combo, and you alley-oop with the Ziggs ult on top. So Olaf, not only is he going to do well into champions like the Galio, right? Because you're going to know the CC, but also he can actually duel Xin Zhao close up, whereas Jarvan can struggle with that.
And that's what I wanted to highlight is this is just a Chad pick, right? Like, I've been hearing rumblings of Olaf being just unbelievably unkillable in the jungle and finding those early skirmishes and keeping the pressure upright. And I feel like that fits JJ perfectly. And he knows how to take it into this matchup with Xin Zhao, right? Like, he is going to be able to have an advantage in terms of at least clearing speed and maybe that objective focus. But now you've got to look at the interlocking pieces for EDG. What are they going to be grabbing for Xiaoxiang and Scout?
Yeah, I actually feel like I prefer a mid lane, no, sorry, a top lane pick here, because I feel like you know the matchup, you know it's going to be Camille, and I feel like top lane doesn't solidify your comp that much, right?
Yeah.
I feel like you can be a lot more flexible with your mid lane pick. So something like the Gwen, it doesn't really matter what TT take in their bot lane. You're kind of happy with Gwen pretty irrespective, and they will lock that one in. For TT, they're going to take the Jinx again, and actually they're going to look towards that Lulu. So a very strong scaling backline, and that now means that, you know, Scout can pick something that can threaten that backline, or he can pick something that just offers, you know, a bit more sustained damage to assist Viper in. So, it, you know, you have more flexible options, and Scout now has full information to know what he's dealing with.
Backing up the team fight damage here. This is another composition, at least if they lock in the Victor, which they do. Feels like EDG are just going to be sitting back in their rocking chair waiting for TT to stumble or for something to happen, and they will pounce. And this is the kind of composition that you can play safely and get to the late game and honestly just run into the objectives as you will. But the execution is key for TT to find a response to that, right? We got to see those Galio Camille combos actually being pulled off onto Viper. Find the ways to get Frigid involved into the game early on.
I will say, though, I feel like TT have handled the draft a lot better in this situation, right? The big takeaways is they have the Xin Zhao, so it's not going to be countered as much by the Thresh as the Lee Sin was. And they also have this Lulu Jinx bot lane. Like, Nautilus didn't really do anything for the team in the last one. They also didn't really need the Nautilus for Engage because they already had the Camille Galio, right?
Yeah.
Nautilus was kind of just like a bit extra. Now with the Lulu into the Thresh, as long as you're not like dying in lane and getting engaged on, you're just going to outscale him massively. You're going to be able to help Puff trade into Viper in the laning phase, and then you're just going to scale so incredibly well into the later stages of the game. So you have a super strong scaling bot lane, you have really strong engage on the top side, and tools to shut down these immobile carries in the team. If you jump on a Viper, if you jump on a Scout, they will need to have defensive options like a stopwatch, like a Zhonya's, or they will go down. And if you start to find momentum, you win out the team fight. So I think TT's draft a lot better this time, a lot happier with it. I don't think EDG's is like bad as such. They still have a lot of tools, but I think TT can be a lot happier. The question is, though, can they make it work? Because, you know, you can have the best draft in the world, but still a big difference between EDG and TT's play based on that game one.
But yeah, because the one of them is the 2022 World Champions, the other one is the 2021 World Champions. That's the biggest difference.
Yeah, and it's the start of the year, right? They still got ages. You don't want to start winning too soon.
No, but I can't agree. I do like the way TT were able to handle this a little bit more, but I'm still looking at the bot lane. What can you find for Puff? How can he really become the unlocked Jinx instead of getting put down by Viper over and over again? And especially, you know, as we get onto the Rift, not letting Viper get 9+ turret plates before 15 minutes. I feel like that's a pretty good thing to shoot for here. But it is TT taking on EDG, trying to push us the distance of 3 games. And they've got a lot of climbing to do.
Yeah, so something to note is last game, I believe Captain had Aftershock. This game he's gone for the Predator. So not going to be as tanky in fights, but more proactive, right? And this is nerf Predator. It's not as strong as it was when everyone was taking Predator, including supports at times. But it's still going to allow you to make more of those side lane roams, which is so important. I think the critical thing is, one, we have Scout and Victor, right? Yes, Victor's going to scale very well. It's not going to have as much early agency as the Zoe. So don't expect as much from Scout in terms of leaning towards the bot lane, leaning towards the top lane. And that means it's really on JJ to set things up. And I think the thing is, as long as they don't let JJ find an easy route into the bot lane, in the 2v2, Puff and Southwind should be fairly comfortable, right? Unless you're getting Thresh hooked, you should just win every trade, right?
Southwind.
Speaking of,
Yeah, a little early damage on the Southwind, but Viper splitting the damage on the Puff a little bit as well.
yeah, it's still fine, right, if you get hooked by Thresh level 1 because they don't have the play to follow up. But just the fact you have double range into... I mean, I guess Thresh is technically ranged, but he's kind of like half range.
They are
right?
hard fighting for this level 2 right now. And
Oh,
Puff
my.
misuses the cleanse, also has the flash. The Ignite was burned. Southwind is in some trouble in first blood to Viper. You might be not giving him turret plates, but he'll take blood just the same.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I don't think Puff and Southwind could have played that 2v2 anyways. And Viper and Mako don't make mistakes, right? They just are pretty clinical. They managed to get the kill, and already that was the big thing, right? I said don't die in the bot lane, and we see how this went all wrong. So firstly, they should just start to hit the minions here and push for the level 2. Stop fighting for level 1. Puff then cleanses too early, still gets caught, and now doesn't have cleanse with the Ignite afterwards, so he just has to leave. Southwind is now trapped in range, and Puff can't do anything to help him. So they had level 2 coming. They would have got level 2 first, but but they unfortunately opted to overstep and then got punished pretty heavily. We do see Captain go for a play mid and manages to get Scout Flash, so there is some positivity there, but our bot lane is already bleeding.
And this time he didn't burn his own flash for it. So that little flash advantage for Captain in the mid lane. Captain and Frigid heading towards this Scuttle Crab skirmish, but able to secure it before JJ can really get into it.
Yeah, but once again, JJ going for the full clear. Already done 6 camps on level 4. So he's going to be pretty strong. And that was kind of the story of that.
Hey, this is what I wanted.
Game.
This is what I want. As an Olaf, you are so strong at these early levels in these skirmishes, especially when you know you have priority.
Yeah, and he does end up backing away. He doesn't want to overstay in this situation.
Are you sure you want to say that again? Are you sure? Because JJ is like, nah, I decided I wanted Wolf for dinner here tonight, apparently. He is about to take a 2v1, though, as the Predator got popped by Captain. This is an overextension from JJ, and he dies.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat what I said. He doesn't want to overstay in this situation. He opted to, and then it's so easy for Captain just to roam down, right? Even has the Predator, and you're not level 6. At level 6, Olaf can kind of ignore the Galio a little bit and just focus on killing the Xin Zhao, but 3-6, you actually do have to respect CC.
Go trying to find his way, wiggle his way into the lane here, but Southwind Puff keeping the pressure on. Be able to clear those minions. You've got Scout heading his way down. Get a little bit of help from the mid laner, but again, Scout just showing that willingness to roam, to get off into the side lane.
Yeah, the EDG, they're making it so difficult because, right, they have a control ward in the river that makes it really easy to find ganks coming in. They were freezing the wave in front of the tower. I can't see if Viper's keeping it frozen or if he wants to bounce. From the looks of it, he's keeping it frozen there. So GT's bot lane weren't able to crash, right? They are just missing farm, right, as they're walking back to lane. But also, when they get back to lane, they're going to have to push the wave in, right? And if they try and push the wave in, they're going to be overextended. And if you look on the boss side of the map, JJ is already there. They already have a control ward in the river. It's so easy to set up a gank, especially since Puff has no flash and no cleanse right now. And you see the pings coming out. I think control ward and Southwind, they might wait for him to ward and kill him, but instead, no. Puff.
Okay.
What can Puff do?
They waited not long enough there. Puff scouts them out. No, he's on the other team and will.
But it's like, look at the wave.
Yeah, it's so doomed. Like it's so doomed.
Yeah, like, I mean, Puff doesn't die, but, you know, he's just losing gold for free. Unfortunately, the wave is now going to bounce, right? But you've just lost 15 CS for I mean, just because the wave was in a good spot for EDG, and EDG capitalized. And it's what you love to see, right? Is when a team plays around the waves effectively and looks to garner those slight advantages. Now, TT in return, because they went for that vision sweep, and also because, you know, they had Frigid available, whereas JJ needs to reset and go topside. They're able to pick up the dragon for free, but in a lot of these situations, early gold is a lot more valuable than an early dragon.
Absolutely, and we saw the lack of focus on dragons last game as well ended up in EDG's favor. So we'll see if TT getting the earlier dragon helps.
You can always pick up dragons later, right? As long as they're not getting soul, you're not too concerned. Whereas the gold can make a big difference for sort of getting to the point where you're ready to fight those later dragons. And right now, Viper, he's a kill up, about 20 CS up. Top lane, Shang has a moderate lead as well. It's kind of just, again, it's like accruing those leads that we saw in the last game. It's still only 1,000 right now, but
again, he misses the cleanse. At least I think that's a lot of damage to take under your tower for Puff, and the huge wave crashing as well.
I think he got the cleanse there. Like, he did actually cleanse the hook, but he still gets glacial augment slowed, and it's just like,
you know who doesn't have a cleanse? It's Southwind. Oh, Viper almost gets turned around. That tower shot did some work.
Yeah, playing with fire a little bit there. It is Summoner's Burn, though, by Southwind and Puff. I mean, it was so close, like a couple of autos, and he maybe would have been able to find it, but Viper still has heal, so you can't disrespect that. But Viper playing very aggressive on this Aphelios.
Getting the 1v1 on the top side. Xiaoxiang going against New. New taking a lot of damage there as well. Needlework still available. Will be pulled the trigger of. New getting lower, but the heroic entrance beautifully timed. The needlework misses for Xiaoxiang. Does he get away? Captain is still here. Captain getting really low. Has the Predator. It's so close, and Captain gets the kill. Meanwhile, Puff caught out on the bot side. Viper claims his life, and the Viper strikes again.
How does Puff even end up there? I mean, I have no idea. I'm sure we'll see in the replay. But the top lane, New sets the bait for Xiaoxiang. It's close, right? The healing was coming in, and Captain has to kind of run in circles. He had no mana, no cooldowns. You have to wait for his passive to be up again, and kind of just runs in a circle and pops Predator. So pretty funny one, but they do secure a play. And overall, TT, their top side has been going pretty good so far, but we got to see what happened bot lane. How did this end up happening? And it's just... Oh,
It's just
man.
a bait. It's just a bait. It's literally just a bait.
No, Puff, just reset. You're so
Oh
greedy.
man, that's so
You're so
greedy.
greedy, man. Just reset, please. You literally are just giving him free gold.
All right, now we get the setup in front of the Rift Herald. We'll be spotted out by TT, but nothing they can really do about it. EDG securing their first neutral objective of the game.
Yeah, and again, that's just a way you can translate into even more gold. I have no doubt who will be on the receiving end of those plates. I'm not going to give out any points for predictions as well. JJ's heading straight up towards the top side, and he's got the Crescendum as well, so going to make quick work of these tower plates. You can see on the other side, Puff is starting to get some plates himself. The Herald obviously just means that EDG will win out in this regard.
It will indeed. I'm loving this split screen right now. JJ holding on to the Rift Herald till it needs to be dropped, but there it is. It's going to be perfectly timed to get that first tower for EDG.
Yeah,
a little closer.
A ton of gold here.
Oh, I thought they were going to get it with the full charge. But okay, taking a little extra shots there, but more gold dumped into Viper's pockets, who are literally just waiting there with open arms.
Yeah, and he's 1,700 gold ahead of Puff already. It's once again, it's gone similarly, right? I honestly feel like TT, it's gone a little bit better than last time, right? New has the lead in the top lane. Frigid isn't quite so far behind. Mid lane is doing okay, but this bot lane is just, it's a problem again, right? Viper is so strong right now.
He really is. 4 plates were secured by Puff, so trying to make a dent in that gold deficit a little bit more. But Viper has just completed his Gale Force.
Big Spike, I mean, I want to say it's like it adds the extra layer of safety, but real talk, that's not how Viper uses it, right? He's dashing in, he's looking for the plays. It allows you to be more aggressive, and I mean that's one of the things, right? Is Jinx does have the range advantage over an Aphelios. In a lot of situations, Jinx can hit Aphelios before Aphelios can hit her. Gale Force changes that dynamic. You can dash in, you can burst, you can look to execute Puff if Puff gets a bit too close.
And also with the combo of press the attack, right? Like getting the third auto off and then hitting your Gale Force, getting the...
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen a bit of press the attack in the recent few days. It does allow you to be very bursty when you get up close.
Yeah.
And when you have the right guns, you can proc it very quickly.
Honestly, I felt like if Mako continued right there, he was going to get that hook, that sweet spot in between the tower and the wall, but not going to pull the trigger on that. Dragon is coming up in a few short seconds. JJ already making sure to show his face there.
That's one of the great things with Glacial Augment into Cleanse, right? Is even if they cleanse
They're
the hook, they're still slowed, right? And you can't cleanse an effect on the ground. It's just there. But you see JJ moving in. Frigid might have to be a little bit careful, but he just have backup from his team. This is full 5 members on the bot side of the map from TT. EDG can TP Xiaoxiang in, but it would have to be a turret, right? It's pre-14 minutes.
Ooh,
Oh,
flash
my
from
lord.
Puff. Almost gets decimated by Viper. The Dragon is secured by TT after it all.
So the Dragon's secured, right? That's 2 for TT, but they're still down in gold, and EDG have kind of just focused themselves on that instead.
Mako and Viper are playing so confident right now with JJ coming down as well. They had 3 members collapsing on them. Viper kept pushing the wave because he knows he can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he has the backup from his team. He knows he has the Lantern to get away. He's in a pretty safe position. And actually,
Box landing. Oh no, the Crescent Guard as well. The heroic entrance to come down on top. Now it's a 4v3, but it still feels like it's in favor of EDG.
You know what? I'm just going to say it. If this was like last year, they would have TP'd the Camillan behind, right? And that's the thing. This is why Viper's flourishing in this meta, because he knows that isn't a threat. He can play so aggressive because he knows there isn't anyone who's turning up behind him. It's only what he has to deal with in front.
It's a very, very tense stalemate in the bot lane. 4v4 action, but nothing getting done just yet. And again, it's all about that TP play. It's all about not having those resources, that option to make something happen, to force a play under tower.
And we do see that TT just have to back off, not really able to do anything in this situation. And it's just, again, it's not as bad as it was because things were dire in the last game, but it's still a pretty significant lead built up by EDG, and it's almost a 2,000 gold lead between the AD carries, just shy, it's very close to. So Viper's extremely strong. He's a level up on Puff as well, and it's just going to be constantly Puff being on the back foot. Now, there is a saving grace, right? This time we have a Lulu, and you got to think of the Lulu as like in the late game team fight, she's just going to essentially function as like a big lump of extra stats for the Jinx. So we are going to see a situation where Puff will get extra value out of that compared to Viper, but it's not necessarily going to be enough to overcome it.
And I really like the Kraken Slayer pickup here for him. I mean, there's a lot of beefier members in the front line, especially as the game goes on. And I think the Kraken Slayer will be very, very nice to actually get some chunk damage onto those members.
And just the attack speed, I think Kraken Slayer is just, I personally think, unless there's like an extremely good reason to be going Gale Force, I think that you just take Kraken Slayer, because it just does, the attack speed you get from the Mythic passive is so significant. The true damage is great, and to be honest, like, it's flat true damage, so it's not amazing at taking down tanks, but obviously it ignores their resistances, and against squishy targets, it's just extra damage, right? It's a very stat efficient item. The trade-off is like with Shield Bow, you're a lot more survivable. With Gale Force, you have the active, which is, it's hard to measure the value of that. I think for a champion like Jinx, who can stay at max range and just stat check you, it is really a valuable one.
Yeah, it definitely is. JJ making Frigid hate his life a little bit in the jungle right now. He's taking the Krugs, took the red buff, and every time Frigid seems to show up in his own jungle, JJ is right there to answer.
Yeah, and he's just going to pick up the second tower. Not as many plates this game for Viper, not as much gold received off towers, but still a pretty significant amount. It looks like TT are actually moving towards his Herald on spawn, so they're actually ahead of the curve on this play. They should just be able to pick this one up. We'll see if EDG trying to contest. Question mark pings are coming in. TT, can you get this in time? I'm not even necessarily sure. I think instead, although EDG are going to go for that mid lane tower, we'll see if they end up collapsing. No, they're just going to take the tier 1 mid, and now it's up to TT to try and stop them.
Scout trying to put the gravity field down in between the retreat path, but now flanks potentially there for TT as the tower not going down.
Yeah, so I mean, TT were ahead of the curve in the play, right? EDG couldn't get there in time to stop the Herald. Instead of going for the fight, they went for some damage on the mid tower, but they weren't able to actually take the tower in the end. So TT doing a pretty good job of defending and accruing a definite advantage there. But we do see EDG pushing mid, and actually, I'm not too sure on this decision, right? Frigid just walked into his jungle. Southwind just went for a reset. You're just giving up the mid tower for nothing, right? You just defended it. Why leave it? What was the point? I guess their main focus is the dragon in 40 seconds, but you know, I feel like sacrificing mid tier 1, maybe not the best play. Either way, they will get a reset on be on the map quicker. That's the trade-off, right? You lose your tier 1 mid, but you are on the map quicker. Southwind now has a full Sightstone with 4 wards in. You can start to establish some vision around the dragon area, and they really want this dragon. That's their win con right now. Is the Dragon Soul. They've sacrificed gold in this game, but they're like, if we can secure the Dragon Soul, that's enough of an advantage. And honestly, Ocean Soul is a bit of an inconsistent one, because if you have a squishy comp, it's not super valuable. But when you have both bulky champions like Xin Zhao, Camille, Galio, it's actually really valuable at making them even more durable.
Yeah, it would be a fitting piece to try to find their way back into this game, right? The Rift Herald spawned in mid as a bit of a distraction as they start up their Soul Point Dragon. Topside getting taken down by Xiaoxiang. Unleashed TP is there, and there's the trigger pull after the tower is already taken. Bridget all by himself in the pit is just dragged out and killed. Xiaoxiang on the flank here as well. This is not the predicament that TT wanted to find themselves in, and Viper claims his own kill. Backline, Xiaoxiang gets the 2v1. Puff trying to get the excited resets, but he's got Scout bearing down on him. And yes, TT find a couple kills. They find a little bit of something, but will it be enough? I don't think so. Puff slowly but surely taken down by Scout and Mako, and Scout gets the laser beam of death.
I mean, it's just TT. They corral themselves into the pit, and EDG approach it beautifully. I love the flank from Xiaoxiang. It just really put a lot of issues for the backline, and Frigid ended up dying basically instantly, right? He didn't even get the chance to do anything in that fight. He was instantly deleted. Captain and you went in, but they didn't have the Jinx hitting from a safe distance, and as a result, it just felt really disjointed. EDG were crisp on that one. They deny. the dragon, which means TT are a long way away from Seoul, and also they solidify an even bigger goal lead, 7,000 now, and it's starting to look a lot more like that game one.
Really is, and they've got a little bit of time if they want to match the timing of the first game, but EDG are definitely taking what TT give them, and that's where I want to go back to the thought process we had at the beginning, where we're kind of saying like EDG is just kind of sitting around figuring out what's happening, and when they know what's happening, they pounce, and it's happening yet again, so stalwartly so, and we'll see the replay of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, look at Frigid. He's basically dead instantly before he even ults. You see Xiaoxiang on the flank. The polymorph comes in from Southwind. It's a flash polymorph, but Xiaoxiang actually uses his W instantly to deny damage, and then he's kind of having that 2v1 there, and Captain and you go for the combo, right? But it's just too late in the fight, right? And also they don't have Puff hitting along to assist them. That's the goal of this Camille Galio combo, is you kill someone, you chunk them out, so Puff gets a reset, and that's when you find momentum. But that just wasn't able to happen there because the Gwen was on the flank, because the Xin Zhao was already dead, and now it kind of feels like that goal difference, once again, way too significant. So even if they do find a good fight, they're just too far behind.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to play back from these kind of moments, right? Like, you see where Puff is like, okay, if I can just get the kill on Xiaoxiang, like, I can reset, I can get my excited, I can go into the rest of the fight. Turns around, his team is no longer there, and EDG are knocking on the door yet again of bot lane.
They might look for something here, actually.
DG, they're executing it. They got the heroic entrance on top of it. The AoE is down. Scout is dead. And you've got some decent damage from Puff, who's just trying to lay in some rockets. But look at JJ, who's just sitting behind him. It's like a rock between a hard place, and Puff is going down. 4 members strong of EDG surviving at Southwind. The only member of TT. Okay, make it 3 EDG members. Southwind is able to take down JJ. Just had to cast a curse for me right there, but TT are in dire straits here, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where they saw the opportunity to jump on Scout, but critically, Scout has the Zhonyas, and then he buys a ton of time. Viper is then in position to answer back, and the AoE from the Aphelios, especially as he had that Infernum. I mean, look just how it goes down. So they managed to find this initial pick. New finds opportunity, but again, the Zhonyas is a great counter to this combo, so he doesn't actually get hit by initially, and although he goes down, with the Chaos Storm and the Infernum AoE, everyone just gets absolutely shredded. And then JJ's in this position where he's like, okay, you can't run away, you're between a rock and a hard place, and you see Puff tries to turn around, but Viper's already bought a stopwatch. He has the enough gold to buy an answer to the combo, and then JJ attack an extra tower hit. Why not? But now you can actually see Viper's changed his stopwatch into a GA. So that's the thing. This is the luxury of being so far ahead. 9k gold up is that you can buy defensive items and still have more damage items than your opponent.
It's the rich man's stopwatch. Let's see, we see Baron secured by EDG. And I don't even know if they want to reset here. Looks like they just want to keep pushing. Maybe they want to do a better time than game number 1.
Yeah, well, I think they don't need to, right? Because they didn't actually spend too, they didn't actually get too much gold. They just come off a reset.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they'll only have like a little bit in pocket.
TT's just like, please hold on. Like, I just need a moment. Like, let me catch my breath.
A moment, more than a moment. Let's be real. A lot of time right now. I mean, that's the thing, right? Puff hasn't even finished his second item. Viper has 3 plus a crit cloak.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, and you do have Xiaoxiang in the top side split pushing as well, so it's a 4-1 setup for EDG with the Baron minions aplenty. Now they're kind of splitting between the two, but Viper is sure to get that inhib tower. Now start working on the inhib, potentially one more auto tech from that cannon. Now Xiaoxiang gets the engage onto him. There goes the Galio Camille combo. Xiaoxiang dies, and it's a 4v5 now. JJ just kind of waiting there to not take the tower shots, but Nu does not die. Viper goes in for the Moonlight Vigil, but does not hit it. They are playing hyphy right now, Ox.
Oh my god, Southwind just went melee range to block the ultimate, tanked it, allowed his teammates to escape. And that's the thing, right? Viper doesn't have Infinity Edge. He's not doing quite as much damage as if he had that item. He's still doing a lot, don't get me wrong, but not quite enough to just one-hit Southwind instantaneously. I like the play from TT, right? That's what you got to do. You don't win a 5v5. You probably don't even win a 5v4 at this point. But a 5v1, that's doable. And that's what they look to take there. shut down Xiaoxiang, who has now bought a stopwatch, right? I was kind of waiting to see, because obviously the scoreboard dropped away to see if he had a stopwatch in his inventory. He didn't, because obviously he would have used it in that situation. They just go for this aggressive engage. You know, they get the ult down, they get the combo. The Galio doesn't actually connect because he's obviously hitting from a distance, but then it's trying to, at this situation, like, okay, we got a kill, but we've been a lot. We need to get out again. But watch Southwind here. Flashes to block the ultimate. Doesn't let it hit the rest of the team. So just absolute hero moment from Southwind there.
What a beauty. Southwind making all supports feel a little bit of comfort right there. I like it. Gotta save the team, even in dire straits.
Absolutely. And now it's still rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You're 10k goal behind. But I just respect the fact TT are still looking for these windows, right? They're still trying anything they can. They're still looking for opportunities. And it means EDG just has to be a bit more respectful, right? You can see they're now grouping up as 5 in this top lane. They already have the mid inhibitor applying pressure. And when they are grouped up, this makes things a lot more difficult to approach for the side of TT.
And hey, TT get their first objective on the map in terms of towers, but they lose the fight in the base, and Captain is recalling now, just trying to get in there. TP'd behind them for the flank, but is not going to be able to complete it, and EDG is just going to finish the game before Captain can get anywhere close to his teammates. This is a monster performance from EDG, and the world champions are looking just strong again. Last pieces fall for TT, and it's going to be a quick 2-0 for EDG as they take down Captain, the last remaining member, and all TT got was 1 tower and a couple kills.
Business as usual. EDG show that they are not messing around, not taking chances. They want convincing wins, and that was. Even bringing in Xiaoxiang, he fit in like really smoothly with the roster. It felt like he just played his role effectively, and the team had no hesitation. They set Viper up so well, and honestly, we saw a bit of a difference, right? When we saw EDG at Worlds, they were playing more towards Flandre in the top side. They are showing that they understand the meta is very bot lane focused, and they have a world-class AD carry to play towards and to set up to carry, and it has worked so well. TT may not be the strongest opponent, but you got to respect the fact that they made it very, very convincing.
And I'm just getting all giddy over here for Xiaoxiang. Like, to have the experience to play with these 4 players on a stage in the LPL, like, that is huge for himself and the growth, and to also slot in the way that he did and play beautifully on the Gwyn. Yes, it was Gwyn both times, but was actually an integral piece to how they were able to pull the comp together in the end.
Yeah, honestly, if anyone seemed a little bit out of place, it was probably JJ in that game too.
It really was.
I won't lie. You know, when he died to the tower randomly, he was like 1-3-2 at that point. I was just like, you know what? You do your thing, dude.
You're a world champion. You get away with that one for now.
Yeah. You're just at a tank skill shot, so Viper doesn't have to. But, you know, this is kind of the thing you expect. And it's just going back to the conversation we had earlier, where it feels like, you know, the best teams right now in the LPL are the ones who don't give the opportunities to throw the game back. When they get a lead, they hold on to the lead, because in this meta, it's so volatile. There's so many scaling picks that you could potentially throw the game away to, right? If you give a bunch of shutdowns to puff on Jinx, if you give some objective bounties over, you could see teams throwing the game, but EDG just doesn't even make that a possibility. And I think it's just very clinical. They don't overextend and take chances they don't need to. That being said, TT did punish them a couple of times. It wasn't major, but they found some kills here and there. But it's a similar gold graph. I mean, look at that. Yeah. It's just like a mountain.
It is. It's the EDG mountain. The fact that you get to see this kind of, at least for 2 series so far, consistent performance from EDG is terrifying. Right? Like, they are finding the macro plays. They're feeling out this meta. But they're looking good while they do it, right? It's like learning on the job, but you're winning. It's not too shabby.
Yeah, and I mean, they're pretty comfortable so far, right? TT, not really a threat to them. JDG, they managed to handle. It'll be interesting to see how they fare against some of our tougher competition in the league. But for now, it doesn't even feel like they're breaking out of first gear.
And that's where we kind of started the day talking about the changes on the horizon for TT. Is it going to influence them in any way? Do we see a revitalization of this team as well when UCal, when Chieftain come in? I still think something that's trending, it seems, and I find really interesting, is not swapping sides, right? running back a lot of the same style composition that they ran in game number 1, but I'm finding that across a lot of teams here. And I wonder what kind of comfort that lends to the strategies behind the table, because that I find is an integral piece of why teams are losing so badly, right? Trying to run back a strategy that they feel comfortable with, it just doesn't work twice in a row.
Well, I think there's something to be said in a series, because you can obviously just go, okay, this didn't work, let's throw it all out, let's completely change everything. But it doesn't necessarily help you that much, especially in a best of 3, right?
Yeah.
It's like, if it just doesn't work at all, fair enough. But what can be easier is tweaking stuff, right? Because you're like, okay, this was a strategy, it was a good strategy, but what was the problem? Oh, well, this champ caused an issue. Oh, well, we didn't have this. And then instead of like just throwing the book out, you learn from that game 1, you tweak things, you adjust them, and then you're going in with a similar comp, so you kind of know what worked and what didn't. It's like, it could be a gameplay issue. It could be like, right, well, the issue wasn't the composition, or the issue is we did this wrong. And I think like it makes sense if you're in a best of 3, if you lose that game 1, is that you use the game 2, like the information from the game 1 grants you an advantage in game 2, because you're able to adapt, you're able to be like, right, so we kind of know what we're working against. Whereas I'm not saying that that's always the correct approach, because sometimes it'll just not work at all. Sometimes you'll be like, okay, this is just too problematic, or we're not doing well on this. But I feel like there's something to be said for making tweaks and adjustment rather than just throwing everything out and starting from scratch, especially in a best of 3 where you only get a second chance.
Yeah, exactly. You go backs against the wall very quickly. But for me, it was the reliance on the Camille Galio combo that, like, there were a couple really good ones, but it was very, very hard for them to really land that combo.
Yeah, I mean, there was some good. I think that, I don't know, the bigger issue for me was bot lane, right? I'm looking at that second conversation, I'm like, this is pretty good, I like the adjustments. And then I was like, you have one job, right? Don't die in the bot lane 2v2. That's it. That's literally it. If you don't die bot lane, you're probably in with a pretty good chance. And then they died level 1.
You cast her.
And I'm like, and then they kept dying, and then Viper got mega fed, and I'm like, okay. Because the problem is, if it gets to the point where Viper is stronger than Jinx plus Lulu, that's when you know you're kind of doomed.
That's the scariest part. But I will say, Puff had some very close carry performances in those fights. Like, he was finding good spacing, he was able to lay down those rockets, and it just didn't work out. But I do hear we are ready for our interview with a member of EDG, so we're going to send it over to Wendy.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have invited Mako from EDG to join us. So congratulations on this 2-0 victory. And my very first question is about game 1, because it feels like game 1 you were able to get a lot of advantage from the first Rift Herald team fight, and you got the three kills in your pocket. So tell us more about the details about that team fight. 那首先恭喜我们的 Mako 也是2-0顺利的拿下比赛的胜利。那第一个问题也想问一下关于第一局的第一波峡谷先锋团，因为那一波你们是很好的帮助队伍打开局面，也是拿到了3个人头嘛，然后所以说能问一下当时是一个怎么样的一个情况呢？
当时感觉我们上去先锋有点慢嘛，然后他们人已经比较快，所以说当时就让就是 AD 在下面推塔，然后中路因为视野看到了先锋那边的打野在打先锋嘛，所以我们中路是3v3，然后金克斯没双招，当时就说可以打，然后就开起来了。
So at that time, the opponent's team, they have already around the Rift Herald pit. So we just told our AD carry, Viper, to just push the bot tower. And also based on our vision, we have noticed opponent's jungler was trying to target on the Rift Herald. So we have a 3v3 team fight around the main lane. And we have noticed the opponent's Jinx don't have the summoner spell. So we feel like it can be a very good opportunity to make that team fight. And luckily we were able to win this. And the next question is about game 2, because in game 2, TT actually have chosen the more aggressive or early game aggressively compositions in game 2, but instead you guys were able to choose a very skilling draft. So tell us more about the ban pick strategy about game 2. 那其实到第2局，感觉对面好像选择了一个可能在前期会更有进攻性，然后也会有很多节奏点的一个阵容，但是你们选择了一个比较偏发育的一个阵容，所以想问一下你们整体的一个 BP 的思路是怎么样的呢？
第2局的话，我觉得是他们前3楼就已经亮了卡米尔、加里奥嘛，就是前面可能要打支援，然后就打团比较厉害的，所以说我们就选了一个就是比较稳健的，然后比较防御性高一点的阵容吧，然后后期去跟他们打团战这样。
So in game 2, based on the first 3 picks, opponent's team actually have chosen the Galio and Khmer, this draft or this combo. And we feels like with this combo, they can be super aggressively or in all the team fights. So instead, we would like to choose a more defensive or a more stable draft or compositions in our draft. And also we would like to focus more about the late game team fight. So that's a reason for us to have chosen this kind of draft in game 2. And my next question is about the bot lane champion matchup, because in today's 2 games we have seen both Jinx versus Aphelios twice in a row, and definitely Viper and you guys played have shown a very good performance in the laning phase. So tell us more about your perspective towards Jinx and Aphelios, because we feel that these 2 AD champions have the highest pick rate in the current meta. 那其实说到今天的一个下路对决，其实我们2局都看到是金克斯打厄斐琉斯嘛，而且同时这2个英雄也是目前可以说是在 AD 英雄当中选取率最高的。那今天你和 Viper 的一个配合，也是让你们在线上一直都有一个比较好的一个优势和发挥。所以能问一下，你怎么看待当前版本可能金克斯和厄斐琉斯这2个英雄呢？
我觉得就是因为致命节奏的加强嘛，然后金克斯就是也迎来了春天嘛，然后现在。感觉就是前期的话，金克斯会比较弱一点，相对，然后厄培琉斯会比较强一点，然后后期的话，感觉是反过来嘛，金克斯感觉后期会更强。
It feels like with the because the Lethal Temple got buffed, so Jinx had a huge room in all the competitive plays. So and also I think in the laning phase, maybe Aphelios is more stronger than that of Jinx. But in the late game, I feels like Jinx can be much more stronger or have the huge room to carry the whole game than Aphelios. So I think these 2 champions, I would like to share my comments about these 2 champions. And my last question is, now do you have any words to all the fans all around the world like supporting EDG, because you guys really perform so good in this new split? 那最后一个问题也是想问一下 Miko 有什么话想要对一直支持着 EDG 的全球的粉丝们说的，而且对于这个赛季你们也是迎来了比较好的开门红嘛？
就新的赛季，然后怎么说，就重新起航吧，感觉新的一年大家状态也蛮不错的，希望我们继续保持吧。对，谢谢大家。
So I really feel it's a new split, so that means it's a new start to all of us, and definitely all of us have a very good condition, very good momentum. So we just would like to keep this high note to have even better performance in the future, and definitely we'll put full effort in every single games. So thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 再次恭喜你们，接下来比赛加油 ！And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy and Mako, for joining us and chatting a little bit about the 2022 split, but team just keeps on trucking on.
Yeah, and I think it was an interesting sort of perspective talking about the Jinx Aphelios, about the Aphelios' strength in lane, because they look to establish that, right? He understands the carry potential of Jinx and how kind of like you have to find that agency early, and with that they managed to prop Viper up, and he ended up actually being our MVP, Man of the Rift, because of his pretty stellar performance.
Yeah, I think that is the cherry on top, if you will, to EDG, because Viper coming away with no deaths, even though he got so close, even though in both games you could see that TT were trying to initiate the Galio Camille combo onto Viper consistently. It just never happened. He's just too good. And this starts all at level 1.
Yeah, and excuse the mistakes from TT, but irrespective, EDG are forcing them, right? They're being aggressive, they're landing the skill shots, and they're just really doing plays like, hiding the brush, allowing Viper to get a jump, and things like these don't always work, but when they do, they can just garner such a massive advantage, and Viper ended up so far ahead that his damage output was just a little bit insane at points.
It was, and making the Aphelios look real good, even though, we were hearing the interview talks about the Jinx and the strength that Jinx can have. It all comes down to execution in the end of the day, and here's one of those moments, right? This is even where they catch Scout, where they finally kill one of the damage dealers of EDG. You got to get both of them. You got to get all of them at this point.
Yeah, and I love how in this game too, it felt like there was a lot more. We saw Viper using the Infernum, right? Because you have the Galio Camille flying in, they're all stacked up. and it's just spreading that damage around.
Yeah.
I think the weapon choice was really good from Viper, and I think that's the thing, right? Jinx does have that carry opportunity later, but they never let Jinx get to that point. They never let Puff be on an equal item foothold. It was always like Viper would be a whole item up, or like half an item up, or like 3 items up. It felt like at some points, so it just never gave that opportunity over.
I will say, if you at the beginning of the day, if you chose the Hyper Viper anime arc, you definitely won out on this one for sure. I'm still hoping in the powerful Puff. I'm very, very excited for the growth of these two teams, right? But especially that EDG not showing any signs of slumping or slowing down, if you will. We'll see how that continues on. But we got to step away, take a little break, refresh ourselves for the rest of the night, because when we come back, it's going to be Hysterics and Lyric taking you through the rest of the games, starting up with Ultra Prime versus TES and ending with LNG versus RA. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the
Not to stop, oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want, I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe, I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. My mind till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only advice for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want, I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe, I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when the one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a substitute change. In for Mazel and Orcs here today on the field, player number 13, Jordan Lyric Corby. And for me, player number 6. I'm self-proclaimed cool, I'm hysterics. And we're going to be rolling you into the rest of today. It is a juicy little Saturday for you. I don't know where you're based, but here in Australia, it's 7:53 p.m. That means my bedtime, 53 minutes ago, Jordan, but I'm staying up for this one, and I'm going to be staying throughout. As are you, by the way, no choice. Welcome.
Yep, I'm going to be staying. I also want to say, I saw you in chat, not going to say which chat, YouTube or Twitch, calling everyone cute. Then you came in here before the game, were telling me that you actually don't think everyone's cute. You're just a liar trying to farm public sentiment karma.
Well, second of all, like, everyone's cute in my eyes. It's about perception. Don't try and call me out. I don't want to go through this because that's a lot of bull. We're going to go into today as to what we've got lined up for you. Mazel and Orcs warmed us up nicely, especially since they told you about what's coming up with Ultra Prime and Top Esports jumping onto the Rift next. But hey, you and I noticed something running into today, and outside of the shenanigans, we're like, isn't this just Wednesday remodeled? This is like Wednesday Part 2. If you guys watch LPL on Wednesday, it was literally RA versus Top Esports, LNG versus Ultra Prime, and we've got them here, Lyric, just in a new picking order.
Yeah, different order coming in. Both teams swapping dance partners. We are going to have Ultra Prime go up against Top Esports first, and then LNG and RA. So the winners and losers of each series that we saw on Wednesday facing off. And you know what? It's just a cool little tidbit. We can jump right into the series we have on our hands, right? Because Ultra Prime, they might have come out with a loss, but I think Ultra Prime did have some good things that we can look at, especially when we think about their bot lane. Elk coming onto the Ultra Prime roster, now working with Shousey. When we saw them go up against LNG, I feel like Shousey's aggression was really setting up Elk, setting up these gank opportunities where they can bring down Hacker, and set it up to where, again, sure, they lost these games, but they were always in contention for being able to take down LNG, especially in this game 1.
Nice to see the transition, right? There are a lot of questions coming in about Elk, but it's become a bit of a vibe. And I feel like, you know, looking at this lane, Lyric, for Ultra Prime, they had a pretty strong bottom lane in the last split too. We were talking a lot about SMLZ and what he could bring.
Yeah, and it's just nice to see that Elk, who I think, at least in terms of recent form, in the heights he's brought in the previous 2 years, is a little bit of an upgrade. And again, Shousey's aggression still going to keep going. So we're going to be looking at Ultra Prime today to continue to hammer home on their strong point of the map, which will be their bot side.
Okay, well, bot side out of the way. For Ultra Prime, a little bit less to talk about than Top Esports, funnily enough. Now, you came into the segment talking about the losers here, and Ultra Prime, TES, both being 2-0'd. No one expected TES to get 2-0'd, and the fact is, outside of them not performing as expected, there's something that goes a little bit more classic. And Lyric, Top Esports got backdoored again. What is this, like the 3rd or 4th time in the LPL in recent history that Top Esports have had this happen to them?
Yeah, I know. They've been backdoored by Rare Atom twice, specifically the past year. They had the one against RAG as well. Yes. And you know what? We'll just we'll bring up the clip from their recent series up against Rare Atom. It was coming really close for Adam. We're actually in control of the game even before this backdoor, but still just so depressing to see. I do believe this is the first part where they get extremely close, but hysterics. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Top Esports. That's kind of normal Top Esports, though, is that you see the high highs of them typically having the best early game stats in the league, but also having series like this where they lose, where, again, you look at the side of Adam in the series, and it's pretty much a completely new roster, bringing in new mid laner, new jungler. TS definitely the overwhelming favorite, but yeah, they always find a way to clinch defeat from the jaws of victory.
And it's crazy to me when you look at Top Esports roster and paper and how skilled it is again. We lost Castle but got TN. We lost 369 but traded off Zoom. So for Top Esports, still very, very big names on there. But if we're looking at the success and the best part about that series, Lyric, and the best part, honestly, about 2021, we go to the mid lane once again. The person who got the most solo kills globally in a Premier League in any split. I think we ended on 37, which is an absurd number as we look and talk about Knight once again.
Yeah, I can't remember what game it was, but I remember you were casting it, where he was just like stacking up solo kills past that record last split. And yeah, up against RA, Knight was the standout player. had some good games on champions like Victor and Tryndamere. And when you think about top esports, it really has just continuously been the Knight show. Jackie Love always hit or miss. I mean, Zoom and Tian gonna have to find their footing on this roster. Dwal still being very new. We saw in the series, especially in this game too, when he was on the Tryndamere pick, he was able to do so much work, consistently running down enemies, finding triple kills, quadra kills, and keeping top esports in the game. So looking ahead to 2022, it feels like it's still going to be very similar for TS. That Knight is going to be the win condition. They're going to have to rely on them consistently having pressure mid, and for him to be able to have large impact moments in these team fights.
And it's also fair of me to say, Lyric, that I think the champion pool makes it even more scary, right? It's so large, to the size of Doomby almost, right? So there's so much you can add by the value of having this player in your roster.
And it's always been like that, right? I feel like we come out of every split talking about that Knight has a champion Ocean. Again, already pulling out two very different champions in his series.
Yeah.
Still doing very good in terms of keeping his efficiency and his farming up in terms of CS per minute. Involved in a ton of kills, high kill participation. Did get a solo kill in that series up against Strive, who's very hyped up coming from the LDL. And yeah, for TS, it is just going to still be playing around this player. Kind of talking about top esports a little bit more holistically, I do feel like they showed some good plays in that series. Sure, again, they did get 2-0'd, but I feel like some of their smaller macro plays were pretty nice. We saw RA going for certain things like bot lane dives. Well, Zoom would use those windows to start roaming mid, help Knight take a mid turret. We'd see when RA are looking to bait Baron, we see Knight pushing inside lane on the Tryndamere. They have a very clear idea of what they want to do on the map. We do just typically tend to see some of the over-aggression still coming out from TS, and I think TN specifically is still in pretty underwhelming form, which is why it's unsurprising that TS are actually going to field Xiaopeng today.
Yeah, that's right. Which is crazy to me, right? Where, you know, we do talk about TN, but you're right, it has to be about that recent form. What we saw a little bit at Demacia Cup, what we saw coming in the first series against Rare Adam, this will be nice, Lyric, and the fact that we're talking about Xiaopeng again is great considering that he has been a top-tier jungler in the past. Remember Sino Dragon, remember Xiaopeng making his debut, where he's considered such a top-tier jungler. You were rating him very highly in the following year.
Yeah, I think Xiaopeng has always been a really fun player to watch, right? Whether it was the time on Sino Dragon, whether it was when they turned to DMO, or even more recent splits with TP. And if you haven't watched a lot of LPL, if you don't know who Xiaopeng is just absolutely insane. He's the type of jungler who is going to go into the enemy jungle at level 2, look to flash over the red buff wall, look for that 1v1, and just create a lot of chaos. He's going to go for a lot of early ganks. He's very proactive and really likes to set up his laners. And when you have laners like Jackie Love, like Knight, even Zoom in the top side, I feel like it makes sense to bring in a jungler who is just going to throw himself at those lanes, even if it does put himself behind, or again, these plays are 50-50, they are flips, they can backfire. But again, when you have Knight and Jackie Love, I think it makes sense.
And dude, it's meta. We're talking Lee Sin meta. Xiaopeng also loves things like the Nidalee as well, too.
Rek'Sai, the Rek'Sai one trick and KR solo queue.
Yes, absolutely, yes. Let's pause for a second, because Ultra Prime coming up on our screens. We saw ZS Hacker coming through as well. Cryan, who, remember, won MSI on RNG last year. Elk and Xiaoxi, the new bottom lane. Ultra Prime, a team that I had middling a little bit, Lyric, just outside the realms of playoffs. And we kind of got to saw some of the strengths you're talking about in the bottom lane through the experience that's now leveled up the roster, if only by a little bit.
I think they should definitely be expected to be a cut above certain teams like Thunder Talk and One's Legend, LGD on paper.
Yep.
How much higher than that they could go, I think, will depend on a lot of them finding their own specific formula, especially since they have Cryan, who is much more of a specialized player in terms of his champion pool and what impact he can have on the map. But on the opposite side, another very specialized team, heavily indexed into one strength. We got Top Esports.
Now, Top Esports specialized, probably the perfect word to go with this team, as Zoom's on the Rift. You saw Xiaopeng in today, ladies and gentlemen, instead of Tian. Knight in the mid lane, Jackie Love and Dwar are your bottom lane, and there you go, in front of us right there, Xiaopeng. Previously, DMO Lyric was talking about TT as well. Lyric, this guy gets another chance to kind of show up in the LPL, and I couldn't be more impressed. I couldn't be more excited, I should say.
It feels like it's really his first chance, if you think about it, right? Sure, Sino Dragon came in, they made a cool impact, they made playoffs in their first split, but still a very new team with very new players at the time, thinking of people like Gala being on that roster, and even Ale, right? And them being broken apart after a certain amount of time. But Xiaopeng after that has never really been on a team with, I'd say, top tier players. He's always been the best player on one of the bottom tier teams, right? So this will really be his first shot at proving himself with TES. And when we talk about TES being a specialized team, I'm pretty sure the past 2 years, TES have almost always led the league in stats like goal difference of 15 minutes. So always come out with an absurd like plus 5K goal difference of 15 minutes on average. So that's between all their games, and they look to crush you early, right? So definitely indexing even heavier into that strength with Xiaopeng coming on the roster. We didn't see that in their first series. We're going to see if TS do still continue that identity that they have had over the past few years.
Because they started off with a loss in top esports. Again, folks, caster words like expectations can't be repeated enough. Xiaopeng coming into the roster here today, trying to get top esports their first win because the loss against Rare Atom, when RA, many have said, have downgraded their roster, was unacceptable by TES fans, unacceptable by the fans that expect them to go in their top tier. Lyric, you did put them in your top tier, and I know it's only been one series, but top esports need to come out of the gates rolling in this one, I feel, because Ultra Prime, a team like RA that are middling in the league, that need every win they can get as well.
Oh, 100% agreed, right? I mean, the fact that both of them, again, did start off with losses. The fact that I think Ultra Prime's roster on paper does have potential upside where they can end higher than a lot of fans would expect. And the fact that TS have always been high variance also means every win in the split is very important, because if you don't make playoffs, I think that would just be so depressing for TS once again. I mean, even just imagining the fact that Knight wasn't at Worlds last year, I think is pretty sad when you think about the caliber of his level of play. So TS should definitely be in contention for one of the teams vying for that MSI slot. And it's only week 1, but still, I feel like the LPL goes by very, very quickly with the fact that we have 7 days a week. So again, being 2 series behind other teams can just make it so rough when you're trying to vie for things like buys into semifinals once we get later on in the split 4 playoffs.
True. Yeah, every series making the difference, not just a cop out here. A very important point to note as we bring you our Wednesday part 2. It'll be Ultra Prime and Top Esports jumping into pick ban very shortly. Lyric, we did highlight Knight. Today he's going up against Cryan, and you talked about Cryan being a stylistic player, a player that we know in RNG facilitated a position. And as we go into this ban pick, I'm curious how much Top Esports can take over this middle lane and make sure that Cryan doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah, TS banning out the Twisted Fate already. They banned it out in their last series. You can tell they aren't a team that really gravitates towards that pick.
Yep.
I wonder now if they'll take away the Renekton for the fact that I think that is ZS's most comfortable champion in top lane, and one that it doesn't seem like TS have been too favorable in terms of looking at. They did ban it as well in their last series. Ultra Prime being pretty interesting, taking away 2 of the 3 AD carries, so only Aphelios left open. Maybe trying to push TS in the direction where they need to pick that one up, or even just pinch the pool to where we're getting into the tier 2s of things like Jins, maybe seeing Ezreal's and Kai'Sa's able to come out as well.
You know, Jackie willing to play as well, especially that Ezreal. But we don't get triple AD carry banned. The Aphelios you mentioned still open and available. Jarvan ban against Xiaopeng makes a lot of sense as well, folks. Remember, the jungler coming in, a big deal because he is that carry style player we talked about with Top Esports already bringing momentum in their first pick, and that's going to set you up, Lyric. Remember, we did actually talk about the Nidalee, so I like this Renekton B1.
Yeah, still though, I feel like Ultra Prime should have a pretty easy answer with the Aphelios here. It seems like with the fact that Renekton didn't get banned, they were trying to be like, hey, either you can take this or we're going to get it, because the Jarvan's also banned. So if Ultra Prime doesn't take Aphelios here when he is the only premier AD carry open, the fact that you don't have to worry about a Jarvan coming in on the opposite side would be incredibly surprising. Ultra Prime right now just flashing that Nidalee because, like you said, they know exactly what Top Esports want to go for.
Well, taking away that Aphelios, Lyric says, but it's Leona instead. So, Lyric, you've given over the jungler. That was a bit of coy play there from Ultra Prime. And Jackie can have the Aphelios if he wants.
Yeah, I think you even could look for things like Jins to go into the bottom lane, or something that can just stabilize and hold. Something you don't need to play around with, can be left in the 1v2 rump support up towards topside. Because you do have the Renekton, and Renekton, as shown in LPL so far, is incredibly high value. He is banned almost every single game.
Oh, yeah.
We think about it a while ago, Renekton did get those nerfs to his W, and after that time, Riot did give him some kind of tune-up buffs because he was struggling. Eventually, reverted the change on his W, and Renekton has just been strong in the eyes of LPL players ever since. So we expect to see Top Esports doubling down on that top lane matchup. We did see them do that towards the end of Demacia Cup, where they just put a lot of resources into top lane, into diving and ganking Zoom's lane and allowing him to have a big impact. Something that historically no team has done when they've had Zoom. They just leave him to do his own thing, but Top Esports maybe trying to incorporate him into their own style.
I also want to say, Lyric, that we know LPL players will play it towards the mid lane as well. Knight's done it in the past. You have a huge brain, and we know that the meta is pretty stable with mages in the mid lane, but I think food for thought in case it passes our lips. The Zig's going to be the final pick before the second phase, though, for Ultra Prime. So we have bottom lane cemented. Lyric, where do you want to go from here? Because we've got a bit of a mismatch for both these teams.
Yeah, I would expect Top Esports to be manning out top laners, probably with the fact you've already picked up the Renekton, so things like Jace are ones that jump to mind, especially with the fact that they do have a Ziggs down in the bottom lane, so they are going to have AP. I don't know if you want to go for something like a Gwen top side, which can go into the Renekton, because then you might be too heavily indexed into AP. You're forced to take an AD mid laner when you already have an AD jungler. So for TS, I think a Jace ban would make the most sense. You expect Ultra Prime wanting to take a mage in the mid lane and then probably round out with some AD on the top side.
Okay, well, I'm looking towards those Jace bans coming through. We got a Vex, we got a LeBlanc, so solo lane's definitely the word right now, and I like that we're getting rid of something like the Vex against a player like Knight, who we talked about the arsenal in the mid lane. We talked a lot about how Knight was such a great player last year, didn't make it to Worlds, and even in the first series already showcased some of that skill that we highlighted towards that last split. Nautilus going to be banned here, though, and that's one of Draw's favorites, so limiting the pool across the board against Top Esports. Lyric, that solo laner once again. Just wait to see if Top Esports do choose to get rid of the Jace and make life a little bit harder coming through for that top lane.
So they could also technically go with the Corki. Crying did play that in their last series. I think Corki's incredibly good against Aphelios. He'll pair very well with the Ziggs in terms of just having a double poke setup against a lot of range coming out on the other side. But honestly, Crying did not have the best performance
He didn't
on
hit the
Corki
big
in the
ones.
last series.
He didn't hit the
No,
big
he was
ones.
not.
What's the point?
He was not hitting the big ones. And you did say last time that it's impossible to miss the big ones.
It is.
Also in game one did have the part where he Valkyried over the wall into like 4 members and kind of just died. That won't happen every time. So if he does want to pick it, it fits their comp. It goes with it thematically. It is very safe up against champions, you know, like Renekton. You can kite them out later on, and looks like Crying will go back to that. Hopefully Ox is not out there tilting somewhere.
No, because I looked through some VODs and I noticed that Yagao didn't make him a very happy man. That was something. Listening to his package timing, and I think therapy after that game is needed. So we'll see about those package timings. We'll let him know. But going through Lyric, I see a Knight Silas. That's exciting considering it's one of his best in recent history.
Yeah, also a little bit surprising. Something that has fallen a little bit out of flavor. We've seen him once so far. I mean, in terms of early laning phase, Corki will be able to kind of do whatever he wants. He's going to take the first strike. He's going to get some gold off of you. But especially post 6, right? That's when you're looking at Silas to be able to make a big impact. You have a ton of all-in coming out from the side of TS. You have 2 champions that feel comfortable going into side lanes. You have the pick potential with Nidalee and Renekton. You can also have Rakan looking to follow up as well. For the side of Ultra Prime, though, I think in terms of 5v5, they do have a pretty nice range advantage. They do have a pretty nice front line in the Leona as well, so that's where they will be feeling comfortable. And now having this Jax to look to counteract the pressure that Renekton and Silas will be looking to generate later on.
And it makes sense when we look at these two teams going head-to-head, right? You just mentioned Top Esports. What we know about this team is, in the past, they tried to pull gold leads before the first 15 minutes of the game. And if you look at this composition, Lyric, if it gets off the ground, starts rolling, the all-in, the pick potential you mentioned as well, are these champions being able to dart forward? But Top Esports, that gives them control and that gives them the initiative to take this game by the horns. Whereas for Ultra Prime, you're talking to me about the 5v5. I see a lot of scaling here as well, Lyric. The Jax, the Corki, the Ziggs. Things that can nuke as the game progresses on. So can Ultra Prime hold out? I think it's the biggest question here when Top Esports have got something to prove after their first loss against Rare Atom.
I think that will be, you know, the question, right? For the side of Ultra Prime, you're going to be playing around things like the package timings coming out, potentially looking to take those Rift Herald fights at the 8-minute mark, and just abusing that strength. For TS, I think you are a bit more flexible with the timers you can look for ganks. You expect a potential early gank, you know, maybe level 3, level 4 to come out around topside for the Renekton. You can very easily try to combo in with the Sylas as well with the lockdown that he has. And then we know that Knight is going to be looking to make an impact roaming around the map consistently.
Okay.
So for TS, snowballing is the name of the game, getting that early advantage and finding picks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we look at the solo queue win rates here in the matchup, we're about to head into game number 1. I know you're wondering what those stats were, but yeah, solo queue's definitely different from competitive play, especially when you got TES versus Ultra Prime. Welcome you to our second series of the day and the start, or sorry, today's Saturday, Lyric. It's the second day of our Super Week, but every day's Super Week. So maybe nothing is Super Week. A contemplation thought. I'll get there eventually. My name is Jake. This is Lyric, also known as Jordan Corby, also known as a level 1.
We have kills already. Let's go.
Forget it, dude. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about introductions when you have a 1-for-1, 3-1 minute. Now, let's take stock, Lyric, because I flash gone from top, flash gone from jungle, draw out of both summoners. Who died?
I just gotta say, I absolutely love that you never really see the setup for the level 1 in LPL. By the time we're on the Rift, every time it's about 1 minute into the game. So the fight is already happening or people are already dead. It's just a wonderful surprise for you when we get to see the replay. And it does look like top esports are the ones who initiated the invade. We see both dashes started on the side of top esports, really creative level 1 to be able to come out. Looks like they should be able to finish off Xiaoxi. But they're getting collapsed on. So, okay, we're going to get a trade somehow. I assume Xiaoxi walks back in, which is how top esports get their 1 kill. That is what happens. He goes down tonight. And, yeah, Ultra Prime pick up 1 on the other end of the fight.
Okay, so Jackson 1, Knight 1, sorry, ZS top lane. We have pretty core elements that needed to get ahead early, or at least be in a comfortable position where it changes because of this crazy level 1 Fiesta.
I think the biggest difference we'll get is especially gold on Knight, since we were talking about how the fact that he wants to be one of the people bringing out agency onto the map early on, right? Being able to have a bit more gold, get your power spike a little bit sooner, have higher impact in these mid-game skirmishes is going to be pretty nice. The kill on ZS, I think is going to be more of kind of building on that insurance policy you already had. He's going to have a fine time in the laning phase now, no doubt. And the bit of a timer that top esports are on just gets a wee bit smaller.
Important to know, especially since we have the Nidalee with Renekton, and it was about Zoom's lane coming into this draft Lyric. It was about focusing the lane where all Nidalees like to go, pairing up in that duo. So I guess it's going to put more attention on Xiaopeng, and as he debuts here in 2022, how he can get back into that lane as he pass up towards the top side right now.
100% what we expected him to go for. The ward also did just time out for ZS, so potentially does set up a gank window for the side of TS. Looks like Hacker looking for some, though, going towards the mid lane, trying to bait Knight out. Doesn't look like Knight's going to fall for it, though. Xiaopeng isn't too far behind him.
I like that Knight as well, hovering towards the top side where his jungler is. His Hacker just passes through on the clear. ZS now helping out with the scuttle too. Xiaopeng behind enemy lines. This is either a pincer or a grand escape as he gets spotted out. He wants to pounce away from this as Sonic Wave at the ready. Spear dodged, and Xiaopeng, luckily Zoom was walking there as well.
Xiaopeng being patient, Cryan was low on mana. This is why Ultra Prime decided to back off in the end for the fact that you look at Knight. Knight does still have some resources. Zoom was given time to answer the wave from topside, which means he would have been able to answer. Could have been a 3v3 had any fight broken out, but Cryan without that mana, wouldn't be able to have the impact that is necessary. So ultimately, top esports do get the Scuttle Crab, and Xiaopeng just looking for a bit of setup on top side. Hacker, though, reading the play well, knowing that Zoom did bring this wave in. Looks like both junglers just anticipating that the other could look for the play here. I don't expect anything to happen. Recalls probably should just come out in the end.
Okay, well, Xiaopeng being extra patient, cancelled it twice now. Hit level 4 off the wave as well. And ZS at half HP, maybe that's enticing enough. Hacker's backed away, even being at a similar level, and Xiaopeng's like, dude, I want
okay,
this
we're at
so
4.
bad.
We're at 4. Yeah, 4 canceled the recall so far, and he does finally go. And Again, it didn't really look like a play you would have been able to pull off. Zoom was doing a nice job of just kind of tethering him on the range when he was walking up to hit minions to be able to get some of those Qs off. But I think ZS ultimately still looking too healthy. You also need to remember with Ultra Prime's comp that they are running 3 teleports because they do have Ziggs down in the bottom lane. So typically you will always have one member who should be available to cover for you. Even when someone like Crying uses their TP to get back to lane, Elk will still have his.
Good point to raise. Remember, we are on 12.1, so we need to wait for 14 minutes until we get the Unleashed teleport instead of play. After the Hex Flash is not successful. Elk taking a quick grab at him trade from Jackie Love, who's also pushing in. And on that teleport note, before we go on, just to note that Knight has actually taken Ignite here as well. So you raise the teleport point at a very good time, noticing that Zoom is the only person lyric. Meaning that you're right, there's going to be a lot of covering from Ultra Prime. Not so much top esports as the game goes on.
And it also kind of shows another distinction in their win conditions, right? Where top esports are very consciously just trying to all in on some early skirmishing, so if they could find fights here, though Xiaopeng is quite low right now. Ultra Prime should feel pretty good to take this.
Accurate full HP with a level advantage as well. He flashes back out of the pit, pounces in. Smite comes down, he gets it. Now for top esports to turn around as Knight's at the forefront. Ryan's jumped on in. Hacker burning down low as well. And Jackie Love starts setting out blue bullets as the javelin toss was a mighty wee bit close. Dragon, the fight, summoners is all that goes down in the end.
Yeah, for TS, Xiaopeng playing on a knife's edge. A lot of Ultra Prime skill shots did miss. The Q coming out from Lee Sin. I think Elk's initial bomb missed as well. Maybe if they could have bursted out Xiaopeng right away, that could have been a Dragon they could have ultimately taken and just tried to posture with TS where they would back off from looking for picks. TS come out as the big winners in the end, though. Do get that first objective and do at least generate a little bit of pressure. Shouldn't miss out on too much CS down here in the bot side either.
It'd be nice though if Ultra Prime were able to get themselves a bit of turret plating here, Lyric, or catch up from CS in some of these lanes, because as we look across the top esports win condition, and yes, Elk was able to get 160 gold, so closer now towards that 500 gold difference. That we notice the top esports CS difference is there. Lyric, doesn't matter, replay time. You walk me through this before I start talking numbers.
Yeah, we see Xiaoxi trying to look for the grab on Xiaopeng, isn't able to land the E. Hacker also missing a Sonic Wave as well. Elk at this point having no mana. It felt like for Ultra Prime, the only key to winning the fight was being able to burst down Xiaopeng before the other members are able to follow up. We know Knight, especially right now, will be able to have a higher impact in the team fight than the Corki on the receiving side. Jackie Love is just an AD champion, will be able to auto-attack compared to Elk, who sure you can auto-attack, but without the mana, you aren't going to be dealing the same amount of damage. So ultimately, TS come out the victors. But going back to a point we were going to hit before Dragon, right? Just some of the win costs and strategies that Ultra Prime can take up with the fact that they do have 3 TPs to 1. Because you can pretty much continuously try to bait out Zoom's TP in the late game, and then consistently have numbers advantage or split push advantage with the fact that you will have more TPs than the enemy. So it will be really cool to see if Ultra Prime are smart enough to enact that strategy.
Depends on the macro coming through. Mid to late game, we'll watch out for it. As right now, we have to look out for this lane game. Dominus use, and remember, Renekton in a 1v2, a lot easier than you think, ladies and gentlemen. Shoutzy goes in for the get. That's a mistake. That Zenith Blade should not have been taken, as Ultra Prime's bottom lane continuously pushed back against their turret. Jackie Love and Dwarf ready to go as they bloom upon level 6.
And on the opposite side of the map, Zoom and Xiaopeng just kind of threatening. Both mid laners heading over now, but Jua does have first move over from support, so ultimately TS should be able to get positioning for this Herald. Now it's going to be about which AD carry can follow first. With the fact that TS do have push in bot lane, you would expect Jackie Love could start looking to roam over now.
Well, but Lyric, there is a package for Cryan, so Orcs will be happy about it for now, but Knight's taking his ulti as Zoom getting engaged on the side, but Cryan burst out. That package not going to do a thing. Kick great though for Dwarf, but he just flashes, re-engages, comes back in. Zenith flashes away, but now Zoom is an angry Croc as Knight used the last of the ulti. The chain lash, the flash leap strike. Zetas may be out, but top esports take a life and a Herald this time, Lyric.
Top esports going with the 4v4, no, neither AD carry following up. They find the angles. We see Dwal going in with the engage. I think a nice spear hit from Xiaopeng as well onto Cryan to start it off, I believe. That's how we got chunked out so low. Then we saw just the amount of dive coming out from top esports so early on in the game with Silas, Rakan, Renekton. Is just too much to handle for the side of Ultra Prime, who aren't really able to land any poke first. Heck, again, one half of that poke combo isn't even in the fight. He's down in that bottom side, and Cry not able to find an opportune time to use the package. So We will see a little bit here. I just want to see, is it the spear that clips him? No, rocket into W. Yeah, pretty much just nice chain, actually. Xiaopeng's spear is the only thing that doesn't hit Hysterics. But Knight's here. Zoom on the opposite side again. You have a ton of dive to be able to pick up the win in this fight. And ultimately, I just don't feel like Ultra Prime's composition has enough damage to be looking for skirmishes at this point in the game.
I mean, Knight's advantage to the mid lane, what I wanted to talk about before was the CS advantages, not only through top, jungle, look at mid, look even at bot developing too. Every single lane of top esports right now is in the lead. They have a 2k gold lead for a good reason. Knight now has Everfrost and 4 stacks on the Dark Seal. We are getting Knight season again, Lyric, where, remember it was last year, you and I said every single game, Knight buys Magi. He buys Dark Seal and then he upgrades to Magi's pretty much 9.5 games out of 10.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to see him start doing it again, just start styling on absolutely everyone. Heck, even forced Crying to buy the Hex Drinker, so he's not going to have damage for quite a while longer. And when we talked about that's what Ultra Prime's big problem in their comp is right now. You're not sitting pretty looking at the items and the components that you have so far. Knight's going to generate so much pressure. He should continuously look to roam with Xiaopeng. With the fact that Dragon's coming up, playing towards the bottom side makes sense. Ultra Prime, though, looks like they're going to go for a bit of cross-map on the opposite side. They know where TES are, so if you can get some wards down, if you can find some camps, so Hacker might not know that Xiaopeng actually has enough up. It is the best play that Ultra Prime can go for.
Yeah, Hacker getting a little bit sad about that fact as well. Zoom taking the respect for now. Knight's actually got an all in again. There's the Everfrost on a no mana Corki. Thanks for the cannon barrage. Actually, Corki's barrage, I have forgotten the name, I'll be honest with you, but Knight's still doing as much damage with it as Cry is. Cry has to respect that and back off the next wave.
And it's just where the matchup's at this point in time, right? We've already talked about things like the lack of damage coming out. You think about the heal that Knight has coming in on his Silas, especially once he gets the Conqueror fully stacked. That's not going to make it any easier. You are the one with the Combat Summoner in the Ignite, so he will consistently be able to win these 1v1s. TS using the pressure they generated from bot. Shoutzy goes in.
Through. Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Great pick from Ultra Prime, but they're getting blasted underneath the Torrent Straw. Helps with the engage. Herald as well. Knight close to clipping the wings of Shoutzy. Even though it's a trade, at the end of the day, gold still goes over to top esports.
Top esports definitely went out in terms of just a black and white trade, right? They get the 1-for-1, but they also get some plates down on mid turret. They get more gold. For Ultra Prime, the fact that you do get 1 kill when you are the team that is far behind, I think is pretty nice for them. So being able to find something. Again, we know Shoutzy is a player who is not afraid of looking for these opportunities. And we're going to see here, finds the Zenith Blade straight onto Xiaopeng, locks him down with the ultimate immediately. They have a ton of burst, able to follow out with Hacker following in that queue. Ultimately, though, is going to get locked down by Knight. And even Joel coming out with the quickness as well was quite nice to make sure that Hacker can't get away.
Love that. Knight wasn't letting Hacker get out of that alive. Interrupting the warp and beautiful to see. So, as you mentioned, beneficial from top esports at the end of the day. 2k gold lead still sits there. But top esports have 2 dragons. They've got a 3-0 mid laner who now has 6 stacks on the Magi's. We'll keep tracking for you. And I've just noticed Xiaopeng going for the Proto Belt here, Lyric. Last time we saw in Italy, it was a Night Harvester build. It was the... Yeah, I actually can't think of anything outside of Night Harvester that I've seen in a while.
Yeah, and I mean, Solo Queue's been back and forth for a little bit. I actually think a lot of people have preferred the Rocket Belt and Solo Queue compared to the Night Harvester. So nice to see, again, it's going to give you some extra follow-up and chase potential coming out, getting a bit more HP as well. For the side of Ultra Prime, though, I feel like this is where you have to start pivoting into playing through top. Sure, Zoom is still ahead in that top lane, but you have Ziggs down in bot side. So you have a ton of wave clear. You have the Mega Inferno Bomb to be able to follow up plays on the opposite side of the map. I think keeping Shoutzy up towards that side, making sure ZS can get farm. If you see TS going for a play on the bot side, looking to zone, zoom off. And if TS are doing what they do now, where they're stacking members towards top side, matching that, getting your own defensive vision down, and allowing these jacks to scale up.
What do you do here? Ultra Prime, I think, forced off, and ZS having to give away yet another bit of tower plating. Zoom 0-0-0, but he's got a lot of gold under himself as well. Curious to see if they can kill with 12 waiting in the wings. Look at Xiaopeng as well, Lyric. This is the play you want. ZS, well, leap strikes. Oh no! The plot thickens and ZS is just dead with a pounce and a leap. Knight's on the way as well. Xiaoxi's next on the menu, boys. And I don't know how they knew about meat, but the Urukai do not rest. Xiaoxi next up, and 5 for 2. Lyric turret's going to go down. It's about to boon into a 4K gold lead.
I just absolutely love the amount of initiative that LPL players, and I guess mid laners specifically, take with their flash. I still remember on day 1 where Shahu just flashed over the wall to go for the dive. Bot Knight do the same thing here. Knight does kick away, so Hacker luckily does have that zoning tool. The point is, yeah, initiative coming out. Hacker thought he was the one outsmarting Zoom up in topside, having 2 members to follow up on the play. Sadly for him, TS were being more cheeky, had numerous members sitting there from the start. And with Rift Herald on the map now, Ultra Prime going to try and leverage the package into being able to take that neutral. Luckily for them, they do have some objective bounties, so could potentially try and get some more sweet gold.
Okay. Point there, Lyric. I'll point out that Prime picking it up for Herald. I hope Orcs is happy about that instead of the Dragons, because 40 seconds till that comes through. Ultra Prime, full priority on the objective. 5 members here. Backs actually coming through out of all 3 members of TES, resetting before this Dragon, knowing that the Herald isn't the biggest loss. But you're right, objective bounty comes through. A bit more gold to help Ultra Prime recover.
And hopefully for the side of Ultra Prime, right, if you could leverage that into taking a turret as well, that's just going to be more of an objective bounty coming your way to get you closer into the game. We're going to see a replay here from Knight's perspective. Like we talked about the flash, because he did use it over the other wall, is able to follow through, gets locked down immediately. Everfrost, sadly, was still on cooldown, but I don't know why we saw Knight's point of view from all that. We saw him jump over a wall, flash, and then get locked up immediately. But again, it was pretty baller. I respect it.
He stole it. I just like the fact that Colin Kelsey's ultimate and used it back on him. Always nice to see his Hacker. Yeah, he's probably dead here, guys. Jackie Love takes a kill, and I think at this point, even though Ultra Prime are getting these objectives and trying to find ways back into the game, what do you do, Lyric? I mean, it's the sole point at 16 minutes about to come up.
Ooh, yeah, this is quite a rough one for the side of Ultra Prime. I mean, at this point, you really just need a turtle, right? You look at the item discrepancies coming out across the map. Knight, especially, probably sitting on some standing gold as well to be able to get closer to his next item. Looks like he's making his way potentially towards that. Zanya's and for Ultra Prime, again, you are just finishing your man immune on Corki, who is still sitting on a Hex Trigger, so still not dealing that massive amount of damage that he needs. For the side of Ultra Prime, I don't think you look to set up any proactive plays like you did around the top side. Is we see a pick that happened onto Hacker. Pretty cool.
Yep.
But yeah, don't initiate any plays yourself. Have Hacker lean to the side of the map that TS is playing on. I don't think split mapping or cross mapping is going to be all too effective for them now. You're pretty much just trying to buy time on the Rift. Any cross map that TS look to go for, they should be able to win out more. You do solve objective bounties though for the side of Ultra Prime, so that's why they're pressuring now to be able to drop this Rift Herald and get some more gold in their pockets.
All right, well, Hacker's going to be ran into in a second though, as Zoom just charges. I want to point out as well, you were mentioning the Hex Trigger from Brian as Herald finally drops. You can't get the shield bow this time, so it will be the AP build. You can't have both items in League of Legends anymore. So for Brian, let's see if that gets him closer towards either finishing it or getting towards that true second item. Turret goes down, that's what they came for. Top Esports can't stop it. It's now only 4,000 gold. I'm smiling a bit more, Lyric, for now.
Yeah, this is like the gold league we were talking about for Top Esports, but it's also not. We said their average was like 5K in 15 minutes. Look where we are now. Is Knight potentially going to look for the solo kill? Weak.
Okay. No, you know what? That's strength in the bottom lane. I want to point out Xiaopeng's first debut in 2022 over Tien, who has won Worlds, but honestly, I feel like we all know that we don't feel like Tien is playing the level of performance that we've seen at Worlds and seen in the past, especially towards Summer Split. I don't want to hurt Tien while he's not playing Lyric, but importantly, Xiaopeng has had a really good starting game. I think Xiaopeng has been in control and been dominating Hacker.
And I think Xiaopeng, again, generally has been in good form, has shown that mechanically he does have a lot of prowess, and just, I think, makes a solid fit for the team stylistically. He's TS, potentially going to look for a dive. Spear lands.
Stops there for now at the very least. Yeah. I guess for now, Top Esports just going to wait for that last dragon.
I'm just kind of hoping that if I set up that something will happen and hand off to you, that I will just kind of will it into existence, and that means it'll happen. It's okay. Xiaopeng looking for once again.
There you
Xiaoxi!
go. You did it, man. You did it. Xiaoxi goes in, almost dead as quickly he's arrived. Mega Inferno Bomb's there. Sonic Wave as well onto Jacula, but the flash immediately burned. Respect paid for Ultra Prime. Now they're in a choke. The Zooms in the back line. Dominus immediately. Knight as well. Taking the Jax ulti. A good trade from ZS as he runs away, but top esports are mad. You don't take away Xiaopeng without paying the price. And for ZS, there is no escape from this death he's about to receive. This will be kill number 8, folks. It'll be top esports setting themselves up for great positioning coming through for the Dragon in 2 minutes. Vision, gold, you name it, everything belongs to them as Zoom started that amazing flank.
That also could have just gone a lot worse for the side of TS, right? They're 3-man up under Ultra Prime's turret. Ultra Prime very quickly able to collapse with the fact that Ziggs is already roaming and Corki does have that TP available. We'll see what happens. Chelsea looking for the lockdown, almost exerts it out, but they are able to follow up. Bomb comes out. Hacker landing a nice Q onto Jacula to force out those summoners, and now they just don't really have the follow-up potential to find those kills. Xiaopeng got extremely low, but this all took so long. If I have enough time for Zoom and Knight to make their way in the fight, so much AoE coming out from them. ZS seeing the opportunity to find the flash into Q onto Xiaopeng to at least get one kill back, something. But again, it feels like that could have gone better for Ultra Prime had some of the skill shots been able to hit initially.
True.
And yeah, the chase took too long. And Zoom and Knight came in and they got to clap some kids.
They did two item Knight, by the way. Actually 3 because there's a Magi's. He's built it once again. 9 stacks
got
on
it.
So the 6 out of 8 kill participation. Silas going to be big in this next fight coming up, Lyric. 50 seconds till the Dragon, and you need to walk me through how Ultra Prime approached this one. The Mountain Soul's too big to give up, it feels like.
Yeah, for Ultra Prime, I think they're starting off with the red set generally, trying to force Zoom off the trade top side. I think it'd probably be more beneficial for ZS to just start moving now if they're going to look to contest. Sure, you're going to try and put up some pressure with the fact that you have TP up in top lane, but I don't think enough to where you can really force Zoom to answer anyway. And try to be the ones who can get first move in a river. Not going to happen because Silas, too much pressure. Hysterics, the answer is there's none. There's no way. There's no setup to come out from Ultra Prime right now.
That's all right. You did try to give me something, and I appreciate that the limit there is. I want to also point out,
There's
Xiaopeng,
package.
he's been taking his own blue buff, so he's throwing spears, while package in hand, but Knight is also level 14, and he's stolen away the real ulti. 2 Maga knock up for Twar, and a Silas with Everfrost. The sun comes down, but it's radiating only for top esports in game number 1. Jackie Love kiting away, but a nice little hit from Crine. He finally hits his rockets, Lyric. That's great. But can top esports, can they get anything more from this fight as Ultra Prime stand as a 3-man unit? And top esports surprisingly the same.
Yeah, ooh, ZS still looking for a bit
On
more.
board, but Dominus is still available. Knight goes back on in. Ignite down, flash away. Little bit messy from TES, and this is what we saw against RA. They're not keeping their cool, and they may have lost the Dragon because of it.
You know, and I'm sorry that I didn't preface with the fact that if top esports will just jump in right where Crine is, where he can put his package.
Bad analyst,
that Ultra Prime won the fight fighting of the package with the fact that they can also layer the Mega Inferno Bomb on top of it. Ultra Prime starting this one off. TP's coming in. I think they should be able to secure this quite easily. Draw and Zoom shouldn't be able to contest. So Ultra Prime buying that timer that we hit on earlier a little bit longer. Hopefully get some more items, especially onto Corki, and then trying to play the range game. We also saw in that fight how much damage that AoE is able to do to numerous members. Again, they fought where the package was. A lot of the skill shots from both Crine and Elk able to hit in that choke point. Jacula getting incredibly low, lending to where Ultra Prime were able to take a win.
So with objective bounty gold given, it's now only 4,000. Plot thickens a little bit as it started with low health members and top esports actually getting the choke.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pretty cool engage getting on multiple members, but we see there a little bit of the package coming out. You're in a choke, so both Ziggs and Corki have incredibly easy access. Look at Jacqueline was taking damage the whole time from it. Chua as well, getting shrunk quite low. And Crine and Elk just in a position where they can freely dish out that damage. So, top esports kind of causing themselves to lose that fight with the angle they're looking for. Again, if you can lock Corki down with the initial engage from the Rakan, I think it makes sense. You're hoping you could burst out Corki fast enough to where then they don't have the same amount of damage that we just saw, and you were able to win the fight.
Oddly enough, the big one theory, I guess it's back. You don't miss the big one. Crine actually hitting the rockets, and we gave him criticism, justly so, against LNG. Cryan had a pretty rough time as his Corki, so it is good to see some balancing factors after the laning phase, after Knight was so aggressive to him in the first 15 minutes of the game. 2 items now picked up as well, Lyric, and as I said before, it's going to be the AP build. Luden's picked up with the Hex Drinker in hand, so catching up to where Knight is. And Ultra Prime, we talked about the Wink Edition in draft. Buying time, Lyric, for the 5v5 for these scaling elements to get the poke damage out. It's starting to come a little bit quicker than otherwise we thought.
I mean, the big thing for Ultra Prime's comp, right, is that they want you sitting right in front of them in a lane where you are able to throw out the rockets from Corki, the bombs from Ziggs, and potentially look for an engage when they're low with the Leona, kiting out the engage coming from TS, because TS's comp is pretty low range. It does need to close a lot of distance. Sure, you will have Nidalee Spears coming out, but we've already hit on the 3-man dive squad. Even Jackie Love, knowing that he will get outranged. Hacker, though, not going to be able to find anything.
Rage taken. Top Esports doing work on the bottom turret though. Elk's here for the extra bit of wave clear, and I guess the inner turret's going to hold on for now. For Ultra Prime, nothing lost. As Dragon's 2 minutes 30 away. Baron's still there too, Lyric. And I have to start asking you, at what point does this become concerning that nothing's happening on the map for Top Esports?
I think for TES, it's not too concerning just for the fact that you are on soul points, so we're just going to keep looking at it as like, okay, there's a very clear, easy thing to play around to try and force them to come fight you, or if you can land the smite, that it will go smooth. My guess is TS are just going to wait out that window, wait out the 2 minutes, keep cycling through side lanes. If you can potentially find some kind of pick with Knight, you're going to go for it, but if not, wait for Dragon. Ultra Prime might even just concede the next 2 minutes, just farm waves when they're on their side of the map, and look to poke them off the objective. Don't look to get vision down first. Look to get some shallow vision in river, and then use Corki and Ziggs to enter and kind of make TS indecisive.
All right. That shouldn't be too hard, should it? Because that's been a problem at many a time. Or do you think it's more of a case of the fact that Top Esports, it's not about the decision making, it's more about when they make the decision itself? If that makes sense.
Oh, I feel like TS is incredibly decisive.
Okay.
Just like you're saying. So sometimes it's not always the right decision to be incredibly decisive on, but at least you know Top Esports are always going to pull the trigger. I think that's one very key thing about Chua specifically. Chua is not afraid of going in. I think it's one of the reasons why when he did get brought on this roster, it did instantly look like it clicked a little bit better than when Jackie Love was playing with you, Yanja. As you know, Chua wants to look for the fight.
I mean, he feels like someone who's synced up really well with Jackie Love over the years. And a player that we've hyped up joining the roster to complete the puzzle. Now, for Top Esports, we know that the puzzle involved Tien this year, Zoom as well. A couple more different parts than we expected. But all the same, Top Esports started this early game in such dominant fashion, in more so convincing fashion. And yes, I've corrected myself. It's not about the decision-making in terms of making the decision. It's about when they should. There's a turret that's going to go down. So Top Esports still remain in control gold-wise, but Lyric, 30 seconds until this dragon comes up as a 1v1 in the top lane. Starting to benefit the Jax. He's got healing cut now as well. And Zoom at level 16. Croc, level advantage by 2 might not even matter. Slice and dice away as ZS holds his staff high. Says that he can do it now, Lyric. A big 1v1 that might even increase timing. Old run away with, and even in the gauge, Trine sets up a beautiful package. Knight going golden, but Trine's on the wing. It's a choke, and Top Esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. Is dicey, but Jackie Love still alive. ZS jumping for him, flashes away, matches with the counter-strike. A quick QSS. ZS actually dying, though. ZS is dead. It's a triple kill. Wait, it's going further. Crying, running away. Zoom still alive. He got Elk on the back line. He doesn't have a flash available. And now Crying's big play looks like absolutely nothing because it's Jackie freaking Love.
I'll be totally honest, I cannot believe that TS came away with the win in that team fight. I mean, the package is layered onto multiple members. You saw Crying able to zone certain people off. Sure, it does look like certain members like Knight and Xiaopeng maybe just ignored the package, got through it, jumped immediately onto Elk. But especially Jackie Love outplaying and killing ZS, taking me by surprise. It looks like everything was fine for Ultra Prime to take this, so let's see the setup. Chelsea looking for the flash, Zenith Blade does find it immediately into a package. It's layered onto a few members. You see them jumping into it now. Knight getting taken incredibly low early on, but they get straight onto Hacker and Elk. Hacker taken super low, Elk taken out of the fight. I mean, it's not surprising Elk's going to lose this 1v1 to the negative. I want to see want to see how Jackie Love does this, though. ZS, I think, started out with his E, so Counter-Strike already down. And yeah, just between the amount of sustain and attack speed he has, it's good. We got a Baron!
Up to 6k damage now. We're going to start looking at Jackie Love, ladies and gentlemen, who's in front of the pit with the wrong guns, but Zoom zoning them off. Baron still the target for top esports, but look, they're scattered. Knight in the middle of 4 people. Xiaoxi almost taken down with him as the Ignite won't tick over. And back there, with Mega Inferno Bomb's not enough, and Xiaopeng picks up the smite. But the fight continues with Ultra Prime now in the pit for top esports. Numbers advantage. Ultra Prime a split away. Zeta's taking the brunt of it, but now it's Raw with the re-engage. The quickness up, down. Goes the top laner as top esports run for their life. 3 versus 4 Lyric. It's in their advantage, and Jackie Love again.
Jackie Love!
Let's go one more time for the 80 carry of top esports. He's a world champion. Respect the man as top esports run towards Cryan. And you know what? This Corky about to fall off his wings. Well, the fight on the top side's actually for Xiaopeng, but hey, Cryan's the one we're going to talk about first. He's dead with Xiaopeng running away. His team can't save him, and that was chaotic, but it's a top esports game, baby.
And top esports are going to take that, be able to break down some turrets in mid lane. I do believe before that fight, TS were around like 6k gold up, so not too surprising just in terms of stats that they would have the advantage, especially now that Knight is rocking that death cap in the mid lane, which is going to be hitting so much. TS will be able to take inhibitor off this, so you have a wave up the top side as well.
Okay.
So pivot, but Chelsea's going in.
Are they a little bit deep? Golden versus 4 people. Zoom can't save you. Jackie Love giveth, and Jackie Love taketh away. Very classic if you ask me, as Dominus won't save Zoom either. Mega Inferno Bomb as he sits in the middle, tries to heal it up. Slice and dice does not compute. Zetas with a huge 950 gold shutdown. And Knight is, I don't know if he's going to try the same thing, Lyric, but Xiaoxi's ripe. You can see. Ready for picking. Or is it Elk? Doesn't care. Elk's the one matter. What's he waiting for? What's he doing there? What's the...
Got it. He's got it. He's got
Oh, he's got it? Okay. Through the jungle, but Knight needs to make a movement. The Observer's like, are you actually going to do this? You've got him out in Soul, you can buy time.
It's not happening, Derek. It's not happening.
You hope for it.
It looked like it could have, but no flash available on Knight either, so no great way to close the gap with the amount of vision that Elk did have right there. Sure, you have gone to duck, but you should be able to get away from it. So that's the charge. Before you go straight back to the Baron, though, we see Knight, Zoom, and Jawad trying to zone the members of Ultra Prime off. Knight doing a nice job of keeping 3 members away by himself. Is going to get taken down, though, for his overzealousness. Still, though, Xiaopeng is able to secure this right before the bomb does land. And then Ultra Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does need to back off, but again,
Elk is
tighten
wide!
them off.
Elk is wide in this replay!
Oh, wait. Oh, wait, Elk is wide.
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like, that's insane. I don't know how, but that's great. Come down, Ziggs. What are you doing up there? Hey, Lyric.
What would you prefer? Would you prefer to be able to fly on Summoner's Rift or to be 10-2 and 3?
I'd fly on Summoner's Rift. Honestly, be Aurelian Soul without being Aurelian Soul, probably, you know, let's be honest, one of the worst champions of League of Legends. If Ziggs was like that, that'd be absolutely amazing. So, we'll look back on that.
Don't you miss the days of picking Aurelian Soul as Uhi on CLG, and level 2 ganking bot, and then level 3 ganking bot, and then level 4 ganking bot, and then the champion had to get banned. Not banned, nerfed.
Right.
Good times.
I think I miss Teachama the most. Teachama's Aurelian Soul, although not always the best, it is something to behold. Look, chat up.
I do gotta say real quick though, just to give credit to whether it's NA or LCK, I don't know where people want to credit Huhi for. That Huhi's ASOL, clean. Maybe cleanest in the world.
Okay, alright. Trying to get some respect from the American fans.
Okay, bring us back to the game. Bring us back to the game.
Forget LPL. you want to be a traitor and go to NA, that's absolutely fine. In a turret, the top side goes down, and with my American friend here, we noticed the fact that top esports are about 7,000 gold. Folks, top left of your screen, take a quick look. It's held a dragon in 50 seconds. Top right, you can also see Baron in 1:50. Times up nicely to ping pong between some waves in the interim. And Lyric, at this point, it's a great time for us to check on items before this upcoming fight. Top esports and Mountain Soul also have 4 items connected with GA refreshed. GA refreshed on Jackie Love as well, or even just randomly picked up recently, excuse me. Knight with 4 items too. And Xiaopeng now with some healing cut through his healing, which is going to be very valuable.
Yeah, for the side of Ultra Prime, you are looking for the members of Top Esports to be very clumped up. If you can find a fight in a choke point, which TS shouldn't let happen, they should just keep pivoting mid lane in the river. Don't get caught walking into their own jungle, and TS should be fine, right? Because you have Package, you have the Infernal Bomb, you have all the things we saw that made Ultra Prime thrive in the fight where they did win. If you're fighting on top of the package, if you can hit a massive, 3-4 man Ziggs ultimate, Ultra Prime have the tools. I think every other situation, TS are just too strong right now. They do have the shield coming out from the Soul as well. And Knight even threatening on the flank angle.
He is, but ZS is going to check it first. Elk finally gets in position with his team. Counter-strike there. The package forces Knight out of Knight. Ryan's going on and on him. He's taken away the missile barrage, but as Knight goes gold, remember he has another stopwatch in the inventory as well. Second one burned out, but he's about to die. Ultra Prime dealt with him well. Xiaopeng over the wall. He gets the Corki, but Top Esports are about to lose their jungler as well. Ultra Prime hitting their marker. Xiaopeng goes in without the rest of the team. But Jackie again. Jackie again. He's unhit. He's unhinged. He's recharged. Jackie Love is Sephiroth infernoing. It's Jackie Love's day as the triple kill comes through, and Elk's on the menu, boys. It's meat that won't be the quadra, but the full-blown ace to end game one.
Yeah, we've seen the heights of Jackie Love, former world champion, when he's playing on his game, one of the best AD carries in the world. Absolutely pops off, and TS should just be able to go for the close.
13-2-4. That screams a man that needs to be respected. But the inhibitor spawns up. You still have an Aphelios left. 10 seconds on Crying, 7 on Xiaoxi in the bottom lane. But I think it's still going to be over. We look at the fights. We look at what turned this game for Top Esports. And Jackie Love is giving us goosebumps once again.
For Ultra Prime, I can somewhat understand what they were thinking. They're like, hey, Knight's really strong, sitting on 3 to 4 items. He's just been putting a bunch of pressure on us the whole time. If we can pick him off at the start of the fight with the package, we have numbers advantage. We can try and take this one out. They shouldn't be able to reposition in time to be able to close the gap on us and be able to take that fight. But sadly, it's like Knight, I think, had 2 or 3 kills. Jackie Love had like 12. Jackie Love, I think, had a full item and a half above Knight, was clearly the massive damage dealer in those team fights. So once you've blown like 3 to 4 key abilities to get Knight, we saw Jackie Love just completely able to take over the game. And TS pick a comp that has more agency early on. They're able to find those leads, and we saw a very reminiscent Top Esports of what we've come to expect with Xiaopeng on the roster.
In different ways, right? Come to expect in the early game, the strategies employed that, look, that gold graph makes it look like it was a clean game. But Lyric in that mid game, it halted a little bit. Ultra Prime started getting into their items. We saw ZS starting beating out Zoom. Crying adding a lot of impact, and Knight slowing down. Elk as well, his damage quite huge. I think we have to go back at the fact that the fights were getting to the late game point, and Ultra Prime were getting pretty dangerous. So it was, to use an overused phrase, it was not a nice set.
I do feel like when it did start to come back a little bit for the side of Ultra Prime, it was still ultimately because of Top Esports on doing right. They went for that engage where they thought maybe they could lock 3 members down with the Rakan and the choke point. Had they been able to lock up the Corki and burst him out, I think Top Esports just cleaned that fight. They weren't able to. He packages immediately. You're all fighting on package. You're all fighting in Ziggs bombs. And it just ended up being a 3 for 3. We saw Jax was close to getting to the point where he could take over the game, was starting to win out in the 1v1 up against the Renekton. But sadly, that point in time, Top Esports just had too much map control, and you having a strong Jax plus those 3 teleports couldn't really mean anything in the context of the game.
Yeah, that's right. I think as well, you mentioned Top Esports with their own undoing. I like that. We've also given Ultra Prime their credit, guys, don't worry. But for Top Esports, we said that a lot against RA. RA, I think it was game 2 Lyric, their own undoing as well, where we're questioning why, like what is happening with Top Esports. But hey, a game 1 win, their first game win of the regular season, that's a big deal. And for Top Esports to get momentum, another big deal. We'll see if they can continue that swing going into number 2, or if Ultra Prime got some gas in the tank right after this. Back you.
It really does. But we got to start off by capping off 2021 because look at me, camera. Look at me. We are the greatest region in the world. The LPL are the world championship winners. And it doesn't stop here. The year is going to get crazier. EDG tied a bow beautifully on 2021, and we got to celebrate that just a little bit. So, guys, I want to go ahead and start the conversation off by talking about what is EDG, who made EDG, and for me, I'm gonna start off by saying it was Viper all year long. I think Viper had such a consistent carry mindset throughout the year, and really having that top off in the final, being helped out by JJ. I think Viper makes EDG. What about you, Dagda?
Yeah, I think Viper obviously absolutely amazing. I mean, I've seen that clip of me losing my mind in summer finals a couple of times.
Just a couple, right?
Where
Just
I
a
didn't
couple.
expect to be
No.
on screen, but yeah, Viper's an absolute monster. I think by head and shoulders far away the best AD card that we had in the LPL in 2021. Curious to see if that remains in 2022 with certain faces coming back, but definitely think Viper was a monster. But I think the most curious thing for me is like looking at the finals, how they kind of shifted away, even kind of over the course of the World Championship, away from the bot lane and playing around Viper to playing around Flandre in that top lane. Because honestly, Flandre had an astounding performance, and same with JJ. Like, I think there was so many standout performers on that roster that was more than just Viper. It's hard to just be like, oh yeah, this was all on Viper's shoulders. There's so much more.
I asked you the question. Whose name is in your mind for EDG? Come on, man. You gotta give me a name at least. You can't say the whole team. That's like the weak answer.
Well, apart from Corgi, you know, because Corgi's a legend.
Yeah, true. No, you can stick with that answer. That's fine. We all know who carried.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think Viper definitely carried, but I just want to give a special shout out to Flandre. I thought Flandre.
Yeah.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
with a big smile on your face. In death, there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Remember when you ran from me? Now I've caught you in my web. Don't try to struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get.
Game one was an absolute bloodbath by the end, but importantly enough, it came down to a couple of players and a couple of plays at that, as well as Top Esports pick up the win. You're looking across the bund over in Shanghai, and yes, I have been there. Brag, but I've been there. Lyric, you've also been there, and welcome back. Game number one. Commentators being egotistic, maybe. That game one was a lot of fun to watch for many different reasons, which you'll now list.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really cool to see the comps come out again. The Renekton Italy, strong in the LPL, Renekton banned almost every game, able to get through. TS using that aggression from early on. We saw the top side skirmishing. We saw Knight being very proactive on the map from the mid lane. But ultimately, this game was defined by the man, the myth, the legend, Jackie Love himself, who is going to pick up MVP of Game 1. I think no surprise. He had so many highlight moments and pop-off moments in these team fights.
I mean, the damage numbers are really good, right? But the final fights, the clips of his impact and his positioning. I think Lyric were talking about kiting at one point and how he was able to dodge so much from Cryin, ZS as well. He was able to 1v1 the Jax without Cryin getting close enough. So it's huge for me that we saw such a big game from him when we talked a lot about Knight coming into today.
I think it was definitely a group kind of win for them, for the fact that Knight was able to get on the backline, Zoom was able to get on the backline, zone off Ziggs and Corki, and then it allowed for Jackie Love to kite out the Leona, kite out the Jax, like we're going to see later on in the skirmish, and really just take over. Definitely no problem for him closing distance in a lot of these fights and helping make sure that TES do it. I'm surprised they showed that clip, actually. I thought they were going to show the bot one where he kites out the Jax, but yeah, point is, Jackie Love having a stellar performance. Moments like this where he does aggressively go forward, but again, it was Ultra Prime, all-inning on Knight. Knight and Zoom continuously buying time, buying space for Jackie Love to be able to pop off. Jackie Love, an AD carry who only knows and only loves to walk forward. I think you need soul laners like this who can buy you that space.
Very, very true. He and Hung are people that will always go forward as well. I think it's probably going to be an occasional stream. I don't know if he's co-streaming today or not, but he needs to be talking about Jackie Love stepping forward as well. Maybe him and Hung can have a bit of a battle off at one point. Lyric for Top Esports, their first game win. This is an important moment because for Top Esports against RA, it didn't look too good. Let's be honest. The fact that they lost against RA that are overall on paper a weaker roster, stated the fact that Top Esports were coming into the season in a bit of a slump. But this, in a very strong way, reinforces that. For Ultra Prime, though, there were some moments. Said Top Esports were the team that were giving it to them, but there were some moments where Ultra Prime almost came back into the game and started scaling up themselves.
Yeah, Ultra Prime did find a few good team fights in choke points, which their composition really does benefit from. Their Jax getting the early first blood, his laning phase didn't go too poorly, was able to start winning out against Zoom later on, but again, the grouped up effort from DS was too much. We're going to jump into pick and ban. Top Esports will once again be on blue. Ultra Prime have decided to stay on red side. I expect Top Esports bans at the very least to look the exact same. Ultra Prime, I wouldn't be surprised to see them change out their last ban for the Renekton and not give over that Renekton Italy combo to Zoom and Xiaopeng.
I was surprised to see the Aphelios ban there, Lyric, but maybe Ultra Prime would look at it first pick worthy. And that means we're going to see a different round of 80 carries. The Zig's still up and available, but we can mention that when it comes across.
So, my guess was Top Esports banned the Aphelios because they still want the Renekton and are still betting that Ultra Prime might leave that one open. And I think Ultra Prime will be smarter this time around to pivoting to the Aphelios themselves. So they take that one away. Still, though, TS going to be able to lock in the Renekton. Nidalee still open. Diana, which we know is stronger on this patch. We haven't seen it too much in the LPL. Actually, heck, we haven't seen it at all in the LPL just yet. So always potential for that one to come through. Point is, we're gonna get an AP jungler most likely coming out from Xiaopeng. Ultra Prime keeping it pretty simple, bringing back the Lee Sin. Probably gonna lock in the Leona as well since it is Xiaoxi down in the bot lane.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So we're getting the same picks here for Ultra Prime, while for Top Esports, the Nidalee setup, but this is also a Xiaopeng pick. Like, it's fun when we talk about this player integrating into the roster because Xiaopeng is a Nidalee, Rek'Sai, Lee Sin. Lyric, what else am I missing here? I've seen some Kane from him, much like Ning out of the years. There's a lot of nice little pocket picks that can come out into the forefront.
I just love the Rek'Sai one because he's going to at least play it once a split. He has every split so far. Xiaopeng, I don't know what his KR server ID is right now, but I'm sure it's probably like top 100 KR challenger with him just spamming Rek'Sai and Italy. So again, a player who does bring a lot of personality. Now for Top Esports, where do you go with AD carry? Oh, instead just going to decide to match support here. So we're really going to get into the depths of the AD carry champion pool. Things like the Zig still available. Of course, Jhin, still a very high priority pick that we haven't seen yet. We hit on it a bit the first couple days about things like Crown of the Shattered Queen. Ezreal potentially always able to come out. Kai'Sa has a few different builds that are playable. But for the side of Ultra Prime, you can just match. You could pick up a top laner right now yourself. You want to try and get a comfortable matchup. If you want to try and pick up something, like a Jace or a Kennen, if you're going to index more to team fight power and look to make sure that ZS doesn't get banned out. But instead, no. Wanting to pull out one of the AD carry options that we mentioned.
I will be asking you more about the builds that you were enlightening me on in a second, Lyric, maybe outside the realms of pick ban. I want to go deeper into the top side now because you were talking a little bit about, the safe top side picks. Red side first pick coming back out of this ban phase. Things like the Gwen we've seen moved into the Renekton as well, right? Like things that can scale and have impact in these fights. So I'd be curious to see if Top Esports start banning away some of the comfortable champs for ZS.
We got to remember that this is still a flex pick. Knight in mid lane can definitely pull out the Renekton. If Ultra Prime brought out some kind of counter pick on 4 and they're like, hey, maybe we get a better matchup. Luckily for Ultra Prime, the fact that they have saved both soul lanes means that they can potentially easily look for a pivot as well. Something like the Corki still open, incredibly strong.
Wow.
Again, I don't feel like Krine has been able to find the impact on it that he needs. I'm still expecting one of those options that I listed before. Maybe more of a team fighter, something like a Kennen rather than a Jace, because Ultra Prime's composition is so heavily indexed into all-in right now.
Yeah, it really is. When you think Kai'Sa, Lee Sin, Leona, those words come up, and while we're waiting for that final ban from Top Esports, can I point out, Jackie Love's had 4 bans against him out of the 5, and we've also had an Aphelios banned by Top Esports, so whatever he pulls out this game, maybe something like the Ezreal that you were talking about in Game 1 might just have to be seen, because we're going deep into the rabbit hole of his AD pool.
Yeah, I'm curious, because we have seen Ezreal hasn't won. We've seen a little bit of, I think we've been one game of Samira, one game of Varus. There have been some of these niche 8 carry picks, but this is why we expected Top Esports to pick that one up on 3. They are going to go back through the Corki themselves. Seems like they agree that this champion is just too strong. It is the most picked mid laner in the LPL. Actually, tied is the most picked champion in the LPL right now. Maybe even one game over the Xin Zhao, counting last game. So Corki, no surprise now for the side of Top Esports. Where do you want to go with your bottom lane? Victor, of course, can come out for mid. It has been one of the things that does match into the Corki. You do bring some early lane pressure in there, able to zone him off. Strong level 1 with your Q. Once you hit, level 2 and 3, being able to bring out your E and just consistently poke him out.
So what do you make of Top Esports now? Because we've been talking about them a lot in draft. The Ezreal that we mentioned, the Victor, of course, here for 9. We have ourselves a bit of a mix and match composition. And going up against Ultra Prime, when you talked about the team fighting, when you talked about what they want to run, especially with things like the Gnar, the Ornn available, ZS can cement this up, and we can talk about 5v5s to Ultra Prime once again.
I was going to say, I feel like this is really interesting because the distinction has swapped a little bit in terms of now Ultra Prime are the team who are going to be looking for the engage. They're going to be the team that's going to be needing to take the initiative. Okay. You have champions like Kai'Sa, Lee Sin. They want to be able to get in onto the backline. Ornn started these off with Call the Forge God. TES can be playing more from a range themselves. They pretty much have a poke comp where Nectin just going to be this immediate shield that stands in front of members like Knight, Jackie Love, and Xiaopeng. You know they're going to focus more towards that top side early on with the fact that you have Ezreal and Victor in your other lanes. Try and get that bit of a snowball, get on objectives first, use things like the Gravity Field to zone out members from Ultra Prime while Jackie Love's layering off his Qs. And then for Ultra Prime, it's going to be about them being able to pull the trigger, to be able to hit those timings on roams, maybe even if Zoom can move first, trying to bring Ornn out early to get a nice Call the Forge God and enable the Kai'Sa to carry.
Okay, well, for Ultra Prime, remember that if they're the ones pulling the trigger, there are points in that game, in the mid game, where Ultra Prime were able to do that with their last composition. They were able to capitalize on the fact that Top Esports were wanting to run into them, and then they fought back with a passion. But going into game number 2, Top Esports brought the fury. They brought Jackie Love to the table. We're going to see if Top Esports can do it yet again. Xiaopeng on the same pick, so is Zoom. Last game, Xiaopeng really got the ball rolling, and Zoom had a very comfortable laning phase. See how ZS goes if he can get through it on this Ornn. Or if Top Esports are once again going to show us what an early game looks like. Welcome back to Summoners Rift, folks. You're shortly about to go in. And for Top Esports, this means so much. Their first series win of the LPL looming over them. Ultra Prime have the exact same credentials on the board. They need their first series win of the LPL before week 1 comes to a close. And tell you what, Lyric, after what last game brought us, I'm excited to be back in here because we've got a couple of new picks. The Ezreal returning to Summoners Rift. We've got an Ornn as well, which has cropped up here and there. And the Kai'Sa too. Something that hasn't been as high priority as the Jinxes, the Caitlyn's, the who else am I missing here? Any other 80 carry that's not them?
Xiaopeng just being a little bit cheeky does hit the spear onto Cryan. Yeah, you talked about seeing some new things here. We do have Knight going with the Ghost, so going to try and have more impact, I think, especially later on in team fights, being able to maneuver around. Also running the Airy rather than the First Strike. Definitely much stronger rune in terms of laning phase. Going to be able to consistently proc that one, get more damage off. And even the amount of gold you get from First Strike early on is quite minuscule because you're not doing that much damage for the bonus true damage to convert into large amounts of gold. So where Cryan definitely will be playing the scaling role. I think when looking at early game overall, Top Esports definitely feeling comfortable. They do have both winning mid and top matchups. Nidalee faster at clearing than Hacker. So Hacker, we're going to see if he's going to just try to match a full clear or try and maybe sacrifice some camps early, see if he can find some kind of early gank in the bottom lane. Because you can see right now, both junglers going to play towards opposite sides of the map like we expected.
Because I was going to say, yeah, opposite sides of the map, but importantly as well, Elk and Xiaoxi have actually started in the bottom lane here. Jackie Love and Joel with the leash, so Elk should be a little bit ahead, hitting that level 2 point and trying to get that lane dominance that, we want to see out of Elk and Xiaoxi. It's a new bottom lane, and Elk was bringing some of that to the table with WE in the later part of the summer split. He was one of the highlight members of that WE roster.
Elk's career has been very interesting, right? Because he came into WE as a sub, but then when he finally got his starting spot in 2020, I'm going to pause on that point. Xiaopeng's making his way around.
You wouldn't expect it, would you? Level 2, that's a 2-man knockup as well. Xiaoxi's gone in, he's ignited, and he's dead. Xiaopeng gets first blood at level 2 as a Cougar.
Yeah, Xiaopeng just going straight from red to Krugs, seeing a very easy window to gank Ultra Prime's bot lane. Ultra Prime looking like they weren't expecting Xiaopeng to level 2 gank bot with the Nidalee. The setup was able to come out. Summoners blown on both sides. Both bot lanes though still having their flashes up, but ultimately a win over to the side of TES. And when Jackie Love had like 4 AD carries banned against him, the fact that he still potentially is going to get set up to completely carry this game is absolutely bonkers.
It's silly. 7 CS lead already brewing there. You can see the push up in the wave 2. Cryin getting bullied out of this lane. Zoom doing a good job top 2. And Xiaopeng kind of snowballed his lead in game number 1, but this is a much quicker kill, a much earlier lead. He hasn't missed too much in the jungle either, Lyric. Look at the CS differential there as he clears his top side.
Yeah, gonna clear faster than Hacker. Hacker, though, gonna try and look for an opportunity. There is a ward here for top esports bottom lane, so unless Hacker goes for a bit of a more creative route, shall see.
Well, flash is available for Jackie Love. He builds up space, but Hacker's now in. Draw trying to sacrifice. He gets a 2-man knockup once again. They try so hard for Jackie Love under the turret, they get him. Hacker will not go down, and that's a quick return kill for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they have the ward and they saw Hacker starting to come up, because Xiaoxi just pulling the trigger so fast is what we talked about. This is what Ultra Prime need to do. This is what Xiaoxi's consistently done in the first 2 games that Ultra Prime have played. Jua trying really hard to make sure that no kill goes over. I like the way he walked forward, looked for the W at the end to get the 2-man knockout, but still, sadly, Jackie Love does go down.
I mean, Jua as well. Good try to defend that play. Jumps in front, tries to block the Sonic Wave, gets a 2-man knockup as well. Did everything in his power as he can to help Jackie Love survive, but unfortunate in the end. The kill goes over to the Kai'Sa, and Elk now with the Noon Quiver, Lyric. You were talking about builds in the pick and ban, and for Elk, I mean, he's going to be going towards the Noon Quiver. Can you give us any more enlightening facts about directions for Kai'Sa at the moment? Because we don't really see her enough.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, right? You're going to go towards what looks like a standard AD carry build as compared to what you've been seeing a lot. Solo queue, KDA build, Crown of the Shattered Queen, Nasher's Tooth coming out, stand back, throw out your W's, hope they land do an absolute ton of damage. Xiaopeng not going to spot him out. But yeah, sadly, Hysteric's point is we're not going to see that build, which I don't find sad. I'm not a huge fan of that build. Looks very unfun. In ARAM, completely oppressive.
It is indeed. If you can hit W, you win the game. But it makes sense when you talk about how this team comp wants to operate. You talked about them pulling the trigger first, engaging. But for Kai'Sa, repositioning, getting into the back of it as well, after everything's been used by Ultra Prime, makes a lot of sense with the build in front of us.
Oh, I agree, right? Probably going to go towards something like the Kraken Slayer, maybe follow up with Collector, because there aren't 2 tanky members on the opposite side. I think there's a lot of different ways that he can go with this one. But point is, you know, he's going to be looking to go in, actually dish out the damage with the auto attacks.
Yep.
But for Ultra Prime, we do see Hacker up towards the top side right now. Ultra Prime's bot lane's getting pushed in. So TS going to be looking to use his prio around mid and bot to try and find some kind of influence.
Yeah, he's going to be tagged out a little bit here. Phosphorus Bombers return with the turret shot. Tags him pretty good in the end. I think, excuse me, Lyric, the biggest thing is that they knew Xiaopeng was towards the bottom side of the map. A ward spotted him out, as will a ward on the top side as pings go down for Hacker. So both junglers being tracked pretty well here in the early game by the side lanes, by solo lanes. Knight, even with the engage through mid, even with the Gale Storms out, he's just pushing Hacker away. No plating for you. Knight, a worthy ultimate to send them packing.
Yeah, my guess is Hacker coming mid, helping Cryin push out the wave so we can get his reset. Then maybe he can try and pivot into bot side river. Actually, maybe not with how much the spot lane's getting pushed off, but at least trying to get Cryin that reset. Now Cryin, no TP, is going to lose out on a wave since Knight did force him off with his ultimate. And overall, just nice min-maxing coming out from Knight to make sure that Cryin does end up losing something. And heck, you're not expecting this victory to be part of any team fight or skirmish before your Chaos Storm is backed up anyway. But Xiaoxi looking for another one.
And Draw's just been ignored completely. Level 3 with heal, and you can see that Arcane Shift, I believe, is already used against the wall once again. Tempest, Cripple, Draw next on the menu. Elk takes him under turret. Xiaoxi absorbs the perfect amount of turret pressure. And again, Ultra Prime are smacking around the bottom lane.
I like the way that how patient Xiaoxi was for that one as well. Waiting out of range over the wall so the enemy doesn't know where you're going to be coming from. Follows through with the Hex Flash. Looks like we're going to see how this one all started off. Jackie Love and Joao bit of trading coming out. They don't know where Xiaoxi is, the Hex Flash that we just talked about. Jackie Love not having the E up after the previous interaction just sets him up for his demise. All three members of Ultra Prime able to follow through, and Elk able to finish off the second kill.
Really nicely done from Xiaoxi. Both supports hitting strong in this second game, Lyric, and quick bit of narrative for everyone out there as well. The story we talked about with Ultra Prime was their bottom lane. It's nice to see Hacker putting the keys to the car down in Elk and Xiaoxi's hand.
I think it just makes sense when you look at this roster on paper. ZS actually did get a fair bit of resources before on the previous iteration. But now bringing in Elk, having Xiaoxi down there, who has always been more of an aggressive player. We remember that from when the team came in as E-Star. But we're gonna stop talking about stories and narratives because we got some action coming through.
Yeah,
Whoa, finds engaged.
Xiaoxi's dead. Good little package though. 3 members against the wall. Xiaopeng at the ready. Look at them fly in, Lyric. Where did Top Esports go? Right into the garbage bin as Hacker's ready to clean up the rest of the crew. Brian will go down, but Zoom is into enemy hands. He'll survive for now. Ultra Prime get traded back, but Lyric, you wanted them to pull the trigger, and Ultra Prime have been pulling it until the trigger is broken off the handle. Hello, draw by draw.
Killer Instinct, Corki package, the ability to close so much distance, a ton of AoE able to follow through as well. Ultra Prime going to use that fight win to try to pivot into a Herald. Still, members of Top Esports are coming out for base now. Xiaopeng and Zoom are still sticking around. Cryan's TP is about to be up though. So Cryan should be able to join the fight.
But Elk is still around here. Even without mana, remember this is a 302 Kaiser who's absolutely ginormous. ZS as well, the zoning man who's been around for 3,000 years. Jackie Love joins in level 6 on the Ezreal. ZS the target. Ultra Prime with low mana bars, low health bars, and ZS to be taken out first. That's not good. Without those ultis, Lyric, it looks so dangerous. Jackie Love arcane shifting forward. Xiaoxi punishing him, but the rest of the team are there. Jackie Love dies, and you know what? We know this player to a T. His knight has been Sonic Wave. The resonating strike is not flying. Herald is still alive, Lyric, and Shelly is just enjoying the show.
Yeah, and this has just been so back and forth. Ultra Prime looking to posture for that fight when teleport still isn't unleashed yet, so Cryan can only follow up to a turret. It means he's too far. It means Ultra Prime give over a kill. My God, Xiaoxi. What a killer instinct to go in on that play. I thought he was actually just going to run it down, die instantly, and then not be able to find the kill, but luckily able to turn it on Jackie Love. I'm sure we're going to get a really long replay for this one to see how it all started off. This is the initial one. They find an opportunity on Xiaoxi, but we see package comes out later on numerous members. Call of the Forge God, sadly only able to hit one, but quickly Elk able to follow up once Hacker lands that kick, and they are able to turn around the fight with the amounts of damage that Elk is bringing to the table right now. Second fight, this is what I talked about. No unleashed teleport, right? So sadly for Cryan not able to follow up too closely. I feel like Ultra Prime maybe baited this one a little bit too soon. This is where I was surprised, but Jackie Love, like you said, he's always going to go forward. Easy for them to turn it around. Cryan and Elk just dishing out the damage. And 4 kills to 7. Still, though, gold practically even.
I think he's died twice as much as he did in game 1, when that was an almost 40-minute game, guys. 11 minutes in, Jackie Love 0-4-3, with components versus a Gale Force on Elk. Now, if you're trying to run away from this Kaiser, chances are you're probably not going to get too far. Oh my God, it's round 3, isn't it? Yes, it is. Odwo's ulted. And Cryan caught out in position. Knight gets the kill. Now, Herald's at 5k, Lyric, and it's going to be stopped and reset for the 3rd time.
Yeah, TES, though, should easily be able to pick this one up. I mean, you look at where the members of Ultra Prime are on the map, right? Elk and Xiaoxi going for a trade in the bottom side, trying to get some more plates.
Dead!
Elk. Yep. Finally, the objective is going over to someone. Hacker, though, might be found out.
There's a grand entrance once again. He's Sonic Wave. Sorry, safeguards over the wall for Ward. And with Top Esports, they're using this momentum to good use. And remember, Gold's still even. Somehow, after all those plays, Gold's even. Dominus used as the Ram Jam does not hit the mark. And you know what? As an Ornn right now, you're in pain. Top Esports get the kill top side. They get turret plating mid. Lyric in one fell swoop. They're ahead in gold by about 1,000.
Top Esports completely sacking their bottom side of the map. to just find more opportunity topside because they know they have numbers advantage there. They have tempo to be able to pick up more plates coming through. Elk, though, being the big beneficiary of no one answering in bot side. You point out already 4-0 and 2 on the Kaisa, getting a ton more gold from all of these solo plates. And sure, they're not even about 1,000 gold behind, so I still think Ultra Prime are in a completely fine position. If Elk gets on Jackie Love or Knight, they will just instantly be dead.
Yeah, it'll be crazy, right? I also want to point out on top esports angle, his turret is being taken down by Ultra Prime. No response can come through as the first Dragon, also a little bit late here after all the fighting. But we can expect that when Herald was up for 3.5 minutes, being reset 3 different times. Lyric, we've got full items completed on top esports side as well. The solo lanes and jungle quite big. Knight almost there to finishing his burst, but I want to point out we do have a crown shot of the Shadow Queen for Xiaopeng as the first item, so not Night Harvester, not Protobell. We've gone for a different one again.
Yep, glad you are apparently naming items after crown shot for some reason.
He deserves it,
Not
dude.
a player.
Crowdy,
Not a player in the LPL.
You're happy when you hear about Crowdy. Everyone gets happy, so you may as well name the item and see if people flock.
Yeah, I've seen some Italy's go this in solo queue when they are against like burst heavy comps or comps filled with assassins. Maybe just feeling very pressured about the potential of Elk coming in, just one-shotting and being able to get away with the damage reduction you do get for 1.5 seconds. So we're gonna see how that one does go for him. For TS, they want to be playing from a bit of a range anyway. I feel like if Ultra Prime are able to get in the midst of a fight, then Xiaopeng should just be dead. Luckily for the side of TS, I still feel like Ultra Prime's damage still hinges a lot on Corki. It could be pretty risky for Kaisa to just jump in solo up against a champion like Victor who can just lay out the W, who can easily drop his ultimate on you. Ezreal having his E, assuming Jackie Love doesn't use it to start the fight, so I don't think Elk can do this by himself. We need Cryan to get some gold under his belt and also put up a good performance.
And it will be easier as the game goes on. Again, you talked about the 5v5 nature. You talked more specifically about them pulling the trigger. I want to point out that with all items now, you're getting an extra 1,000 gold, pretty much hit or miss, when he gets to that level 13 and onward point. So we are going to be in a pretty good position here for Ultra Prime and giving them a bit of a leg up. Can they get to that point? That's the question. They've had a pretty decent handle on this game so far, Lyric, but they're now down 1,500 gold out of nowhere. Topside turret, midside turret both go down. And Ultra Prime have only got one, that bottom tier that Elk was able to hit.
For Ultra Prime, though, it seems like what they're going to try and do is just try to pivot around the side pressure that Corki is able to generate as compared to Knight, who is on the Victor, so sadly cannot push out that aggressively. For Ultra Prime, I feel like if you can get a good setup in about 2 minutes for the next Dragon, that is where your comp can just completely take over. One team fight can just snowball out of control for this Ultra Prime comp, especially as we get closer to the Baron, right? So for Ultra Prime, I still don't feel like it's too bad, even though you are a little bit behind, and we did talk about some of the scaling elements coming in. A bit on both sides, but the longer the game goes, the more I tend to favor comps that do have just higher range and are more easily able to get off that damage, are easily able to win contests over mid-wave to get on objectives first, so more TS still have that to rely on. But 1 minute, 54 seconds Asterix.
Okay.
What can Ultra Prime do in that time?
It's going to be the second Dragon, so we're going to have a late Dragon game at the very least as well. You talk about favoring range. I mean, I've always heard you talking about range, the big thing that you mentioned when we mentioned Jinx or continue our discussion on AD carries. Be interested to see how Jackie Love fares towards that point because he is still pretty far behind. 2-item Kaisa with tier 1 boots as, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting advertiser mobile phone with Book's name on it. When that goes down, I'm going to tell you exactly where Jackie Love stands. He's got a Manamune, not really that stacked. So we're going to call it an item and a half. Yeah, there you go, with Sheen as well. He's way behind the curve. And you're just hoping that Jackie Love gets those 2-3 items you're talking a little bit about before as he picks up the farm in the mid lane. So we'll keep track, Lyric, just to see how much damage Jackie Love can do and where he can progress.
Jackie Love decently far behind. That's why we've seen Elk able to be able to push out mid lane, hover up towards top side first if he so wants. Both teams having a little bit of a trade side right now on the map as Knight just chunking out ZS. I mean, heck,
dead.
Dragon's up in about 40 seconds. ZS!
Xiaopeng's in here.
Probably dead.
Pounce once again. It's Cougar form all over it. 4-0-1. Xiaopeng quite mighty too. And 35 seconds of Dragon. I heard you screaming that out because now for top esports, it looks a hell of a lot easier.
Oh yeah, for TS, they should at least be able to guarantee vision control and control bot. They've already been the team that's been playing towards bot side for the past minutes. You can see on the minimap, their wards are already down. Reset should be coming out now for some more items. Just, you know, a quick night check. He is on 7 stacks of the Dark Seal, everyone, so don't worry. We're gonna get the Magi's.
Okay.
But Zoom potentially might go down. Does have Dominus and Flash, though.
Level 12 as well. Brian has brought the package up here. If you can't use it for the Dragon, well, use it for the big Croc who's now against the wall. Sun comes down, and when you get solar burn like that, there's nothing you can really do. Kill for the Dragon, and as Zoom goes down, he donates the kill, I believe. Over to Crine this time, Lyric. I'm not 100% sure where it went.
Yes. Yep, went over to Crine. For Ultra Prime, I think it makes a lot of sense, right? ZS just went down. TS were already the team that was playing towards bot side, so they already had their mission down. It'd be much more dangerous for you to walk in. Now, though, looking at this situation, TS trying to contest.
Again?
ZS does have teleport available.
What is it with
He'll
Herald
be up at
this
5.
game? Hacker's gonna get it, but there's a flush from Chelsea. They're over the wall. They want Knight this time. He's ignited down to get the shield. Crown doing its work. Rather, it is Ludens, excuse me, but ZS on the flank. The Ram Jam enables Elk to go into the back line, and Xiaopeng defending with his might. The poke from Crying still hurting, and now Elk, the escape path necessary. ZS as well, fearing charge against the wall. He can't use the Hex Gate at this point with damage against him, and Crying still a huge threat. 4 versus 4 Lyric. A 1-for-1 trade, but Herald goes to Ultra Prime.
Ultimately, TS able to buy enough space and be able to back off. Also, the members of Ultra Prime getting quite separated with Elk going to the right side of the fight. Members like Hacker and Chelsea ending up on the left. And of course, Cryin, unless he's packaged, typically won't be one of the members who jump in to follow up on the engage. He's just going to sit back and throw out some of those rockets. We can see he is going for the AP build once again as well.
Lyric, you know what we're gearing up though for in this game? We're gearing up for another big 5v5, another big fight. The gold is more or less even. We just keep fighting over this. Herald, they're obsessed with Shelly.
Yeah, both teams want to go for it. For Ultra Prime, they thought it was their objective because TS just did play towards bot. We've seen multiple members jumping over the wall. Nice Chaos Storm from Knight to buy a bit of space. But like you said, the Ram Slam coming in from ZS to take down a member. And this is where you see Elk zoned off to one side of the fight. You can see Cryin on the opposite side. If Ultra Prime had been able to stick as a cohesive unit, they probably could have felt better about looking for a re-engage with the fact of how much damage and mana Cryin did still have available. But sadly, Top Esports is able to push them away.
Can I point out that Draw in that fight was saving grace of giving Knight time and being able to make the fight so contested. I think Draw this game has been pretty good, considering that Jackie Love has been pretty average. So amazing stuff from the Top Esports support. When Jackie Love's not bringing the fire, at least he is. Now, you called it a Ram Slam. I like that as well. It's jamming, though, Lyric. You know, in here we do jam, so remember that for the next fight, because ZS has his ulti again, and Herald's being put up through the mid lane. Not much that Top Esports can do.
No, Top Esports just going to back off and give this one. Knight not mid lane Knight is the most prominent source of wave clear for the side of TS. Jackie Love not going to offer much at this point. And for Ultra Prime, they can just continuously look to control mid-wave just with the strength of Elk right now. If the ones Chelsea, though, going in.
Big cleanse away as well. Jackie Love has burnt both of his summoners. Jams down as well as Brian has the Valkyrie out. True Shot Barrage through the hula hoops. And for Top Esports, they disengage, but Lyric, Ultra Prime, they're supporting a lot of damage right now, and Hacker on his pathing, that's not a good place to be. ZS, the defensive maneuver out with the pillar, but Knight's front on. ZS is going to get Thunderstorm down, and Cryin as well has to run. But Top Esports, they got some damage of their own. They're packing heat, and I tell you what, no one has gone through the metal detector.
No, and for TS, this is exactly the kind of fight you want, right? Ultra Prime to pull the trigger, you to be able to kite out the initial engage coming out from the Ord and the Leona, and then you'll just be able to win on the back half of chasing them down, trying to kite them out if they look to turn on you, but they don't have any ECC to lock down targets like Victor or Ezreal anymore, so it will be quite hard. They were able to get all the health bars low, and for TS, they can keep controlling. Looks like both sides of the map, honestly. You look at Vision right now. TS have wards enemy bot side jungle. TS are taking control over top side river. And when the next objective we're going to be looking at is Dragon, TS have both bases covered to where if they keep bot side control, like you assume that they should, they don't have to worry about Ultra Prime looking for any kind of cross-map play towards Baron. They'll know what they're doing. And obviously, if Ultra Prime do look to test the Dragon, they already have some wards down there to spot them out.
So in 45 seconds, talk to me about how this setup translates into Dragon, because we're 2-item territory for some of the core carries in both teams, and I want to look as to how Ultra Prime just take a fight or vice versa.
I think it's pretty rough for the fact that top esports have so many high damage threats they need to worry about. Xiaopeng having
Maybe
a flash.
it starts with a pick. Maybe it starts with a pick. The Sonic Wave is going to end it all. Golden Xiaopeng to buy time, but how does he get out of this? There is no Void Seeker long enough. That won't reach. Elk has picked up the first kill, and now Ram Jam once again into the back. That's a bam. ZS is taking up all the damage from Jack Love, but into the front line, Zoom is doing so much! Crikey, where's Steve Irwin when you need him? Crying at the back line, that package zones him off, but Knight is the only one taking damage. Zoom doesn't care. Crying tries to burn them again. Jackie Love over the wall. Top Esports won the fight, Lyric. How?
Yeah, the scaling elements of damage coming in. None of the members getting onto the key targets, right? That's what we talked about. Top esports have so many different damage threats. Xiaopeng is 5-1 on this Italy. So it's like, cool. We got him out of there. One man down. We've already blown some key summoners, some key abilities to find this pick. Knight and Jackie Love are still standing. And Cryan did cut the fight in two, but he also did kind of leave ZS on an island to where ZS is being taken down by Knight. And then Cryan on the opposite side, you're trying to take down Zoom, but nothing really there. We're going to go straight into the replay what happened. Xiaopeng trying to angle around over the wall. Xiaoxi instantly finding this angle. They do blow the Leona ultimate to pick off Xiaopeng. And this is where they feel safe. They have numbers advantage on this skirmish. They know that Cryan will be able to follow up with the TP right now. And this is amazing Arcane Barrage coming out from Jackie Love. And this is where both Zoom and Draw jump into the backline to buy time. Look how much damage that ZS took from both Knight and Jackie Love. And then Zoom buying space. Cryan trying to separate the fight, trying to be able to take it. But man, that Victor just deals so much damage right now.
Really does. Lyric, there's so many different angles to watch out for as well. True Shot Barrage to check the Baron buff here as we come back to live. Folks, Top Esports have a 1k gold lead, then some on top of that. They've got 2 dragons now as well, but this ain't a dragon game. This is about the fight, and Hacker may have been knocked up, caught out with the quickness. That's 2 members as well. Teleport from Ultra Prime, but they've brought in the big guns. Watch Elk in this fight as he has upgraded all item 602 Kaiser. Poke starting to come through from Cryan as well, but he hits the second one, rather misses. But that big one, Lyric, that's a big package, rather a big bomb. Cryan's done his damage, and Top Esports have to respect that for now, backing away.
Yeah, and Ultra Prime playing on a knife's edge, right? Because we talked about the way that Corki functions in this composition. You're kind of looking to whittle them down with rockets, set up 4 HP bars to be low enough where you can open up the Call of the Forge God and follow in with Elk to pick up a lot of the execute. So a bit of finesse there for Ultra Prime with how champions kind of do intertwine a little bit differently, as well as, I mean, it's just fine that they're able to do that, especially on a non-package timing. So Ultra Prime feeling pretty decent about being able to buy time. TS now being the team looking to control the vision around Baron is, man, anytime I see Xiaoxi on my screen, I get a bit of a heart attack.
Yeah,
so far this split, it's Xiaoxi and Hung. When they're on your screen, you're just like, what is going to happen?
That's right. You always know they're going to go, people that are going to go forward, right? I think Kadriel needs to update his list, but his love for...
Actually, though, for Hung, it even happens off-screen, because there have been numerous games we've come in at level 1 where Hung has no flash already.
That's true. Maybe the love's profound. Maybe the love is super genuine. As I know, anyone watching this game, probably on the edge of their seat right now, Lyric, it's 10 kills to 10 kills, but kills don't sell it. The way these fights have been going, when we see people like Zoom, the 1-1-3 Renekton doing so much, who's almost Flame Horizon the top lane. The jungler and Xiaopeng, who's come in for his first day. That's right, it's his first day of 2022. Not the LPL, he's the profound jungler too. Over Hacker, he's got a 50 CS lead just about, Lyric. And even in the bottom lane, let's go to the other side of the rift. Elk is such a driving force. And you said to me about 10 minutes ago, it has to be more than Elk in this game. Well, I think Cryan is getting to that something else point.
Yeah, and a big part of that is because you look at the champions that TS have are really good answers in the Kai'Sa. Victor, we think about, I think especially 2020 into 2021, when Kai'Sa was just so prominent, you did see a lot of Victor comps come out, champions where you're like, hey, you want to dash into me? Fine, I do have things like the Gravity Field or my Chaos Storm, or just being able to Q you, be able to go at movement speed. Champions like Ezreal, I think, also doing pretty nice at being able to try and kite her out. So TS just reacting to the Kai'Sa nicely compositionally, so it requires for Cryan to be allowed to set up with the poke to be able to follow through, or set it up, I should say, Also, interestingly, we have the Thimble Winter coming out on ZS. I have not gotten to see this item yet in competitive play, so pretty stoked on it. We have seen it on Rise on Doinby. I know that one off the top of my head.
Yep.
You keep preaching about Cassidon, which would be really fun to see.
It's so much fun on Cassidon.
I tell you what, Fimbulwinter, Luke, though, just a bit of a touch-up for the audience. Remember that melee champions, you get this when you slow immobilize. You get that 3% current mana into a shield. So for the Ornn, giving you a bit of tank stats as well, and the extra bit of mana. It's kind of fun to see a tier item on Ornn. Never thought we'd see the day where anything but Doran's Blade would be the big out there.
I'll never get over Doran's Blade.
Of course,
that was a phenomenal day. As we've got to a point where both comps realize we both want a 5v5. Sure, it might be in different ways, like very different ways, but both are kind of just waiting, ping-ponging side lanes until Dragons come back up. Dragon is up in 10 seconds, so Ultra Prime having control is pretty nice for them. We're going to be keeping our eyes on Cryin at first, like we talked about, to be landing those big ones. Also having the package available for TS. It is pretty awkward to walk in. It looks like you're waiting for Zoom to do it, or if you want to look for a knock-up, be able to key back away. But Ultra Prime, just get this Dragon for free.
Draw might actually be caught out. Draw slowed down, and I'm going to hold on that for now. Hang on, Zoom has used a Hex Gate for a flank, but Top Esports trying to turn it into their advantage. Dominus used the fight time, but he's getting shredded by the two strongest members. Zoom's just taken down. That Hex Gate was absolutely troll, and now L3 positions. Another member bites the dust. Jackie Love will join Knight. A three-man knockup doesn't matter anymore, because Ultra Prime have found their fight. Xiaopeng now against the Ornn. He's got burst damage, but not consistent DPS. For Xiaozi, it's his redemption arc, trying to get something done. He'll trade off his life, but Ultra Prime get what they were looking for.
I am so happy that we have already had a 2022 moment in this split. Something that can only happen this split, inting with the Hex Gate. Round of applause for Zoom. Tries to go in to find the flank. The other members of TS aren't close enough to be able to follow up on that. Ultra Prime very easily just turn on him, delete him instantly, and turn it into a Baron. The same top esports struggles continue showing through no matter the roster.
Let's look, because he's walking around. Is it a misclick? I mean, you can click out of it. I'm not 100% sure, guys, but he gets taken to the back end and just regrets it.
Yeah, you have ZS on the opposite side who's somewhat buying time by getting caught out, but Ultra Prime having both their Kai'Sa and Corki right there. Zoom had no chance of living. And now, the rest of the members of Top Esports are funneled into a choke point up against Ornn, up against Leona, up against Corki. Ultra Prime are completely thriving.
Yes, they are. The Baron you mentioned now picked up. Almost a 2k gold lead. Not as relevant as people will think, but the point is...
Hysterics.
What is it?
Look at Knight's inventory. Look at the stacks.
It's
stacks.
True. You can't get much eyes anymore. This is a big game. He's going to sell it, Lyric. He's going to sell it at some point to make room for his fourth item. And it's sad to me because Knight was in a very good position. No longer. It means that now we start talking about Cryin more and more, that he has a more of Malmortius as his third item. I also want to point out that Elk is 4 items strong. That Infinity
Elk
Edge,
is huge.
He's gigantic. And Jackie Love has been hitting Ornns all game because he doesn't want to go anywhere near the lady who shoots Void out of her hand.
Let's remember, though, that this game did start off with Jackie Love numerous times being in and getting caught out, which, again, is typically the Jackie Love special, so it's not too surprising. But that is how this game started and why we do have Jackie Love right now 0-5 on the Ezreal, compared to Elk, who is absolutely massive on this Kai'Sa. Not going to be able to use Baron, play out through 2 lanes. Zoom is answering on the opposite side, trying to put a bit of pressure down to get them to act. For Ultra Prime, they do have a wave still in top. They can look to pivot over there and continue their siege.
Well, look at what Zoom's doing, at least trying to get a trade-off here. He has TP if they want to ambitiously try that flank once again without a Hex Gate. The Cryin poke's starting to be really scary. You can see that wasn't even a big one, and the flank coming in the back line, but Ultra Prime is super deep, and Elk has joined on in. The Kai'Sa getting out of there, zooms out. Better than the namesake on Top Esports, but for ZS, he's getting chunked himself. Jackie Love still doing damage. Cryin takes a Mystic shot. Hang on a minute. The 0-5 Ezreal, he can Arcane shift forward now as well. Ultra Prime, their health bars are low. And Jackie Love with the 2-shot barrage!
Oh!
2 for the price of 1 was on the menu, but unfortunately not. 3 members get away. They delay it with the teleport coming in, and now for Top Esports, 2 inhibitors might only be the beginning.
Oh yeah, I think this one definitely looks over. Ultra Prime having so many members up. Still no support, still no Knight on the side of top esports. Ultra Prime, how aggressively are you going to play?
Well, Zoom's going into the backline. Dominus is there. Hacker's the target for Xiaopeng, but it's 3 versus 4. Ultra Prime still have their Ornn in contention as one Nexus Turret goes down. They're playing it safe, Lyric. They don't want to end it here, rather. They don't feel like they can take a Hexgate out, but Ultra Prime have done enough damage to make this game feel like it's in the basket.
I love that you can always count on a TS game to be extremely close to where a team's pushing the base, looking like they can end, and then, you know, we get a solid another 5 minutes. Top esports making sure we don't have more of those 20-minute bangers like we had earlier in the day with EDG playing. We're gonna go to the replay here. Hacker finding a really nice kick. I think Knight does flash it, so he does get kicked back, but still Elk able to follow up with the ult. Instantly deletes Knights. Remember, this Kai'Sa is 4 items strong. He's huge right now. That it's not able to knock anything up on the back end, but still they picked up enough kills because they were able to push down 2 inhibitors.
Chelsea just going deep, but the rest of Ultra Prime are right behind him. A really good second game from UP here, and I'm impressed.
4,600 gold.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the way the Ultra Prime taking these fights and knowing the condition, knowing that Elk would be the centerpiece as well. With Brian bringing in the backup. Ultra Prime are using their bottom lane right now to funnel on in. 3 members down here, Lyric. Hacker has built up the mid lane wave, and now another package to end the game and take us to a game 3.
I gotta be honest, I feel like from what we've seen in LPL this week, losing games with Corki should be illegal.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened all that much, has happened a little bit, but Corki just so overwhelmingly powerful when he does have this package. And with his build, you just see what one of his rockets just to the Zoom's health bar.
Players out, but hang on, Ultra Prime, they're getting separated a bit, package back with Zoom, trying to close the gap and into the back line. It's done because Hacker is taking care of business, and Elk alongside the way. That's a triple kill, with Xiaopeng being the next Quadra. We're looking for the Penta here, ladies and gentlemen, as Elk has been so big in this game. He went from WE to Stardom on the Nexus. Elk looking to get the final kill. Nice buy-in time, but it's Penta territory to take us to game number 3.
Elk just coming out so massive. 2 items up on Jackie Love. We've always known the heights of this player. This is why back in the day, WE funneled all of their resources into this AD carry, stepping up, having a massive game on this Kai'Sa. Jackie Love and friends definitely helping him out along the way. Now it's there, so we get a game 3.
We do. We get a game 3 that maybe a lot of people wouldn't have expected, because for top esports, that game 1, it was some nice team fighting. We got to those 5v5s that we wanted. Top esports managed to clinch it out. In the second game, things were close for so long, but for Ultra Prime, those fights were gorgeous towards the end, and I'm glad to see an Ultra Prime that really running around the strongest parts of the map. You and I were talking about Elk and Chelsea being the focus, and Hacker through the early game made sure that Elk was always going to be relevant.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice 3-man setup coming out from them. They put ZS on something where they know, hey, they're going to put some pressure on you, but you can play by yourself. You can have an impact later on. And then, yeah, just pick Corki. I really feel like Corki's just so insanely strong right now. It's crazy. We've seen Corkis get solo killed or fall like 50 CS or plus behind, but still find impacts. Corkis just get ahead in laning phase and take over the game. I really feel like it's almost impossible to not find impact when you're on this champion. But overall, like you're saying, Elk definitely the standout. I also really like the composition coming out from Ultra Prime just because it is interesting right now when we are hitting this Jinx, Aphelios, Caitlyn every game to be willing to bring out the Kai'Sa, to put it in a comp that isn't just necessarily surrounded by other dive champions, right? Ornn is kind of a long-range engaged champion. Corki, unless he's packaged, is going to be sitting in the back line. So you're going to have to be very coordinated with sending your Lee Sin in, finding those kicks, chaining in the Kai'Sa like we saw, to be able to have the amount of impact that Elk was able to have. So a nice amount of coordination in a lot of these team fights.
A member that we don't talk about much is someone like Hacker, right? Where Xiaoxi was a big part of the engage with solar flares, with the ability always wanting to go forward. But Hacker as well was quite concise, considering that he was behind all the way up until the end, I believe, against Xiaopeng. So big moments for Hacker there towards the end too. Big moments for Ultra Prime in that second game as they even up the score. We're going to a game 3. And Top Esports Ultra Prime is the banger we didn't know we were going to get today, but we all knew we needed in the LPL right after this.
我的 LPL 家人和我的撸啊撸朋友，新年快乐！
蛇捏左尿。
Don't be down! It's clean as hell, Lyric!
Ming looking to just deny the TP. Xiaohu onto the Nexus, and Xiaohu wins the game. Ryan jumps in over the wall. Beautiful Gragas cast from Xiaohu. Putting that DPS into the tier 2. They're already going in. Go!
Let's go, baby!
Ali, if they want to go for this fight, in he goes. Move forward.
Oh! He gets him!
No! This is Donya's trying to buy time. There's Kingslayer. I win the jungle as well. The E dodged away from Flash.
Well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But he needs to hit it.
No, they hit it.
They've got it. The satchel charge to secure. Oh, there with the kick. It's a 3-man 2.
Stick, but FBM still firing out. And goes Viper. Turning it around. No!
Oh, the flash! That is huge!
They just can't do enough. It's a clean ace.
And EDG, the last of the LPL are headed.
I just believe more in the Dom 1 bag of tricks based on everything we've seen this tournament. So for me, it's a 3-0.
This scout that is finding these picks, able to weave in the queue.
Viper is still alive though. Flashes in. Showmaker dashes forward. Showmaker goes golden, but it's not going to keep him alive.
They've actually done it. The LPL is back on top. Vedius.
Let's get right to it.
type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. No. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we pan across Shanghai, you can see that the sky's lit up. Obviously, LPL is lighting the sky up because Game 1 and Game 2 Lyric have been without a doubt, some of my favorites so far. Maybe Weibo Gaming versus WE Game 1 tops it, if only just. But I'll tell you what, game number 2, we'll bring up Elk as the MVP because Elk showed us that this series is about 80 carry ceiling. And Elk had a pretty big ceiling after Hacker set him up that early on.
Yeah, big highlight from him. So we are apparently going to just go straight into ban pick. Game 3 ready to start, but highlighting Elk one more time, did pick up the first pentakill of LPL Spring.
Yeah.
Really nice see from him, straight into bans. Both teams staying on the same side, so Top Esports electing to stay on blue after their loss. Bans staying pretty much the same so far. Once again, going to ban out the Aphelios. Last time around, the ban from Ultra Prime was the Jinx. Let's find out if they decide to keep it.
All right, Lyric. Jinx comes through. Aphelios as well. We've been talking about this B1 Renekton and Top Esports on the same time. They're changing it up completely. That's a first.
Yeah, instead wanting to get Xiaopeng onto the Lee Sin. I don't know how much this changes the dynamic of the game. I want to see if Ultra Prime now themselves want to go towards the Renekton pick. It was a champion that ZS has leaned towards quite heavily in the last year. Though I feel like you would only see it if we were going to see the Nidalee combo come out alongside it. Looks like Ultra Prime don't want to go for that. They're just going to keep enabling Xiaoxi onto some comfort. With the fact that these 380 carries are taken away, wanting to consistently go for these all-in and heavy skirmishing bot lanes. So Leona is the first to come out.
Funny in hindsight thinking about this Ultra Prime roster where Hacker is kind of a Nidalee player as well with the Renekton top lane for ZS makes a lot of sense. So no reversal, but the hover is either a shout out to Xiaopeng or it is actually a bigger call out because Hacker as well has his own little pocket picks.
Yeah, really cool to see from him. Hacker is the one who the other day I do believe played the Udyr and pulled that one out. So now bringing out the Rek'Sai into the Lee Sin, of course, knocking him up when he is in the middle of his queue. Pretty cool mechanic to come out. Also, just such a high amount of pressure in the early game with the amount of ganks that you are able to set up, and with the fact that Ultra Prime have gone for this, I'd say, pretty heavy lockdown composition. TS going to early rotate the Corki, so we are going to get to see Knight on that one and what kind of impact he is able to have on this pick that, again, has just been taking over games in the LPL so far.
Lyric, it is a big deal that you give over Corki. You give over Corki and you give over an 80 carry of their choice that's left up. Jackie Lover on the Jhin, something that has been the remnant after the Jinx, the Caitlyn, the Aphelios, which are those top 3. Looks like Top Esports might ignore it for now as Dwar goes to Brom, so we're not even taking the 80 carry as TES, leaving the opportunity for Ultra Prime to get it instead, if they want.
I mean, now Top Esports are clearly just completely indexing into playing from range, playing disengage, playing the zoning game and keeping it at arm's length, right? Corki Braum very clearly signaling that. Even the Lee Sin can be used, kicking people away from your key carries on your team. Looks like Ultra Prime just want to answer with a mid lane quote-unquote soft counter. Again, we'll be able to generate pressure in the early laning phase. Later on, we've seen the Rockets can just be so overwhelming to deal with, but Lord Victor will also gain a lot of potency in being able to dish out his own poke later in the games with those lasers. Now going into the second phase of bans, I mean, both sides have mocked out, the same support, jungle, and mid. So you would expect for the side of Ultra Prime maybe trying to ban out some of the potential counter picks that Zoom can bring out into the top side.
Well, one of them being the Gwen makes a lot of sense. We haven't seen her today, or at least, excuse me, in this series, but with the first Gwen being banned, the Renekton flying through, this pick and ban phase number 3 is completely different. We're seeing Jhin getting banned away as well, something that was just left through to the wayside in the first couple of games, Lyric. With a different direction in mind, what comes next?
I'm just actually really curious what we end up with 480 carries, right? Because we still have Ziggs theoretically open. If Ultra Prime wanted to pull that one out, you probably wouldn't see it on TS side with Braum. We have Ezreal and Kai'Sa still open, I guess. So for Ultra Prime, again, you could look to go for another all-in route, and you still have Cryin playing the same role of where he isn't able to follow in, but you can try and whittle down some health bars before the fight starts. But I feel like Ultra Prime's comp is looking a little bit disjointed pretty much anywhere you go with it, from the fact that you do have Rek'Sai, Leona, and then a Victor in mid. So again, very all-in heavy, skirmish heavy, Rek'Sai, all about the early game. Then you have this champion like Victor that wants to stand back. So for Ultra Prime, I don't really know how you glue this together cohesively.
I guess you were talking about the top side for the fact that, you know, maybe that's the glue that they need, you know, something that can play with the Rek'Sai, something that Hacker can play towards, rather. Let's see where Ultra Prime go, because they're 80 carries, again, you know, none have been pinched on the other side by top esports, so Ultra Prime get first pick.
Ultra Prime right now, highlighting the Ezreal, if they do go for this, again, trying to match some range with range, but no, in the end, wanting to go for the Xayah. I feel like for the side of TS, if they just keep rounding this out with again, some long-range poke, I feel like the Ezreal here would be completely fine. I don't really see how Xayah functions in this comp, right? Because typically Xayah really good against other champions that want to look to dive and want to look to all in because of your ultimates. If you just have Knight throwing out rockets and Ezreal throwing out mystic shots, not going to get a whole lot of value out of, you know, the Kai'Sa skill set.
All right, what do you do? Corki, Ezreal, and Lyric. If this gets locked in, I'm just going to say the disengage potential also from Brom, from Gragas now, makes it easy for Knight and Jackie to have a swell game.
Yep, we're playing, like I said, we're playing long range, we're playing poke. Top Esports made it so obvious what they were going to do once they did lock in that Braum pick on 3, or at least what you would expect them to do. I guess TS don't always follow necessarily what is expected of them. For Ultra Prime, I mean, heck, you could lock in the Camille. Looks like they might stray away from that one, but I feel like playing a range game is just one you're going to lose. Again, I don't see who Xayah hits in these team fights, unless Zoom and Joie are just kind of running it down into Xiaopeng as well, known to be quite over-aggressive. But my point stands, I feel like it depends a lot on some of the mistakes coming out from the side of TS. We're going to be paying attention to what Hacker can get done early on, especially for bot lane. TS's bot lane is quite defensive. Could be quite hard to find any ganks on them with things like the E coming through. I guess top is always there, even though Gragas does have the dash, and especially post 6 is very annoying to dive because of his explosive cast. I think pre-6, very doable to set up for ZS in top lane.
But just give me an overall look here, because it did sound like you were pretty up on top esports draft, considering what they're running into, because Ultra Prime, you said, how do they deal with the poke coming out?
Yeah, I feel like if this game goes to mid-game, then top esports are feeling like squarely in favor, very solid going in. You have champions like Corki who, again, are comfortable sitting on side lane. You are super happy in front-to-back team fight, trying to disengage them out. Rek'Sai not going to bring a whole lot of value other than his Tremor Sense. For Ultra Prime, I feel like you're all-inning a lot on this Rek'Sai pick to be able to find you some lane advantages, set some of these champions behind, potentially snowball this Graves in top side, and just be able to take over the map by being places first, having tempo, and being able to set up these picks.
Well, let's hope, because for Hacker, picking up the Rek'Sai was a very big deal. And in my opinion, guys, you know, Rek'Sai, one of the most attractive champions in League of Legends. It's the teeth that do it for me, and Hacker, I'm hoping he uses those teeth for good use. I'm hoping he can show why I find attraction towards this champion, because Lyric, game number 3 is all about the first series win.
Attraction?
Top Esports and no, but almost. But Top Esports and Ultra Prime, that attraction to the series win. That's what matters here, dude.
You're trying to tie it together. You can't do it. Okay, here's the question though. Would you get a Rek'Sai body pillow?
Oh, I think I would. I should start selling them. Do they sell body pillows or not? I mean, I do have a partner, and she'd probably kick me out of bed if I got a body pillow, but you know, it might be worth it if it was a Rek'Sai one.
Well, I was gonna say it's too bad, because now for your birthday you are getting a Rek'Sai body pillow. You're welcome.
I don't know how you
okay,
find that.
moving away from attraction. There's a game on our screen.
Yeah, tell
Games
me
are
about
cool. Well, like we stated, right? For TS, I feel like early game, you're totally fine. Very strong level 1, so it looks like they are going to utilize this right Braum. Pretty much known as the king of level 1s because of his passive. Will they be able to get away? Looks like they're fine.
Brian needs to just back away. I mean, Knight's going to get himself some gold, thanks to the fact that he's got first strike. So Knight and his little rocket ship zoning them away. And for top esports, they're sticking to the buff. Lyric, it is going to be set up on the bottom side. And you were just telling me that Hacker's opportunity lay in the fact of hitting Jackulov, hitting Drong, hitting Elk and Chelsea, their strongest lane, into a comfortable position too.
Overall, though, I think massive loss for the side of up, like you're saying, but really smart by top esports, realizing, hey, we do have the strong level 1, we can push Rek'Sai off. How is Rek'Sai just going to run into Ezreal Braum at level 1? It is impossible, 100% cannot be done. so he gets kicked out of his jungle. Now I want to see what Xiaopeng decides to do. Does he stick around bot side, head straight to the camp? Does he make his way toward top side and prevent any sort of, you know, invade or even... Ooh, wait, I'm going to pause though.
That's right. Chelsea going to get down to half HP. Elk sends back with a bit of a blade caller. And note as well that Elk has gone airy here, Lyric. Longsword in hand as well. And in the offseason, we did see a Xayah build where we were Q-maxing and just sending out the poke in the laning phase.
Yeah, we did. We've seen a lot of different Xayah builds come out over things like the off-season. I remember having things like lethality items, serrated dirt, all-inning on having a bit of a stronger early game power spike. Going with the Eclipse as your mythic is one that is typically taken if you are not running towards the lethal tempo and crit build.
Yeah, so I'll be tracking a little bit here as we see items picked up by Elk, but just food for thought here for our chat is Ultra Prime. They've got Hacker in the top side here. Now note, he is a camp behind as he goes for this scuttle. And look at what Xiaopeng has left to clear all the way to his top side after clearing, I believe, all the blue side from Hacker. 20 CS to 12. Hacker now going to be spotted out thanks to the Sonic Wave. That means the Xiaopeng's ready to go, even with ZS
is coming.
Down. Well, what can they do?
ZS on his way. Knight, though, trying to zone off Brian. They might have an easy turn on a Knight right here.
He's in a weird position, but still has Valkyrie available. Hacker on his crew. But we headed towards the bottom side to get a double scuttle. Not as big as it was before, and especially since Xiaopeng got the early jungle lead. See if Hacker's able to catch up. And once again, find a lane to enter early as Lyric. You wanted to see this Rek'Sai get some work done in the first 15, 20 minutes.
And we already hit on how it feels like his only easy avenue is top. I feel like for bot lane, it will take some setup of either trying to get your wave to crash, setting up a bounce back. It looks like right now they are trying to stack up this wave and potentially set up a dive. Xiaopeng is on the opposite side of the map, so pretty good for the side of Ultra Prime. They do have a massive wave being set up.
It's huge. I mean, it's a wave and a half there, and Hacker's now spotted out. Look at where Knight is. He could walk around, but even more importantly, Xiaopeng there too. So with the massive wave down the bottom lane, not much can be done. Xiaoxi walks up. Turret plating close to. Elk takes a turret shot as well. As Draw stands in with the Unbreakable. Really good to get the aggro down there. And Lyric, Xiaopeng on the way through. Is that the flash from Dwar? They want to get Elk. He's exhausted. He's got the close shot on top of him as well. Elk with one more hit. The concussive blow slow him in his place. He's lost both of his summoners. Hacker now on the way in, but the support's going to die before he can get it on in. Hacker flashes in, but this is the problem because for Xiaopeng, he's given over the second kill to Jackulov. Stunned in place. Jackulov, it's not a 0-4 start. It's a 2-0 start for this AD carry.
And I'm really surprised that Up decided to double down on it. We see Hacker turn around. I think numerous members of Ultra Prime are probably dead regardless. Really nice discipline coming out from Xiaopeng to back off of Elk. Realize, hey, Xiaoxi's just up in our face. Let me not run in 1v2 up against Elk and Hacker to just help take down this Leona. We're going to see how it's set up, though. We need to remember that Hacker did just visit the lane. Amazing flash Q coming out from Joa. Catching Elk off guard. The flash coming out from Xiaopeng to be able to hit these passive sacks coming out from the Braum. Like I said, here Xiaopeng turns away, doesn't keep chasing Elk into Hacker. And here's where I'm a bit surprised that Hacker didn't just try to escort Elk away, maybe knowing that some of these flashes were still up, that certain members would go down. Prime is here, but in the end, it doesn't mean anything. Massive start for Jackulov. And heck, now with these items coming out, right, the Sheen, the Caulfield's Warhammer, he's going to be able to play the aggressive style that Jackulov loves to play.
And because of Dwar with his start too, he picked up the last kill in that rotation, Lyric. I think for this series, Dwar has been consistent beyond belief. I think he's had a really good series, and this support is amplifying Jackulov, or amplifying the rest of top esports beyond anything we've seen in quite a while.
Yeah, Joa. I think Joa's always been pretty consistent. Like you know how Joa will play, and you know exactly what to expect from him. You know that he is a very bloodthirsty support who is always going to pull the trigger. Sometimes does get caught out when looking for his own wards. I think that can be misplaced on the map sometimes, but overall, delivering what TES do need from him. And now for top esports, the win condition looks like it's going to become pretty simple, right? Just all inning onto your bot side. You have Gragas at top anyway, who is going full tank, has the grasp. already buying the Bramble Vest. So looks like they're going to potentially try and threaten a dive onto bot lane. If not, they could very easily pivot this into Dragon.
Looking at Knight right now, it's not 80 minutes, so no pack to get the ultimate fails. Shelty going to get stuck in place once again, down to half HP. Said that 3 times here in this laning phase, and this is where the bullying continues. Knight to poke them down, and look, he might not have his items yet, he might not be anywhere close, but the big one still hurts. Elk there too, and Lyric, we're not even in the fight, but the poking is outraging them. It's hurting on the turret. Xiaopunk's here, the kick again is a 2-man. Easily done for the new jungler. Tien, enjoy the bench, because this guy's here to stay.
And Ultra Prime just reacting too slowly. We saw them know this was going to happen. They have a ward in that Tri-Brush right behind their tower. Both Hacker and trying to rush across the map to be able to cover the dive. Not going to be able to make it in time. Again, maybe just zoning off on the opposite side of the map could have been more valuable. Instead, looks like wanting to take advantage of the resets that come out in the timer. That because top esports has been played, and you look at these resets, and now Ultra Prime's win on the map. So instead, start up their dragon stacking. But we can see here what happened, right? Hacker made his way towards the top side of the map to look for a gank earlier on. They actually did spot him out on a ward before this replay did happen. They know they're stronger bot lane from the skirmishes that they just go through. And then Jwal going to start off with his passive. Instantly, Xiaopeng going in, hitting a nice kick, bringing down Elk, and just delivering Xiaoxi over to Knight and Jack.
Lyric, Knight gave him the blue zone. Xiaopeng slided away so he could get level 6 as well. And small little plays like that are what I love about what it throws. Really nice coordination here from top esports. The 4-man nets them 5 kills in this early game. 3 in the trade, but you know what we're talking about, folks. Excuse me, 2 in the trade. 5 in total. The Herald now picked up. Gold is at 3,000 in the lead for top esports, and it's not even 10 minutes yet. This is the early game we talk about, and the story that we tell to top esports when they're in their prime, when they're not mucking about or, you know, Lyric, balls to the wall. Top esports, when it all goes right, look very, very intimidating before the game's even got off its start.
I think especially the fact that Jackie Love now has picked up the Essence Reaver, just the you know, bonus damage you're going to be getting after using ability is going to come incredibly handy when looking for these really strong trades. Now on the opposite side, TES have said, hey, Jackie Love and Joel are fine. We're going to start giving Zoom a little bit of love, who hasn't fallen that far behind, doing pretty fine in this matchup. We did highlight bought the Bramble Vest early on, so sure, ZS will still win and be able to just poke him off, use, you know, his range advantage, his early cooldowns. But Zoom doing a decent job so far, and heck, looks like he's going to dodge Hacker.
Yeah, he knows that Hacker... Oh, no, Zoom stays. Zoom stayed. There's no Unleashed Teleport. You could TP if you Knight, but you're not doing it. A dive, easy done here for Ultra Prime, and as Hacker gets out, ZS now, Lyric, well, that condition for Ultra Prime has to work.
Yeah, but the kill did go over to Hacker, so Hacker getting a bit more gold on that one. He will be the champ moving around the map, so theoretically can try and transfer that advantage into other places. Elk, though...
Oh, the kick flash, though, and you know what? Glacial Fissure in between. That is as cold as ice for Ultra Prime. 0-3 bottom lane combined. Another double for Jackie Love. 4-0 and 3. And Lyrics, you get Jackie Love game 1 all over again.
I mean, we do get Jackie Love game 1, but this feels much more about Xiaopeng, right? And how much time he has spent down towards his bottom lane. Of course, we did give the bot lane credit for the earlier kill, especially Draw setting it up with the flash Q, but still, Xiaopeng has not let Elk and Xiaoxi play the game. We did question how useful this Decisive pick would be, though I guess technically any champion would have gotten pretty much annihilated in this situation. But like we said, the ult not going to bring a lot of value. Xiaopeng even having a flash in that play can wait out the ultimate after he does Q in, use his flash, and find the kick very easily, as we saw.
Hey, Lyric, you know, there'll be a lot of people saying things like Xiaopeng's clean, like this guy over Tien, you know, any day. I want to point out that for Xiaopeng, this is not a new jungler to the league. You guys might remember him from Sino Dragon 2019 when they promoted him to the league. SDG's jungler was a big talking point in Xiaopeng's development for years. Like, watch this again. Waits out Lyric and then wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
Yep, right into the Q and just landed on the Xiaoxi. So on Jackie Love here to finish everything off. And it's just looking solid for Xiaopeng coming in. You know, Xiaopeng faces a fair amount of criticism. And again, I do call it fair, as a lot of it is deserved. But But again, I think when you look at Xiaopeng, the one thing you can appreciate about him is he is absolutely crazy. And when someone is absolutely crazy, it doesn't matter if things will go good or bad. It means things will happen, which I feel like ultimately is better than, you know, maybe where Tien's at right now in the game, especially with this limited champion pool, maybe still being able to find impact on things like Diego, but definitely going to need to see more from Tien, especially if Xiaopeng's going to work out in this way. Though it is only against Ultra Prime. The game still is not over.
He's a busy boy, Lyric. Ignite's going to go down with the shield boat. Means absolutely nothing. This leads in once again in the right place at the right time. Hacker going to try to take it down, though.
Oh, no, he's dead.
He says, but he gets a bit of healing with the kill, and now Hacker going to regret this one. Xiaopeng has him up against the wall. The kick not available. He used it, and he picks up a well-deserved kill. 9 out of 9 kill participation. The new jungler for Top Esports, all we're talking about in this final game. Top Esports are destroying this early game against Ultra Prime.
Yep, bladed steel caps diff in the match between Xiaopeng versus Hacker. Sadly, not able to do anything. Also,
might be dead. The flush away from Knight. Xiaopeng matches with Solidware, trying to get Crine into the fight with Hailstorm, still tick away, and Knight actually dies. Crine getting the kill. A nice little touch here, considering that Crine is now 1-0.
yeah, they were able to lock down Knight for the full duration, got the Chaos Storm off, dealing, you know, full amounts of damage. Xiaoxi sticking on top of him. Xiaoxi also taking the Ignite, so even more damage layered on top of it there. They not only kill Knight, but also get his flash as well. Looks like Ultra Prime now not wanting to give over Dragon for free for the fact they just got a pick, but TES have numerous members here.
Oh, there's a fat man who's drinking up all the, whatever that purple liquid is in Arcade. Munchbill's put a post out recently, Lyric, or at least 2 months ago. That's not recent. And we've identified what Gragas is drinking. I tell you what, this man, he's not suitable for children. He's not a good representative. And with the way he's been fighting in these fights against ZS, he's about to get a barrel of it himself. Look at where Xiaopeng is. Look at Chua on the way. ZS in pure regret mode. The kick is there, up against the wall. You know what? Send him out. Xiaopeng's been making pretty good kicks. One not so great is okay, guys.
They're not able to find it. On the opposite side of the map, though, Ultra Prime are doing a nice job punishing, taking away some camps. Vision is down. Cryin will be able to get this turret. So at least Ultra Prime, ZS doesn't get picked off on bottom and side lanes. They're denying some farm. They're taking away camps. They're going to pick up another Scuttle Crab. And they're keeping themselves alive in this game, even though they are 4K gold behind.
Really says something, Ultra Prime. Remember that it was close in game number 1 where Ultra Prime, they were down 3,000 gold, but Top Esports, it's their mid-game that we questioned. It was their, not decision-making, Lyric. What's a word we found? What's it called?
Is there another word other than decision-making?
Well, it was more the fact that they make decisions they shouldn't. So, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess we'll call it the unevenness of Top Esports deciding on what to do. But now when we find something easier, we'll go from there.
I feel like the word you're looking for is indecisiveness, but TES aren't indecisive, so yeah.
But they're not. They make. Oh my god. Well, Elk. Don't think he has ulti. He's lucky to dodge that one. Nice little sidestep up. He actually did have ulti, but he didn't press it. So sitting on the edge, as Elk gets poked down by Jackie-Love. Remember this Ezreal. We haven't been talking much about it. It's been the Xiaopeng show, but Jackie-Love's been a benefactor. 4-0-3, got a lot of kill participation as well from the early kills, and as Knight comes in with the package, it's just to make sure this mid-turret goes down.
I also feel like Jackie-Love's just the hardest person to deal with for the competition. Ultra Prime, Xiaoxi though.
Well, he might be dead. Jackie-Love sits behind. Hacker goes into the backline. He's trying for something, but remember, you talk about in draft, this is a post comp. For Ultra Prime, they have to get away. Top Esports now using Zoom as a bodyguard as Jackie-Love is still alive. Xiaopeng right behind him. ZS has got the shield bow as well. Ultra Prime, they lose 2, but they gain 2 as well. Because they're so far behind, it feels good that they've received something.
Yeah, I didn't see how Knight got bursted out so quickly. Jackie-Love's still able to stay alive, still able to dish out that damage. Xiaoxi we saw got deleted instantly. Hacker following through as well. TES will be able to still keep some pressure on the map to threaten as Xiaopeng looking to be a bit cheeky, trying to find ZS.
Well, that's not his way to connect. Maybe not even needed. The Dragon's Rage will execute him, but Xiaopeng doesn't have it, nor does he need it. The 5th kill going down. Lyric, I can count. And that's still 12 out of 12 kills.
And now going to look to potentially punish Xiaoxi. Elk is here waiting in the wings, though, and it looks like TS instead are deciding to go for top turret. If you look at our mini-maps, Wall right now is hovering over towards Knight, coming out that one. I want to see the replay. I want to keep my eyes on what happens with Knight. Shoutzy actually landing right on top of him. Nice lockdown. Hacker following up immediately, then Crying drops the Chaos Storm. Okay, so Knight never even got a chance to move. Was locked down the whole time, so not able to dish out that poke that we were talking about. Still, I feel like Jackie Love is going to be the biggest thorn in the sides of the members of Ultra Prime. Though we do see right there, right? They do have a ton of DPS. They do have bursts coming out from Victor. Zaya's there. That they have the damage if they can find the fights. I just feel like for TS, I feel like as we get more into mid-game and it's less about fighting in enclosed spaces and you are more just like staring at each other in front of mid-wave or staring at each other in front of Dragon, there's more room to play with, which does benefit TS's comp though.
Okay, well, again, the poke you mentioned, like the fact that for Ultra Prime, the parts didn't really move with one another. That's what you're telling me in draft where we were questioning this quite a bit. The fact that Ultra Prime have come back somewhat in this game is great. But again, listen to what Lyrics just said, is the space kind of opens up a little bit as they stare each other down. Be careful of the Corky, be careful of the Ezreal. Jackie Love and I will do quite a lot of kick back again. Look at this guy. He's clinical. Any more clinical, he'd be putting a COVID booster in my arm.
And you even look at the minimap, right? There were wards just about everywhere, so Xiaopeng able to be sneaky and get around it. Just Jackie Love hiding out Hacker.
All there to defend his 80 carries. He's been there all game. 5 kill Ezreal, 2.5 items strong. And remember that for top esports, they're going to Dragon. They want to pick first as Shoutzy's the target at a half HP. The rest Ultra Prime targeted. But Jackie Love's out of the back line. The True Surprise lines them down. It's a good engage from Ultra Prime. It's defensive. The Zoom still picks up the kill. Zed's the next target, and this Ezreal lives on. Dragon's going to be the next target, and top esports have that to back.
That TS now being able to get things on both sides of the map. Knight getting some nice damage down on top side. Even chunking Crying out as he PvPs in. So getting a little bit closer towards that soul point. Pretty sizable lead now. 6k gold for TS. 1 Drake up. To kill lead is absolutely massive. I'm actually a bit surprised that the gold lead isn't bigger than what it is. But yeah, CS not really too heavily in favor of one side or the other. Jackie Love with advantage over Elk, but ZS doing the same to his counterpart.
It's great to see either way. Ultra Prime do have only 6,000 gold down after, yeah, you're right, 14 gold. And something I wasn't thinking about, considering that they do still have a turret, picked up a bit of turret plating, through middle and top as you saw in that early laning phase. So we'll see how it progresses from here, because Lyric, Infernal Soul, now, for a comp that can poke you down, that's probably one of the best dragons to get. I think it just is the best dragon for Knight and Jackie Love to get.
You know, I do feel like a lot of team comps can be prefaced with like, hey, this soul is the best for this comp, you know? I feel like any comp would be happy to have Infernal Soul, though. Chemtech probably the best for anything right now just because of how it is, so we haven't really seen it use a great effect. Going back onto the map now, though, for the side of Ultra Prime, we can see Hacker is going with a tankier Rek'Sai build compared to the one we saw the other day from Loyen, who did go full lethality. Hacker, I think, is adapting to doing more of the tank style for the fact that they did round out their comp by trying to make it more of a traditional front-to-back with the Victor and Zaya coming in. So Hacker will be able to play that role as a frontline tank alongside Shoutzy, absorbing some of the damage and trying to buy space for Crying and Elk to be able to hit the members of top esports.
Let's hope, because they need some of those items to be effective like that. We've only got 1.5 in the inventory of Hacker. He's running quite behind. He looks to the engage, buying space once again, but look at the bottom lane. ZS saw him coming, but Knight is just poking away. He might miss the big one. With the tick down, ZS lucky to be alive. Flash burn by only one member in that trade. Top of esports still winning out with the turret on the top side.
I'm a little disappointed, Hysteric, because this guy was the solo kill leader of the world last split. Solo kill leader of the world! And then the big one missed. And you told me big ones don't miss.
Well, he got the first.
Once again, I am calling you out.
Got the first big one, and you know what? If he had the Dark Seal, if he had the Magi's, ZS would have died. That's all I'm saying. Knight going against himself. Hey, top esports say it's Baron o'clock. Look at your watch, Lurk. What do you reckon?
Definitely Baron o'clock. The Arcane Barrage comes out. Really nice damage to L. Zed still on the opposite side of the map, no collateral damage, does have TP. I feel like this fight should squarely be in favor of Top Esports. Can Hacker find some kind of miracle steal, though? Chaos
down.
Storm also up for crying.
How many wants to go in? Xiaopeng set him away, goes back in the pit to get the spine down. Xiaopeng went in and out, and I tell you what, it's like going into a Kmart in peak season. Ultra Prime have fled their support, the pitter has to flush away. Top Esports making a 1-for-1, but Xiaopeng, what an absolute baller.
Xiaopeng secures the Baron. That was so close, as 50-50 as it gets, with the fact that both Hacker made it into the pit. Crying dropped his Chaos Storm. But as you said, apparently this is like Kmart or shopping or something. I guess Xiaopeng is that angry old lady who's going to go in and make sure she gets that 2% milk. As we go to the replay, we see a bunch of damage going to come out from Ultra Prime. Chaos Storm going to be dropped by Prime. You see Xiaosi getting in. And actually, Hacker not able to get in. Oh, wow. Xiaopeng taking it incredibly low. Hacker does get in the end, but you're right. TES with a little bit of a funny secure coming out in the end.
I mean, I just love that Xiaopeng just went out, and then he went right back in. And Hacker came in a little bit late, but, you know, Xiaopeng asserting dominance once again in this game. It has been jungle dipped the story, but importantly as well, Top Esports had an advantage before the Baron lyric. Now it's growing even more as Ultra Prime want to defend, but with Baron lyric, this comp feels like it goes on more of what you've been talking about.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is where they thrive, right? Being able to stand in front of your structure in an open lane, having the Baron up minions, layer down that poke. For Ultra Prime, trying to answer back with ZS in a side lane. We know Zoom shouldn't really have any 1v1 threat on him right now. ZS will just completely bully him out. Zoom has completely gone the way of frontline tank initiation Gragas. And for TS now, just ping-ponging between two waves, pushed in bot, go to mid, get this down. Ultra Prime, I mean, you have some wave clear coming out, but TS just dished out too much damage at this point in time.
Three items now. I see a crown on the Ezreal. We can talk about that in a second. We've got a 2.5 item Corki too, and look at them all just run back to base. It's impressive.
Yeah, it is quite ridiculous. But like you said, ooh, wait, Hacker though.
Yeah,
might just be deleted.
Well, Trishot Barrage, it's got him. Hacker sent packing, and there's nothing more to say than Jackie Love hitting the mark in game number 3.
Jackie Love has just been on point. Now for TS to get to keep the pressure up. Heck, it's even opened up for Zoom to pressure in the top lane. Is coordinating a wave up there right now. TS should be able to wait for this wave that's about to come in mid and just keep laying down this siege.
Doing something in the top side as well. Lyric, this hurts to watch. Goodbye ZS. Goodbye Crying. Goodbye, who else is that? Chelsea. Elf running away from the fat man with big barrels, and for Top Esports, that inhibitor's free. The Dragon will be free as well. It is free real estate for Top Esports to try and close out this game. And a much-deserved win, but Lyric, I think, a much important win. It's not English, let's try again. A very important win for Top Esports, considering that they got slammed by Rare Adam.
Got slammed by Rare Adam, lost game 2. For TS at this point in time, it seems like any wins you can put on the board are just incredibly necessary while you're figuring out your roster, like what's going on in the team, how you want to play. For Ultra Prime, taking a game is cool, but we see here Xiaopeng once again just setting things up with his kick. And then a ton of damage going to come out. We're going to see the Arcane Barrage to finish things off because Jackie Love has been pretty on point with his Arcane Barrages this game.
I think he was a little bit upset in game number 2, but again, Xiaopeng set him up in the early game with the double kill Lyric, and the reason that Top Esports are so big is because this man has been everywhere. He's one down on a kill, so almost 100% kill participation, but when you're up to 16, the fact that it's close is pure insanity. People will be remembering his name here as he's debuted on Top Esports here today, and for Ultra Prime, we can just quickly rendition that this team gave them a really good run. And I didn't think this team could give many teams a good run. So I think Ultra Prime, their bars raised quite a bit. And I'd be curious to see where they go from here. Now, the game still has to end, guys. It's LPL. I've seen bigger throws at higher gold leads. But at this point, I'm willing to say that Ultra Prime are, you know, out of options.
Oh, they definitely are. And I also want to go back to Top Esports side. How did the Braum pick? I remember getting asked before the season started if I think there's any like sleeper pick that will be pretty decent. And for the LPL specifically, I said Braum, just for the fact that I don't expect our league to lean too heavily into enchanter supports. We really haven't done that over the past few years, even when other regions did, as Hacker looks like he's caught out once again. I feel like I've said that a lot.
You have, unfortunately, you have. You know, Knight and Jackaloff combined together. Jackaloff's True Shot Barrage held in hand. Top Esports putting the finishing touches here, and you were just mentioning this, Brom. I mean, it's been great for Draw in this game. We've seen what it does for lane, and Lyric, the option of trying to attack a lot. But the lane has to be perfect. Draw adds a lot of defensibility for Jackaloff on this Ezreal. And what it's done for the fights as well is keep anyone from Ultra Prime getting near those core carries.
I feel like when you just think about LPL and you know things are going to come out, like the Renekton's, like now we're seeing the Rek'Sais, even like Jarvan's, tank supports. Braum just does so well at shutting a lot of those things down in lane and then later on in team fights and just being able to sway them, or if they are squishy melee champions, tagging your passive on them, they're easy to burst out. And yeah, just great adaptation by TS to be able to bring this one out, especially when we have a ton of long-range carries coming out in this meta as Xiaoxi goes for the flash, but it turns into nothing.
Well, flash forward, trying to get rid of the package, but the problem is Zoom's here. The bodyguard at the ready once again. 2 minutes until the dragon, guys, but Baron's sitting there waiting. This would be objective bounty that would push Ultra Prime below the 10k mark, maybe. But how do they get near it as Xiaopeng and Jackaloff started away?
They're just going to have to be decisive, right? You assume they're on Baron, you're going to have to engage on this three-man core.
Can
try
you
and
get
find a
near
window.
Knight? There's 4 people running at Knight. This guy with a rocket ship is just laying down some bullets. Hacker around the wing, Zoom zoning him, and Ultra Prime are half HP, just having a sniff in their general direction.
Well, you look at their comp, right? They have Leona and they have Rek'Sai. The Leona ultimate was just blown. Rek'Sai's only real way of guaranteeing the knock-up on anyone at this point would be Flash, and Hacker doesn't have Flash. So after Xiaoxi blows the ultimate onto Knight to try to force out the package, they just don't have a way of committing onto him afterwards. He's getting so much value out of those rockets with the AP build, which seems like it's just being what we're seeing more and more of now compared to the AD build, which we saw more of, I think, on the first 2 days. And now Top Esports should be able to just look to push for the close.
A clean end is what we want to see. The gold value is intense. Xiaopeng again, back into the lines as once more this new jungler setting this game 3 up, and he should be the one to close it through. He gets another kill. He's getting low. Hacker into the back line, but he meets with death. The Chaos Storm, the last great hope for Cryin to do something. But as he sees his team fall, he's left around the bodies. Top Esports remain strong, and in Game 3, take this to a close. Cryin dodging away, but he ain't Neo from the Matrix. He's in the Matrix right now, Lyric, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know where I'm going with this analogy. If you haven't listened to me cast before, it's an absolute shamble, like Ultra Prime's game number 3 and their chance at the series. Jesus.
Top Esports, though. Go calm down, sir. Go take a timeout. Top Esports, though, picking up their first win of the season. Was a little bit shaky. That game 2 especially getting absolutely rocked by Ultra Prime, giving Elk the first pentakill of the LPL split. But ultimately, game 1 and game 3 were super dominant, just getting ahead in laning phase. Xiaopeng just chain ganking on where he's strong and just being able to pretty much brute force a win without too much of anything else needed, right? We still did see the later the game went, they did still have a comp build that I think was pretty good against what Ultra Prime had picked up, but didn't really need to get that far when your bot laner gets like 10 kills in the first few minutes as well as your jungler.
It was a sublime start. Again, I feel like that ending after that series, because that series was very heated, right? That was a lot to watch through, and there was so much going on, especially in our first 2 games, and in this 3rd game, just to see the smash. Reinstated the fact that Top Esports should be a top team. Like, that Top Esports is a team that walks over the mid-tier teams like Ultra Prime, because Ultra Prime are meant to be that middling, maybe towards the lower of the pack team. But they've got people like Elk, they've got Xiaoxi. We also have Xiaopeng. We've got Hacker as well, who's been in the league for quite a while. Ultra Prime has some talent.
You, sir, you're crazy. And I'm saying that as I think the only caster that put Top Esports first in their power ranking. But I don't think this series locks us into believing they're a top-tier team to the detriment of my power rankings and my credibility, which there's pretty much none at this point, so it actually doesn't matter
There's
too
a lot
much.
of top teams, though. You know, that's like saying RNG are going to win the split. And I don't know which crazy caster said that. It was me. But you kind of got to believe, and you kind of got to look at the best of the performance in the series. I'm impressed in this game, Lyric, and you're right. You know, you don't put it at the top yet, but you start trying, you start believing.
Yes, you do. You do start, using your imagination to fit your own narratives, put yourself in an echo chamber, and convince yourself that TES are number one, because that's what I'm going to do to feel right. Zoom also getting a very comfortable game, getting to play a tank, getting to sit, no jungles going to top, not his jungle, not the enemy jungle. That is the way Zoom likes to play. Did get dove once, but doesn't matter. And at the end of the day, who do you think it's MVP? Do you think it's Xiaopeng or do you think it's Jackie?
It needs to be Xiaopeng.
I guess it's Xiaopeng.
If it's not Xiaopeng, Twitch chat and everyone on the broadcast, we will go and talk to them.
And YouTube. We also have YouTube chat.
And YouTube, that's right as well. Everyone will go and we'll create a forum. We'll put it on Reddit. We'll we'll do what Reddit was made in a polite way. In a polite way that says, can we please reconsider this MVP poll? If it's not Xiaopeng.
Look, to translate what Hysterix is saying, Xiaopeng in a banger game. He ganked bot, then he ganked bot again, and that was pretty much the game. That is the only level of analysis I could give you. Honestly, though, next game does have a LNG in it, so that's super cool.
That's true, too. We'll be waiting for the MVP. Remember as well, there is an interview here, I believe, Lyric. I think it was last series went to a game 3. We don't have an interview, so just this one. We'll be waiting for that as well. Curious to who we get to talk to. I remember on the English side, we've been having some really top-tier guests, so could be someone like Xiaopeng, could be Jackie Love as well. We do get a lot of Jackie Love on the English broadcast, so we'll wait to find out from that as well. But look, expecting that Xiaopeng MVP because we were talking about him all game long. And from here, now raises the most interesting question. He was run for the full series. Whether Tien comes back next series, after that performance, Xiaopeng stays on for quite a while.
I expect them to dabble with both. I think they'd hoped Tien would just come in and everything would work out. If not, that is why they have Xiaopeng on the roster. But I don't feel like you sign a player like Tien with the name of Tien that has won a world championship before and then not try and integrate them. And again, sure, I know the counterpoint is going to be like, hey, he hasn't looked fantastic in the last few seasons. That is true. But again, Top Esports have decided to put resources into him. He's a player that is very familiar with Knight, and I don't think Top Esports will just stop trying to integrate him.
Well, we do actually have Knight who's standing by for an interview, so we're going to hand it over and return to finish out the segment before we go to the next series. Over to you.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Knight from Top Esports with us. So congratulations on today's win, and you have reached the milestone of 1,500 kills in LPL, and also you together with Jackie Love, the two of you got 100 wins together. So how do you feel at this moment, Knight? 那首先恭喜我们 Knight 获得今天比赛的胜利。那其实在今天 Knight 也是解锁了我们的1500杀，而且同时和阿水的水手组合也共同取得了100胜场。所以说能问一下 Knight 有什么样的一个感想吗？
感想可能就是我在 LPL 打了这么多年了吧，就也打了挺久的，然后还有就和阿水当队友也当挺久的，就100场。
So my biggest thought is that I really feel like I played in LPL for such a long time. I played in LPL for so many years, and also I just realized that okay, I played with Jackie Love for such a long time as well. And I want to talk a bit more about today's game because in game 1, you guys have decided a very perfect level 1 invasion, and successfully you were able to got the first blood. So tell us more about how did you make the plan for that level 1 invasion for today's game. 那其实到今天的第一局比赛，你们也是很好的设计了一波1级团的入侵，并且我们 KK 的一个塞拉斯也是成功拿到了1血嘛，所以说能问一下，当时是队内怎么样来进行了一个1级团的设计呢？
当时就我们有2个可以位移过墙的英雄嘛，就那个塞拉斯和洛，我们就觉得他们打野肯定会站那里，就试了一下。
So based on our draft, we got Rakan and also Silas. Those with the with all the skills, we are very easily to make the level 1 invasion based on our skills, and successfully we were able to just find this opportunity to try the level 1 invasion and also get the first blood. And also in game 2, we have realized that your Victor have chosen the summoner spell of Flash and Ghost. So tell us more about the reason of this choice. 那其实第二局你的一个维克托也是选择了疾跑再加上闪现这样的一个召唤师技能的选择，所以说能不能和我们分享一下为什么会进行这样的一个选择呢？
我觉得维克托打飞机，如果你不带疾跑的话，团战发挥就很难比飞机好吧，所以我就试了一下，就番茄的有点兑现。
So I really feel like play against Corki this champions if your Victor didn't have the ghost, it's very hard for you to perform even better than the opponent's Corki in the actual team fights. So I just sacrificed a bit for my performance in the laning phase. So that's a reason for me to just have chosen this summoner spell Ghost. And also I want to talk a bit more about the rework of teleport. So as a mid laner, how would you comment on the rework of teleport, and do you like this change? 那最后一个问题也想问一下我们 Knight 选手对于一个 TP 改动的看法，因为现在 TP 进行了改动以后，想问一下你作为中单选手会对他有什么样的一个评价，同时你喜不喜欢这样的一个 TP 改动呢？
TP 改动我觉得就影响可能就前面上下路的那种越塔就减少了吧，对面期可能就增加了，我对这种改动感觉还挺适合的吧，也感觉还可以。
So I feel like after the rework of teleport, maybe the tower dive around the top lane or around the bot lane will be reduced. And also basically in my own perspective, I think I'm quite suitable to this change, and I quite like the change of this teleport or the rework of teleport. So thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们下一场也能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy and Knight. Always good hearing from the golden left hand. He likes his laning phase lyric naturally. He wants to be in it longer and not have to go anywhere else. That makes sense.
Who would have guessed that top esports are happier with no TPs and laning phases and, being able to farm? Who would have guessed?
No one.
And unexpectedly, no pitchforks need to be raised by hysterics.
Put him down.
Xiaopeng is unsurprisingly our MVP.
Because I wasn't raising pitchforks. I was raising wet noodles that go in the pool. And Xiaopeng getting MVP means we can put him down, put him back in the water. This was a masterclass on one of his biggest champions of all time. Remember the Xiaopeng's Lee Sin has been talked about on the Sino Dragon roster, on the DMO roster, TT even. This is a comfort pick for him, and he made it look surprisingly easier than that.
And we know Kelsey's out there watching. You already hit on it earlier. I don't know if the love of Xiaopeng started off as a meme or serious, and then it turned into the other one. But I feel like that's how love for Xiaopeng goes for everyone. Is that maybe back in the day, maybe back in the Sino Dragon days, it started off serious. Then, towards DMO, towards TT, it turns into a meme. Then it comes back to being serious for a while, goes back to a meme, and then here we are, where Xiaopeng comes in, takes advantage of, again, level 1, and just completely runs over the game. Then you can look at him and be like, you know what? This is real love.
Everywhere. He was literally everywhere on the map. It doesn't matter if it was
Maybe you don't do a Rek'Sai body pillow. You do a Xiaopeng body pillow. Not to make it weird.
Xiaopeng or the Lee Sin with Xiaopeng's name? That's the question. I think Xiaopeng makes it weird, but the Lee Sin makes it okay.
It probably does make it weird.
It does. Especially if Xiaopeng's looking back at me. I don't know if the body pillow maybe makes the Lee Sin kicking sound every so often to keep things exciting.
Hey, but you know what else is exciting? We have Tarzan. Doom be playing next.
We do, actually, we do, because this is going to be our last series of the night. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't say this before, but normally when we go to Suzhou, when we go to a different arena and we go to 3 games a game the series before, we have a delay. But because Rare Atom are playing in Shanghai, there is no delay. Everything's live here tonight, and we'll be returning momentarily to jump into LNG RA, teams that are standing 1-0 in the LPL so far. Right after this.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
With the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 TES 团队保持了紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
They reach out for love.
times I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, take things as they come. It will go further, it will go further now. Spring worlds wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself, this is still not the end. And pull it through now. And if the pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon, the time has come now. And it'll set the time to quit, pull yourself together, whoa. And let it start it right now. The time has come now, yeah, yeah. And pull it through now. The time has come now. The time has come now. It's come now.
ladies and gentlemen, as you look over the city, as you look over Suzhou, LNG's home arena lies within. They'll be playing from there tonight with RA on the other side playing in Shanghai, so there is no delay. That's very good news after coming through a best of 3 that went the distance. There is no delay. Everything's going to be live for you tonight. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Jordan Lyric Corby on my left/right/next to me/Vanbill T. I have one question for you. After what we just came through and after my brain kind of restarts, because that last series, always takes away from you when you're chaotic and when there's a lot of emotion involved. Do you feel like we're going to get something similar in the next series? Because LNG and RA, they kind of have similar feelings with stand-up players.
Yeah, I definitely think this will be a lot closer than we expect. LNG having a bit of a messy series against Ultra Prime. Rare Atom series also decently messy against Top Esports. But again, Rare Atom, not an expected favorite coming out with the win.
They're not. And as we go into this for both these teams, I think there's a very relevant quote. I'd like to quote an idol of mine. We saw him in Moana. We saw him in Scorpion King. Saw him in The Mummy. When life puts you in touchy situations, don't say why me. Just say try me. And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson says this because teams like LNG and RA, when LNG's in a situation where they're looking a bit uncertain, they always get it over the line. Blaming themselves? No. LNG get it across the line. RA, oh, well, we couldn't end the game there. Do we stop? No. We backdoor. And as we start with LNG here, Lyric, let's just remember that Dwayne would be saying things like, get up, continue forward, because you got that first win, and now you need to show that you're more prominent than we believe you to be.
Yeah, we need to remember, this was a close series. We just saw right there, Ultra Prime actually having a pretty solid lead. Crying just flashing in to the members of LNG to take away a free kill. And then from that, they were able to turn that into things like a Baron, into bringing back their own dragons, and start to clinch away that first game. Game 2, I'd say a bit more nice for LNG, but still back and forth. LNG a lot messier than I think we would expect from a team that has Doinb and Tarzan. What should be contending or just being outright the strongest mid-jungle 2v2 in the LPL. Both these players winning MVP awards in their roles last split. But I feel like collectively as a group, it hasn't really come together. Lumao especially being a big weakness for the team, continuously getting caught out. Very weak in lane. We've seen LNG's bot lane throughout the game they played against Ultra Prime as well as Demacia Cup. Their bot lane getting 2v2 killed left and right. Then just about coordinating later on in the game. I think Doinb and Ala both like to play in the side lanes, but we've seen sometimes they can be a little bit mismatched and end to one of them getting picked off.
It doesn't make
strengths,
sense.
definitely mid-jungle. Team cohesion, not it.
When that mid-jungle, the strength we talk about, expects to be a lot better. And I like that you start with Tarzan and Doinb. They're both players that carry their team across the line. Like Tarzan for sure was the big talking factor at Worlds. Doinb, we expected him to smash Worlds, but didn't play as well as he did in the summer split. Even the spring split, Doinb played exceptionally well, and his laning phase became god tier too. And Lyric, that's LNG. On the other side, I think it's worth talking about RA, because RA, we're not really saying that much like we are with LNG. We're saying that RA against TES punished them well and looked a lot cleaner than a lot of us would have expected.
Yeah, RA came in. They started Luoyan, who they are once again starting today, so no Junja, which was a big surprise to a lot of us, right, because of how hyped he is. But Luoyan came in with a really solid performance, picked up an MVP in a game. His Rek'Sai, I think, was really cool to see. He got banned out in the jungle role, brought out this intelligent pick, kept catching the members of Top Esports off guard with the early ganks he was coming in to set up. Strive, very hyped up mid laner coming from LDL, who people rank as a top 2 mid laner in LDL coming into the LPL split. iBoy had a pop-off game as well. Zora, who honestly looked really bad in Demacia Cup. I don't think there's any other way to put it. Potentially, in my mind, was going to be one of the weakest support coming to LPL. Again, finding key moments to start off a lot of these engages, reminding me of players, whether it's like Hug or whether it's like Sword Art, just playing so in your face. And yeah, RA delivered above expectation.
And gave us a really good ending as well. The base race we talked about in our second segment, or rather our second match of the day, continues to be a highlight here for RA to pick up their first series win against Top Esports. No doubt is a very big deal at the start of the season. On the other side, LNG still beating Ultra Prime, getting across the line. We'll have more questions that need answering for the rest of today. But Lyric, you already started the conversation alongside the side of Tarzan. You said it is Luoyan today. Excuse me. jungle versus jungle is where we need to begin our focus before we get to the mid lane, before we get to the other solo lanes. I think Tarzan Loyan is going to decide a lot.
Oh, definitely. I feel like from what we saw in RA's first series, Lil Yan was one of the defining factors in insanely high kill participation coming in among both junglers, both dishing out a fair amount of damage for the champions that they were on. And we're just going to see who can start taking initiative early in the game and setting up their team for success, with the fact that the meta has just been so heavily defined by Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, that we are seeing more picks like the Rek'Sai being able to come out, and then how they can influence the map. I think especially for Lil Yan, when he is playing with a rookie mid laner in Strive, it will be crucial to helping making sure that he can survive against Dwinby. And we have seen for Tarzan that he has been playing very heavily around the mid lane with the team that he has right now. He isn't really putting too much into Ala. He hasn't spent too much time around their bottom lane. It all starts off with helping unlock that man from the mid lane.
Back up a bit. You talked about Rare Adam, Lil Yan, and how he has Strive. It is an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because Lil Yan before, it was Fofo, who, where did you put Fofo last year or last split even? Like top 3, top 5 mid laner?
Oh, top 3 for sure.
So Fofo, who was this top 3 mid laner you talk about, and Lil Yan feeling comfortable knowing that laning phase is going to be smooth and being able to focus elsewhere from now to Strive. And we talked about LDL talent and how they can come into the league. A conversation chat you may have missed a couple of days ago. But LDL talent has come up into the league before and been hit or miss. You know, we've had some great players, we've had some okay players, and we've had some pretty subpar. And so it's good that Strive starts this way, because Lil Yan has a big challenge in such a huge dramatical skill change to what that mid lane was.
Yeah, I think even jumping to a team we saw earlier, Ultra Prime, before bringing up a player like Xiao Xiaobao, who came in with a decent amount of expectation to be at least average in the LPL, struggled quite heavily. You've already mentioned players that succeeded. Juan Fong coming in, going to World Finals right away. So not just going to be about where Strive ends and where Rare Adam ends, because they're a team that not a lot of people did rank highly coming into the split. Even on paper, I still think it does look a little bit awkward. We need to keep seeing highlight performances, I think, especially from their bottom lane, because in terms of 2v2 laning, they did totally fine when they went up against top esports.
Sure.
And you don't expect them to be putting a lot of resources into Cube anyway, so Cube will just be that ultra weak side god. I'm still just more curious about the jungle situation, right? Since they won with Lil Yan, are we going to keep seeing Lil Yan? Will Junja come back in at some point because of the amount of hype that he does have? One surprising thing that I didn't expect, I don't think anyone else would either, is when we think of Junja, we think of such a young player, and Lil Yan, who's now been in the LPL for a few years, you probably think of as a bit older. But Lil Yan is actually a month younger than Junja, so still a very young player on the side of Lil Yan, only 19 years old, so we definitely haven't seen the best of him just yet.
I think you need to also explain, because I've talked a little bit about Junja and why I'm hyped to have him on this RA roster. In fact, it's why I put RA at the edge of playoffs, purely because of Junja coming in and maybe the prospect of Strive. But for me, Junja has been that player that you and I have been conversing about so much. So give us a bit of an outlet, even though we're not seeing him in game number 1, as to why there's hype around Junja.
Again, his solo queue always really high, whether it was on E-West in the boot camp or Worlds, or Korean server's been #1 multiple times. And from talking to members on EDG, he's a bit of a scrim god. Super good in scrims, could never make it show up on stage, which is why we're probably having Lil Yan come in, who, thinking back, right, 2019, moving his way up to the IG main roster, showing promising performances
Played
there.
at Worlds.
On Vici, didn't look so hot. True,
Yeah.
Played at Worlds. But sadly, on Vici didn't look so hot. No one on Vici looked hot. Thank God.
Apart from
Thank
Jay,
God we have Rare
Jay,
Adam now.
dude. So sorry, got to fill in. Jay did look hot, but yeah, continue on. It's Rare Adam now.
True, and I mean, hey, Jay potentially still could play. He's on LGD.
He
You
is.
know, for everyone who remembers 2019 LPL, Jay getting solo killed by everyone until he solo killed Knight randomly
Yeah.
mid-split, and then it was awesome.
And
Good times, but
And a side note, Lyric, just quickly. You know, you talked about Junja and how he's the scrim god on EDG, or was. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, he was behind Jeje and Clearlove. He was on that EDG roster that eventually went on to go and win Worlds, so he was behind 2 other junglers. Clearlove actually got to play for the first time in a very long time, but Junja, you know, we haven't seen the best of him yet. So unfortunately, we're stuck here waiting for if he gets to play on Rare Adam. You're right, Lil Yan, if he continues to do well, it'll be a big question. We've talked a lot about RA on the other side. Let's just come back quickly to LNG, because I think it's important to note that you said Lumao at the start, you know, it feels like a weakness in the roster. Man, 2019, 2020 would like a word with you. He's gone down a hill, and it's sad that we say he's one of the weakest elements of this new LNG roster.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at how much Lumao has faltered. I feel like one of his biggest strengths was his ability to enable Kanavi back in the day, roam very early on, get deep vision. But it also feels like he was propped up by other sports being weaker, and kind of by the meta being really well for JD.
RA coming on stage. Remember, we talked a little bit about this roster and what it can do. Yeah, he was propped up by JDG. I hope we get a much better day here, Lyric. Especially from RA to continue that consistency. But looking at LNG, this is the roster we talked about. It is Lumao in the bottom lane. And Lyric, walk me through this, because this roster has high expectations. It's a pretty stacked lineup when you look on paper.
This is actually one of the top teams that I'm most mixed on. Obviously, they have Tarzan and Doonby, we've seen can work together quite well. Ala's been a star in the past, but has not been able to put up any of those performances in Demacia Cup or thus far. I think Light is solid. If you're going to have a team that doesn't want to play around bot side, will be able to do his job quite well. And, I mean, most public sentiment right now is when will Iwandi be back on the roster, because a lot of people did rank Iwandi a top 4 support in the LPL last year. Yeah. I think we sent all of our best supports to Worlds, which made a lot of sense. Feels like in competitive coordinated play, support just can make such a massive difference anywhere on the map, whether it was RNG with topside, whether it was teams like FPX with mid, or even just playing hard for 2v2 like we're seeing a lot of teams do now.
I think as well, you know, that's why it puts more expectations on people like Lumao. You talk about roaming, that was his style. And with LNG, we'll see how he goes today. RA on the other side, remember, that first win against Top Esports gives them a lot of momentum. If they were able to pull out a series win here today, 2-0 start when you've beaten LNG and Top Esports, that would say something, because you only verse every LPL team once. You have 16 series in total. If there are teams that will ramp up in the rest of the split, you don't have to worry about them until, you know, if you get to playoffs.
I was going to say, honestly, if RA start off the split by taking down Top Esports and LNG, I think that is massive.
It's huge.
You look at the rest of the standings, right? It's like, hey, stealing those wins is always a difference between making it to playoffs or not, and then the difference between making it, you know, maybe with a first-round bye or a second-round bye. So RA, we're going to be looking at them. I think their team coordination was pretty solid. We've already hit on Loyen. We've hit on how they're most likely going to focus with that bot lane. They haven't even played too heavily for Strive. Strive did just come in and show some solid games on the Corki, so not a champion that really demands attention in mid lane just yet either. Strive's champion pool, though, is very big, can definitely play multiple styles of champions.
Yeah, I hope so. It's going to be interesting because you're going up against Doomby here today, Lyric, and if you want to say champion pools, I don't know what Arla's doing. Great timing. Any Australian fans from 2015 will know that, you know, I had a look like that once myself, so I dig it, Arla. I definitely feel like there's some good feelings. I don't know. What is happening? What is LNG doing? Okay, maybe that's a warm-up. I don't know.
Yeah, this is the mental prep to go into game. They aren't following the usual team tactics of either like loading up a random Lee Sin 1v1 with someone on the enemy team, or doing the whole Mundo Cleaver 1v1 in Dragon or Baron Pit. Those were always fun times. I remember being a coach and watching players do that.
Okay.
Again, I remember Yankos completely smashing my mid laner on HK in a Yankos and a Lee Sin 1v1, not in a Yankos 1v1. Might as well have been, since it was on Lee Sin.
Okay. Well, good time.
Which is not to rip on my old mid laner, because he was a mid laner, not a jungler. He didn't play Lee Sin. This is before 2020.
Man. You've been around for how many years? What year did you start coaching again?
Season 5.
Right, so 2015. So you started League of Legends esports the same time I did. Just I was never good enough to coach anyone. I'm not even good enough to coach myself, honestly. So
no, you're not. I can confirm that.
You can.
But who is good enough to coach people is Coach Chris, who's on our screens right now.
Transition. History is IG, right, Lyric? I'm not too wrong.
Yeah,
here.
Chris has definitely been all over the place in terms of teams. Apparently we're gonna stop looking at players. We're gonna come back to this. Don't worry, guys. the game is going to start soon. Usually when it comes back to us, there it is. We're going straight
We
to
go
bed
back,
pick, so let's
back to
pull
bed
that
pick.
up right now. And yeah, we're
um,
going to see the AD carries banned.
Let's go, Lyric.
Caitlyn taken off the board. We're going to be looking to see if Jinx and Aphelios, which of those do make it open. In our previous series, a lot of those were banned away, and we were falling to the next tier of AD carries, like the Ziggs, like the Kaisas. It'd be cool to see if we get more of that here in this series.
I like the do and be banned. That's oddly specific. No rise for you. Picked up the Fimbulwinter when we saw it up against Ultra Prime. So be curious to see what do and be picks up this game. Remember, champion diversity was big, and we did talk about jungle v jungle, and there's only been one jungle ban coming through. So outside of the Jinx Lyric, we have a couple of options available for Tarzan to get up early.
Yeah, Thresh is taken away, so Jarvan priority definitely up for the fact that you're going up against an immobile AD carry if you want to try and lock them down. Xin Zhao obviously being the other standout. You'd expect Tarzan probably wanting to go towards one of these, and then you would expect the answer of AD carry, which did come through with the Aphelios.
Okay, so Aphelios for light, and it's also been a favorite as of last summer. Remember that Lumao, he's that support that likes to roam. So we'll see if he gets something like the Leona Lyric or and a couple other sports. We've seen it Brom today too. Hold for now. Xin Zhao is going to be picked up, so a pretty standard one for Tarzan.
Yeah, now for Rear Adam, it is their time to answer. Lo Yan, I think, is one of the junglers who's more willing to pull out abstract champions, so I'm not quite sure if they would just go for something like the expected Jarvan pick here. And you'd expect support to be what follows through as well. We've obviously been seeing a ton of things like Leona coming out today. You could go Enchanters for the fact that we do have these two hyper carries in bot. And Corki Prio is only raising higher and higher every day. And I love to see it because we've already gone off on how absolutely strong this champion looks right now.
They're two big power picks. Seeing Jinx and Corki next to each other, and then let's see for Lo Yan. He did pick this out before, so we've already seen a Rek'Sai tonight. This will be the second time for Lo Yan, so Rek'Sai once again, Lyric.
And we need to remember that he went a different build than Xiaopeng went earlier today. Xiaopeng went to Stride Breaker into tank build. Yep, we saw Lo Yan going with the lethality Rek'Sai. That does just look to get on top of people, burst them out, and do a ton of damage early on. So we'll be interested to see if they decide to keep that one up with the fact that they have indicated they kind of want to go more for these front-to-back team fights. And we look at both drafts. We're getting the same thing. We always get hysterics. We're getting this like battle of range, just front-to-back team fights, scaling, yada, 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 yada. It is another day in the LPL.
Classic. Absolutely classic. I like that we see Victor. Everyone finds that the most interesting champ in the league. I do like as well that we're seeing something like the Rek'Sai, which, you know, can influence some of these lanes, where last game we saw the Rek'Sai and it was like, well, what can they do with it? How is it as a response? Seems like a bit more options this time, Lyric, because Rare Adam, you know, when you have power picks like that, props to Lo Yan.
Yeah, Lo Yan just always being able to pull something out of his pool. For LNG, I wonder here if you are looking to blind top from the fact you are banning out some of the strong top lane counter picks and then saving your last pick for support is always an option. Trying to guarantee yourselves that winning 2v2 bottom lane. RA, though, trying to pinch out supports themselves. So we do still have things like Nautilus potentially left open. We already hit on Enchanters earlier on, so Lulu would not be surprising to see next to the Aphelios. We got this bot lane a ton at Worlds going up against the Lucian Nami. Typically was coming out ahead in terms of pressure, especially with most teams playing around that lane.
Lyric. Lulu there. Nautilus on the other side. I'm sorry, but things looking like a similar direction to what we've seen over the past week, over the starting week of LPL. With a bottom lane set up for the Jinx. We'll just wait for that one to come through from Sora. Where do we finish, Luke? Run me through the rest of the draft. You're a genius.
Top lane, I don't know. Things like Gwen, theoretically, still left open. Very strong blind pick that we've been seeing coming through multiple times. That is locked in. I was now correct once. That is enough for the day. Hysterics, what are we rounding out with?
Jax, of course, because it's already there. And because of the LPL, we do like this matchup. Have you noticed a lot of top laners will willingly take Jax into Gwen, hoping for the scaling that you always talk about, the lane matchup that teams can play towards.
And this is also just a very Ala pick, right? Gonna be able to bring it out. We've seen he's also not even been afraid to bring out things like the Fiora already. Very much leaning into his preferred style of play. for the side of RA. We already talked about a lot of the range coming out from the fact that Jinx just does outright outrange Euphelios, Corki, as well as the Rockets, but it's not too big of a disadvantage for the side of LNG. At least you do have the Enchanter to buff up these team fights. But I like RA's comp because of some of the agency coming out from picks like the Nautilus. I am concerned about the Rek'Sai on the opposite side. LNG, though, no frontline. You're going to be relying on the Lulu quite a bit to be able to buff up Tarzan. Then in team fights, Tarzan will effectively function as a tank with his ultimate, but things like face-checking vision if they fall behind can be quite rough.
So I'll be looking out for that. No frontline, no true frontline. A great point against the Corki, Jinx, the Rek'Sai you mentioned as well. For RA, good chance having snuck away some big power picks and Lyric running into game number 1. Let's just remind the audience what's on the line. It is only the first week of LPL, but every single week when we say every game matters, we kind of mean it. There's 16 series that these teams play. And because RA are versing top East, not top esports, LNG now, when they looked a little bit shaky in their first series, it makes it so much more impactful. If RA can slip through or more so show that same prominence that they showed us against top esports, then we have our 2-0 starting team. And it's a team that lost Fofo. It's a team that downgraded. And, you know, there was more to say than that would be absolutely huge and blow everyone's power rankings out of the water in the first couple of weeks.
Let's remember that this was an org that people had in contention for making it to Worlds last split. Sure, LNG and WE came away with the heroic dream runs, but prior to those starting, I think RA was one of the teams that you looked at potentially making it to Worlds. They were definitely one of the most consistent teams going into 2021 Summer Playoffs, and the fact that they have lost probably the biggest star they had in terms of gameplay in Fofo will be quite miraculous if they can make a similar run.
Why we talked about Strive coming through versus Doomby in our LNG versus Rare Atom series to close off the night. It's a Saturday night. You might be sitting in front of your screen thinking, man, Saturdays are spicy, Saturdays are sexy, and LNG's home stadium is flaring up the Summoner's Rift. So that was nice to see there. The Dragon, of course, from Li Ning. And they're sitting in River to start this one off. Now, Lyric, Jungle 2v2 for Doomby and Tarzan. Something we may have to mention shortly, as long as iBoy gets out of there. How do you stop him? I don't think you do.
Oh, looks like RA wanted to look to contest this one, though.
He walked in, but he knew they were there. iBoy saw him. They saw them. What?
Yeah, I'm not... I mean, it looked like they were expecting Strive to come through on a flank position, but I don't really know how much they expected him to be able to do. Lo Yan now forced to flash. LNG just going to disrupt a bit of time because they weren't able to take away the red buff. So Tarzan actually going to be a little bit behind in terms of clear compared to Lo Yan, but still, RA getting a nice trade.
That's level 1, but I think Lumao's just going to die. iBoy's chasing after him. Heal for the movement speed. All it takes is one more rocket, but Lumao has enough on the feet. iBoy burns both summoners, but Lumao the same. And that's a very early back to give bot lane over to Rare Atom.
Still, ultimately, though, you lost AD carry sums for support sums. I don't think LNG are feeling too bad about it.
Okay.
I didn't want to say it in Champ Select because I thought it would be kind of disrespectful. But I felt very scared for LNG the moment I saw Lumao lock in a champion that isn't some generic tank that can freely walk around the map. And at least sometimes not die. Because now if Lumao makes mistakes, he is just doomed to not be able to play the game at all and will be an easy point for Rare Atom to look to punish.
Okay.
We've already talked about how RA at least showed in the first series that they did like to heavily play around their bot lane quite a bit. Lo Yan this round did path towards top side. You do have potential gank angles to come in with those tunnels, especially with the fact that Ala is pushing pretty far forward.
See if the Lo Yan can make his way to the top side. Tarzan's also here, though, so matching for now. There's a ward on Raptors, and RA can see that it hasn't been started. So for Lo Yan, taking Scuttle Crab, feels like it's going to add a lot of control. There's pings at both camps. RA have a very good idea as Tarzan will shortly walk into vision.
Yeah, Tarzan now being shown, so RA can start crafting some plans around this. Their bot lane coming off a reset, so maybe for Lo Yan, look to back off, go down towards the bottom half of the map where you do still have your Krugs up. Try and set up a potential gank on the enemy bot lane where you do have double long sword advantage on iBoy. Heck, RA's bot lane even going to be picking up the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, bit of extra gold in the pocket. 77 for iBoy. He'll be walking down as the wave builds up, and note that Light's catching up, but look at the size of the wave. iBoy will catch the majority of this, hit level 3 himself, and for Lyric, he's already got a double longsword, so a great start when you have a Jinx hyper carry, when 5 minutes before the game even starts, she's in a comfortable position.
And now we're potentially going to see maybe even a 3v3. RA looks like they're going to try and set this one up. Tarzan waiting in the wings just in case a gank would come out. Both junglers should have a decent idea of where each other are because of the past wards that they have seen each other on.
Cool. And I remember you saying it's good that 80 carry for LNG. They'll take the trade considering iBoy has no summoners. This would be a massive punish that puts Light back in contention. iBoy's paying respect. Little bit sus. Zora's like, okay, brother, I'll do it. There's a zap. Dodged, but they're actually in there. Surprise! iBoy, how you getting out? Grabbing him. Infernum, one more hit. It is Lumao who picks up first blood. Unfortunate for Light, but still sneaky gets the worm.
Yeah, the zap does not spot them out. They start to walk forward. Zora pops the sweeper. Just too late, though. Numerous members of LNG flashing forward, both Light and Tarzan doing that one. They guarantee the kill over for Light. He's going to be sitting on some pretty nice gold for his reset. We're going to jump straight into the replay. Like you said, they were respecting. They knew something was up. They dodged out on the W. Sweeper comes through, but it doesn't matter. The flashes had already come out from the members of LNG. Light able to pick that one up. Actually, Lumao able to pick that one up with the help of Light.
So Lumao gets a kill, but at least Light gets some kind of relaxation in the lane, Lyric. Evens out a little bit as well after pushing the wave. Berserker Greaves on the way back. Does that change a lot for you? Does it feel like LNG now controls back in their court, or are you a little bit worried at the fact that Luyen has a bit of a CS lead?
Oh, no, I definitely think this is fine for LNG right now. This might not be fine for Allah. Is Cube threatening? Just going to force him off. Not too much going to be able to follow through on that one. Light did start to buy pickaxe and longsword, instead deciding to refund them and pick up the Berserker's Greaves, maybe wanting to respect the hook coming out from Zora, having an easier time to look to sidestep that one, have more attack speed, easier to last hit. Makes a lot of sense. And for both teams, right, either one feels fine pulling it late. For LNG, you will have the ultimate side laner later on, assuming, you know, Jax is able to get there. You do still have power points in both Victor and Aphelios. The thing is, will we be able to close the gap, be able to get on top of Jinx and Corki? You do have the speed up coming from the Lulu to try to set up Tarzan to enable all that.
You have talked about the Rek'Sai and what it does in the late game, because we know Rek'Sai falling off as a champion, but acting more as a frontline, the space closer, or sorry, the stopgap between people getting on iBoy and Stride.
Yeah, he'll still be functioning in that role. It won't be as efficient as earlier because we are seeing Lien is going the lethality route once again.
Good point.
So obviously we'll just get bursted out if you try to survive as that front line. At least Rek'Sai always provides the value of Tremor Sense later on. It is something that can somewhat be played around, so it won't be all too impactful, but still will be quite nice. Right now that we are at the level 6 mark, so we will be looking to see if Lien can find some sort of impact. Looks like this wave top is going to be pushing into Cube, so maybe Lien can try and find something up towards that route. Still seems like both teams heavily investing in their bottom lanes, though.
They really are. The tunnels, though, point towards the top side, actually spread through the jungle of Luyen, and he's now level 6. So the Predator can start taking control, or at least continue in the back. Both jungles bottom side as well. And I want to point out that throughout CS leads in the game, the biggest one we're talking about is the jungle, but you look at mid, you'll be up by about 6, 7, 8 CS max. Strive just trading off now. Not even. It's even. Top side, even enough with Allah having somewhat of a lead as the Jax Lyric. So I'm waiting for some of these objectives to spawn because it's now your turn to tell me what happens around next dragon. Herald that's now spawned as well. LNG are already moving up their bot side. They're full committing the 5-man unit.
Well, it looks like RA are actually not going to go for the contest. I'd be surprised if they go for this. I think you should just start maneuvering your jungle and support back down towards the bottom side of the map. Get some more deep vision in enemy jungle. There's some camps down there that if Luyen was there, would be able to find it and take some of those away. But instead, they just stare at the members of LNG. They lose the Herald. iBoy is pushing the wave in bot, so it's fine. Hook comes out.
But no mana to follow up for Doom B. Double Summoners there. Strive gets hit with a bit of a Chaos Storm, but Zora will just take that and LNG back away, knowing that the Herald's in their pocket.
So, you know, I am now reverse Unoing
Okay.
And gonna ask you a question about what we expect now.
yeah.
Because here we are in an LPL game, 9 minutes, 1 kill. Crazy players like UNB, like Tarzan, who like a lot of action. iBoy's in here, but that's not happening. Which one of the Rock's life lessons can we apply to this situation to get through it?
I think in Moana, when Rock's on that island, and, you know, let's be honest, he's not a very nice guy. He's a demigod, and he sings "You're Welcome." It's the opposite of whatever that is. Because "You're Welcome" is when the blood comes through for the blood god. And it would make sense if he's a demigod in Moana. And if you haven't seen Moana, you're either not cute enough, or you need to go and, you know, probably get Disney Plus. Now, this is not advertising, but if, you know, Disney wants to sponsor the broadcast, that'd be cool as well. Ignite's down. Needlework's actually here for Arla. And look at this. Prey Seeker for the ultimate to come through. Time to unburrow on the Jax. Spin wants to win. Le Yen gets his first kill of RA for this series.
Yep, even goes for the flash, doesn't want to waste any time. They do get 1 kill. They are going to make sure that he loses out on a bit of farm. Tarzan will be picking that one up instead. Jungler very happy that his laner died. Now he gets some more nice golden EXP. Opposite side, though, we see iBoy and Zora still doing quite a bit of work. Still feeling quite pressured from the 2v2 strength that the Nautilus and Jinx do bring. Lilian should be making his way down towards that side of the map now, so I'd say at least cover for your bot lane to be able to hit turret more freely like they've been doing, getting some more of those plates onto Jinx before those time out in a few minutes.
Because it was where the game started. It started with iBoy, it started with Zora, and iBoy forcing Lumao out of lane. The response that came through from LNG is good, but I also want to point out that we're 1,000 gold ahead for RA, which is pretty big. Zora, leave Do and be alone. He's kind of bullying right now and constantly roaming around, but he might be caught out for a wind becomes lightning and a knockup at the ready to flash away. Zora, dredge line, keeps him safe for now. Lyric, it's 45 seconds until Dragon, and there's a couple of summoners that have gone down, like Lian's flash, like Zora's, that we might have to keep track of if this turns into a fight.
Yeah, and for LNG as well, they still have Rift Herald, so they'll be able to drop that whether they want to do it bot now, which it doesn't look like, or they can even send a Tarzan mid in like 30 seconds, drop that one, use it to get a plate, pivot that into river control, and start setting up for Dragon. So you have a lot of options on the side of LNG to at least turn that Rift Herald into some kind of pressure. Again, you're going to get some gold from turret, and then push yourself into an area of the map. Looks like they might just start heading towards top side, consciously giving up this Dragon and playing for Ala.
Waiting for that needlework to come through again. Teleport's not unleashed, folks. So even though Ala doesn't have his own, Cube can't come down unless he takes the turret, unless he comes there first. RA on this first, though. And Lyric, even with the Herald, it looks like for LNG, they're just going to hold on to it for a little bit longer while RA takes the second Dragon. Unfortunately, Hextech and Chemtech both now down. We go into a cloudy rift. And LNG, topside, is going to be the goal.
And for LNG, they realize, hey, they don't want to look to contest right now. They don't have control over the bottom half of the map. We can see iBoy and Zora already pushing in bot. Before the play even started, Strive had pushed in mid-wave. Doonby was catching that under tower. So now LNG going for the cross map, going to try and set up the dive onto Cube. We do have ultimates out for all three of LNG's top side. TP on Strive can try to match.
And there's the TP that's being used right now, and Loyan's behind them. For LNG, they made a dive like this, Lyric, in their first series, and it didn't end too well, so you gotta be careful. It's backfiring again. You may get the Rek'Sai, but Ala's gonna die. Tarzan's next wind becomes lightning, but Cube, it's snippy time in the bottom lane. The Zephyr Crescendum, and that's a dirty duo from LNG.
Oh. Are we building tension?
We're building. No. It's your turn to shine. I don't talk over you. It's an online broadcast, but we don't talk over each other.
I don't talk over you either. Point is, we're gonna get a replay, I assume. Actually, we're getting a replay of what I didn't expect. We're getting a replay of what happened in bot lane. Zora catching out the duo of LNG, getting some nice poke off onto them. So, okay, that's how things like ignites and heals were burned in the previous exchange. Bit surprised we're getting a replay of the top lane kerfuffle. We do now have mythics coming out on both sides. We can see Riftmaker up there for Cube. And here we go. They set up this play because RA just had control of both sides of the map. We're looking for the Dragon. Luckily, though, Strive does have TP. They did buy enough time for Loyan to be able to get up here as well. Cube dashing out, not getting caught down by the gravity field. Instantly goes in. They take away one member in Doonby. Still, though, a solid amount of damage from Tarzan. Even flashes in to finish off that last kill, but isn't going to stop Cube from being able to pick up the 3rd kill for the side of RA. Strive now 2 kills on the Corki, 1-0 and 3 on the Gwen and top side. RA Soul Laners feeling good.
But Lyric, why does this happen again? LNG versus Ultra Prime, they decided to dive top, Doomby inted, and then Allah, I think, was caught in the crossfire. It was Tarzan. They've done it again. They've dove top, and it's been a lot bloodier than they wanted. RA now with a 1.5k gold lead, and, you know, I'm going to be remembering that from LNG because it's the 2nd time it's happened, and diving was Doomby's speciality, but I'm not so sure I'm going to say that so far.
It also just comes from some of the timings of how long these teams wait to go opposite side of the map. I think you see a lot of teams just kind of posture stare at each other after 5 to 10 seconds wait to look to make that play, which then obviously gives time for the other team that was doing their own play to reset, come and match you, put more resources into what you're doing, like we saw RA do there. RA now having a Rift Herald of their own are just going to drop this one outright on top side. We see Light and Lumao pushing it down in bot with Tarzan. So again, the cross map just keeps going.
Just, but for RA, they're going to get the turret first, or excuse me, actually they got a 2nd. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the Herald will still get another charge. Zora's up here. This turns into a deeper dive. But now the damage has been done. Eyeboy's still huge. Here with the Kraken Slayer. He's starting to chip away at Arla too. Lumao's by his side just in case, and for R8, the gold keeps up. 3,000 Lyric. Sorry, that's a 6. We went 240p for a moment. We're at 1,000, so we're not quite there, but it definitely feels significant considering those mythics you talked about are all coming through, and we're on the way to 2nd items quite handedly for Rare Atom in this mid-game.
This also feels like Rare Atom's comfort zone if we're going off of what we saw last year, right? Rare Atom to me was the try to have stronger laners, don't really transfer pressure from lane to lane, and then just group up a dragon when it spawns and just hope we out-mechanic them. And by we out-mechanic them, I mean Fofo pops off. Maybe every now and then Eyeboy joins him. So already kind of defaulting back to that play style of, sure, we actually have seen the team bring it together a little bit in the early game in terms of moving from lane to lane, but still just going to rely on this dragon stacking. Next Drake up in 30 seconds. Looks like Strive does have the package available, so RA should be feeling pretty solid about this one.
Package usage good today, Lyric. Orcs doesn't have to be, you know, sad about this. Considering that what we saw yesterday from Yagal made him cry inside. 10 seconds till Dragon, though, and this is going to be sole point if RA can get this. They are in the river first, but Eyeboy's taking a chunk from Doomby, who's low on mana but has the blue buff, regenerating it slowly, piece by piece. Look at where Arla is on the bottom. And they're just like, nah, it's a Cloud Dragon, forget it. Sell point achieved, and LNG will just push mid, but they won't get turret.
It also goes to the fact that we hit on, like, who really can safely walk into river here? They'd have to coordinate it. Oh, Tarzan!
Here we go, onto Zora. It's going to be the lockdown immediately. You trade 1-for-1, but the jungler down for support. Much better trade for Rare Atom. Loyem with the Prowler's Call at the ready, and the package is still in hand. Light here with suboptimal guns, and for RA Lyric, I mean, they'll just keep taking waves. They'll go into enemy jungle. You just try and push this lead forward.
For RA, you just traded support for jungle, so they are feeling incredibly happy with that one. Instantly pivot from Dragon to putting down more wards around the Baron pit. That objective will be up in about 2.5 minutes, so wanting to make sure no sneaky shenanigans come out from that one. You always know a team with Doomby on it can go to that Baron at a moment's notice. And we're getting to a point where, again, I just like what RA put together. We're on soul point. The Corki's getting pretty massive. Eyeboy not really behind Light at all, despite some of the early action we did see around bot lane, keeping up in CS and in terms of items. And we're going to get the replay of LNG trying to find the fight. Tarzan instantly going in, gets completely bursted out, but Zora putting himself in harm's way into the Chaos Storm, evens it out for LNG to be able to pick one up on the back end.
Really good stuff so far from RA. Again, the narrative being that RA, this team that we saw downgrades on. We know that Cube's still there, Loyan's still there, Eyeboy's still there, but there's no Hung, who, you know, is making Cagel a very happy man. I'm sure it's making Dom a happy... Everyone's a happy man or woman when they watch Hung. But Zora is a noticeable downgrade, and Strive as well has a lot to prove replacing Fofo. I put this team 10th as opposed to, what did they finish, 5th or 6th in the last split because of those changes, and they're holding toe-to-toe with LNG in this game. They have a gold lead, they have 3 dragons, LNG trying to catch up in gold, but there's always a trade lyric. Again, that baseline, RA are holding it really strong, and LNG, they can't find a trade that is not matched.
It's really interesting as well because when you go for trading towers on the opposite side of the map, it really just accelerates the game so much faster, right? Breaking all these structures, getting you to pivotal gold points even faster. And when we hit on that, both comps are kind of running hyper carries in both of their traditional roles. Heck, actually all 3 lanes. We even think about Gwen and Jax coming in. Yeah. But it's going to be... I think it's going to be pretty hard-earned and close fight either way. The smallest of, like, mechanical slip-ups can definitely turn a fight. Like I said, I kind of like what RA's put together a little bit more, just because we've hit on it so much of, like, Corki Jinx together. Just looks absolutely ridiculous. And heck, even Gwen right now, Cube is huge.
And I love the fact that for Le Yen alongside Strive as well, there's so much ganking potential. I love with the counter-strike, but he can't get near Strive anymore. Le Yen picks up another kill. That's number 2. And Cube's been ganked on the top lane. This is LNG's response, and maybe they can trade it off. But Cube has ulti, Ignite TP. None of that's going to be able to be used, at least not for now. Onto Lumao. He's been polymorphed, and Cube trying to survive his way out, but Gwen ain't as immune as you think. 4 members move to the top side, Lyric.
Baron?
Baron for the bottom turret, because for Strive, he doesn't have TP, Lyric. He's got to walk over.
Yeah, Strive has to walk over. Strive is half HP and only has half of his mana bar as well. You're going to be missing out on a little bit. LNG have a lot of time. They also have pretty decent guns for this, since they do have the Chakrams able to come out for Light.
Now, Light doesn't have ulti, but look at the stacking here in the middle of the pit. The Chakrams are absolutely massive and still hitting away from Baron, but Light puts down a turret, and now you're going to see the damage come through. Zora's already dead. Doomby, smithereens his eye boys HP bar. 3 members dead, and I guess RA just wanted to die.
Yeah, Cube getting caught out while the other members made a pick on the opposite side of the map. So very easy for LNG to pivot this into a Baron bait. They find the turn. RA are in a really just bad situation from the previous map states where it's like, well, if you contest, you're probably going to lose out on this 5v5 because of the positioning and control that LNG have. If you don't contest, you're just giving over a free Baron. And ultimately, this looks like it's going to end up the same as LNG's last games, where it was very, very dicey the whole time, but they find one clutch situation where they're able to bring it back.
Well, as The Rock would say, blood, sweat, and respect. First 2 you give, last 1 you earn. And LNG in this game number 1, it might have been a dicey early game, but they've really earned it with the last play, Lyric, because for RA, they couldn't get anywhere near this Baron without getting absolutely destroyed.
You know, I feel like the Rock quote that we used last time can describe LNG pretty well this game. Okay. The whole, if the Rock punches you, it kills you. But if the punch doesn't kill you, the wind from the punch gives you pneumonia and you die anyway. LNG's not punching you that hard, but the after breeze though,
that's
is
cold.
hitting you.
Yeah, that's very cold. Strive with the pack.
I gotta say, that's a banger quote, but we gotta fight.
Yeah, we do indeed. In for Zora, but he's dead immediately. Now Tarzan needs steals, and he's done it. No soul for you, Rare Adam. 4 members running away as Ala is a busy boy, spinning with the helicopter. He's flashed away to not absorb the damage as Lumao goes down. And wow! Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase. The needlework is just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection, Lyric, that was insane.
I'm gonna tell you guys, I think this champion, the amount of damage Corki does is just so ridiculous, especially from a safe distance. They come in, LNG do come and take away Baron, Dragon put themselves in such a dangerous position. Strive absolutely able to capitalize, and RA turning it into a turret of their own, still holding the gold lead, still having these massive carries, and still feeling pretty good about the next 5 minutes.
6-1 and 3. I'm ready to watch that again. I don't expect him to alter the right side as the fighting continues with Doomby chasing down Cube, but after all has been recent plays of LNG blowing up Rare Atom in their face, RA still got some fire under their wings, Lyric, and I'm not talking about FPS.
RA, nice turnaround. LNG come in, they find the first pick, instantly force everyone out of the pit. But then this is where the turn potential is able to come, right? Because for the side of LNG, we talked about how they don't really have a lot of great engage either. It's pretty much Tarzan running in with the speed up coming from Lulu or Jax. So then once the engage fails, once RA are able to kite out, they have really great turn potential. You have the follow-up with the Valkyrie coming out from Strive. Really nice rocket and beautiful E coming out to guarantee all those kills.
Oh my god, 7,000 damage, and you tell me Corki feels balanced, Lyric. Honestly. And you know what? This build is so much fun to watch. I love the fact that it's a crit build this time, and we're still getting the same thing from the rockets and the Corki phosphorus bomb.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun when enough things get nerfed around the meta, or I guess in this case, certain items or runes coming in, that we always default back to the Corki Victor. Hey, this time though, we don't have Azir.
Oh,
it's different.
Yeah. Well, Azir's a new champion if we see it locked in, so we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we get Corki Azir meta again. We know chat loves that. We know that Corki Azir meta is actually one of the most exciting metas in League of Legends, so we'll have to wait and see, guys.
It's
if we get
cool
present.
because in that meta, you can bring out weird pocket picks like Vel'Koz counter the Azirs, and then you start to get a little bit more interesting. But then typically when those start to come in is when Riot realizes like, hey, let's actually just nerf these champions or buff other things.
Yeah. Either way, we'll have to wait and see what comes through. And people will be poking at that one. Lyric, aim state. You're going to have to walk me through. There's a 3k gold lead for Rare Atom. Soul was denied, but it is a Cloud Soul, and we are going to get another one in 2 minutes. Rare Atom are back in control.
Yeah, for RA, right? We've hit on this a lot over the last few days. Jinx definitely going to have mid control up against the Aphelios. They're keeping Nautilus and Lilian with him as well, so even some threat from potential engages able to come out. Strive going to have pressure up against Victor in the side lane. For LNG, your only point of pressure is going to be this Jax matchup. But heck, even Gwen technically ahead in terms of items, already on his way to his third item. Almost a whole item up over Ala. So for RA, you're kind of just pushing in your lanes. Baron should be up later on. I assume we're going to be looking towards Dragon first, but the fact that it's Cloud, so I think not too pivotal for RA's composition. Looks like they want to try and find a pick around top side first.
Tarzan's walking in, but Iboy's actually the target. He's burnt down Doomby. That's an assisted kill with Lumao. But Iboy getting caught out. Name something more iconic after he starts the game 0-3.
That is, you know, I'd say it's not as iconic as it once was. He definitely still gets caught out quite a bit. But I feel like other players have come in and just kind of taken that title away.
Icon? Yeah, absolutely. So 0-3.
Wait, Icon, wait, what?
Sometimes he was. Like, you gotta be
Icon
honest.
had a good. Icon had a good
He had
summer
an
split.
amazing
Maybe
summer
not the
split.
best worlds, but a good summer split.
You know what, babe? Let's talk about spring. I think there's you and I have to have this conversation. You understand when Icon plays again. He's off. He's off. We'll talk about it later. Let's not implicate me any further. Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds, Lyric. That's what you should talk about.
Dragon coming up. LNG are the team with control right now, but RA doing a nice maneuver, going towards Baron, trying to pull LNG away, force them into an area where they don't have as much vision. So down, they do have that control ward though, so they do spot them out. And looks like Ala just going to solo Dragon by himself.
I think package was actually used on the Baron buff, but it's reset. LNG move up one. They're going to get the Dragon. RA have already pulled off of this, and for Ala, he should do it quick enough. Not the heaviest Jax right now, but doing well enough. Lyric, RA is snipping it down. You can see already Zora started the engage onto Tarzan, but he's half HP once again. The Nautilus so squishy. The ulti from Light doesn't get into the backline. It's stolen. No, it's not. RA get it. Liliana's after he picks that one up, looking for the enemy jungler, but that's picked up by Iboy, who's respawned. 5 versus 4. Super Mega Death Rocket does a little bit, but pops Light's shield. And the Immortal Shield Bow now down. RA running away. They've got Baron in hand on all 5 members. And killing Tarzan was the creme de la creme.
If you notice in the bottom right hand of our screen, Ala was a little bit indecisive with starting Dragon or moving with the team. It was kind of like waddling back and forth in front of it when the rest of LNG were moving up, and it seems like it was a late call to be like, hey, commit to this. Giving RA a bit more time to where, had the Dragon been done earlier, RA had already disengaged off the Baron once to try to find the engage, right? They wouldn't have time to go back for that second time and potentially burst it down. RA, though, did. They were able to find some kills on the back half, and we're going to get to see here in the replay. Ala's still not done with Dragon, is only finishing it now. RA already has Baron to less than 50% HP, so Zora doing a nice job to buy time. And then Tarzan trying to secure the steal, flashes in, pretty much guarantees that he is going to go down. And now with numbers disadvantage, the other members of LNG are just so scared they run away. And we come back onto the map where RA are sieging down in bot.
Oh, over the wall. Look at Zora. Polymorphed and Doombee's chaos storming him away, but the ambition was there. And another composition today, Lyric, that has a Corki, that has Baron with a Jinx as well. That is going to be very scary for LNG to try and stop.
That will be massive for the side of RA, though. They're just going to keep pushing in the base.
Jack's mid.
Looks like they do have Ala trading on the opposite side of the map, but RA might just go for the end.
I mean, Light's not... I think Light was getting red buff. RA are going to push forward and at least denied for now. Baron enhanced recall from Luyan. He's going back because Ala is just like, nah, man, I call you. He's still going. They've stopped the ports. They've stopped the ports of all but 2. So LNG is still pushed out.
Ala still won't be able to get too much off of this, though. He's still going to be forced to back off. Now, LNG not in a position to collapse on the members retreating on a bot side like they potentially could have been. So instead, we are just back to a little bit of a neutral map state. RA obviously up about 4,000 gold right now, having a massive Jinx and massive Corki, which feels like it'll be a difference maker. Victor being the huge member on the opposite side. Still nowhere close to Dragon or Baron right now, so for RA, they're probably going to start getting vision set up towards top side, allowing Cube to push in a bit safely, maybe try and set up for some picks with Luyan before pivoting down towards bot side in about 2 minutes.
Which is why it's probably a good time to talk about items, because I do see a Serpent's Fang on Luyan. I see a 3-item lethality jungler that'll probably rip Light and Doombee to shreds. Even with the crown there, as soon as that's gone and the Banshees fail, Doombee could be toast as well. The 4-1-3 Victor, who's the strongest member right now of LNG. And I point out the Rex side because for Luyan's second time around that he's pulled out this pick, and it looks like yet another win. Banshee's Veil, sorry, Edge of Night is going to be down, and Lyric, look at this 2-pronged front that LNG are struggling to clear away.
And they're still just committing Ala to pushing out in the side lane, knowing that they really don't have the... He doesn't have any ability to influence siege coming out from the other members of RA, right? Doombee and Light are all of your wave clear, so he's going to try and generate pressure on the opposite side, make sure that inhibitor isn't pushed in. RA, though, don't need to feel concerned about it because that inhibitor is down. They can just keep members like Strive and iBoy in front of this turret, free hitting it. They will be able to take it. Now it's going to be up to LNG if they want to look for an engage.
Well, Tarzan's going into Crescent Guards there immediately. Support getting low from RA once again, but Zora survives, but Tarzan does not. Cube gets it with the end of the needlework, and the Chaos Storm being down is huge. Light still with his ulti, the ultimate from Lumao still there too. I actually have not seen a wild growth in a little bit. Maybe I'm blind, chat. You can tell me. iBoy going forward after getting excited. And aren't we all excited to see RA in a winning position in game number 1 against LNG? Because this has been so good to watch as iBoy gets low. But LNG's turn is here. On top of Cube. Could be huge, but into the choke against the Victor. And Aphelios, you don't want to be there. Shurikens at the ready. Light has the range as well. Another one bites the dust. RA running for their life. 2 members dead, Lyric. Sieging the base a much harder task than they thought.
Yeah, Rare Adam, it seems like thinking that maybe certain members would get picked off anyway, so maybe they'll have a better chance in the fight rather than just letting Cube get picked off. So we see Zora, who was low HP, throw out a hook, pretty much instantly goes down. Cube was already chunked out for pushing the turret. Just easy setup for the side of LNG, who did have full health bars and are fighting on their own terrain. Luckily for the side of RA, Dragon is about to come up. They are going to be looking to pick up the soul. Tarzan and Lumao might have something to say about it, though.
Okay, that's a teleport of epic proportions. Doombee can't join that as he's taken heal, ladies and gentlemen. This is for the Cloud Soul. LNG have 2. Third for RA. This will be number 4. Hanging around River Lyric, and the poke from Strive is huge. The package too. Doombee has to defend because Supers are running into the base. Forget the Cloud Soul. Making sure that no backdoors coming through. That's going to be the priority.
And RA just going to instantly pivot up towards mid and top. They already bought inhibitor. They don't need to go for that one. Push this wave, try and sync up with the Gwen and top side. Put down some of this pain and just completely open the base on the side of RA. LNG had numbers advantage, but still, you got to respect the amount of damage coming out from Corki. They don't overcommit because of those inhibs that are down. And RA just going to be able to continue up with the siege, maybe potentially until something like a Baron comes out and you can look to try and bait out that objective, or just, you know, outright burn it if LNG don't come look for a fight.
15 more now, Lyric. Make it 10. Baron buff going to be spawning soon. Strive's package is timed out. So one threat that, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, is small. RA have much more in their back pocket. Folks, Baron here. LNG are coming out of their base. There's a ward up in that top side. There's supers pushing in through bot. There's a teleport available for Strive and Baron buff there. Strive is level 18. As Baron Enhanced recalls come through, LNG making beeline back to their own fountain. And another objective given over. The gold continues to grow. Getting towards that late game stage, Lyric. I think we're here where it's going to take one fight or, you know, a 5-item Corki or 4 to end it pretty soon.
I was going to say, I feel like it's pretty fair to say that we're at the late game point with the fact that we are 4 items on all of our hyper carries. Heck, even Doinby sitting with an elixir in his inventory right now. And for LNG, you're really keeping your eyes on Doinby because you kind of need RA to come into. Maybe Tarzan find a nice knock-up, instantly into the gravity field, Moonlight Vigil to follow, and trying to find this massive AoE burst on numerous members. I think RA can play with a little bit more free-flowing space, kind of Corki poking you at one angle, iBoy playing another one, and then Cube kind of being this zoning threat who can launch in any time if you look for the engage onto RA.
I like that Le Yen is playing the Predator here once again. On the other side, looking for Arla is that Shirelius from Luma. Hasn't had the greatest game on this Lulu, and now that that's down as well, another tool that can close the gaps on top of people like iBoy, Strive as well. Look at the Nexus turrets. Arla has to defend, and the poke continues to come through. The last inhibitor turret's going to drop on down. The last inhibitor as well. An easy fix is Doinby outside the range of the dredge line. And Lyric, the Nexus turret stays standing, but man, for how long?
Maybe a decent little bit, because again, LNG do have pretty decent wave clear.
They do.
They can go at this for a while. For RA, though, just wait for 3 waves to come in. It will be a little bit before that bot wave comes in, so maybe just keep putting down this poke. Mid wave's going to come in soon.
Okay, there's the engage. There's the engage from Arla as well, going golden. The Moonlight Vigil connects. I'm actually not sure it did too much. As double knock up from the depth charge. Doinby's one hit. Arla as well, getting hit by Cube. Level 18 Gwen. It's cuteness once again, and the overload is surreal. RA beating LNG. You wouldn't have thought RA would beat top esports, but here we are, and yet again, this roster is doing so much work. Game 1's going to be theirs too against LNG. It's Rare Adam all the way.
RA coming in with numerous roster changes, not even using the starting roster we expected, with players like Lil Yen playing once again. Demacia Cup, they did kind of dabble. So to come in so strong with Lil Yen back on the roster of the Demacia Cup, with new members like Strive coming in, with Zora moving up from their academy team is quite amazing. Very sloppy win in their series against TES. This game, okay, this game was also a little bit sloppy, but it was very slow. RA, I think, looked decently comfortable the whole game, and LNG still just looks so messy.
They really do. Like, how does this team look messy when it's Tarzan and Doinby? A combo that makes sense in every book, and a team that went to Worlds. The change around is the support. The change around is mid. People called mid the weakness. And with Iwanti not on the roster, I mean, there are a lot of questions. I think Lumao as well, Lyric. Definitely not the best performing member on this team. LNG in a bit of a rut to open the season. And RA taking advantage. You're right, being so concise, being so calm across pretty much every step of the way.
And again, whenever we're early in the split, I always just wonder like what team structures are like. I can't wait till we start getting comms and mic checks from some of these teams to see who are the big vocal members and who are the ones bringing it together. Because it's pretty cool to see. With how many roster changes we've had in the LPL, I feel like a lot of teams are bound to and do look very rough to start out with. That's always really interesting to me when we do have teams that come together slightly better than others, to see maybe how the natural voices of the team sync up. Maybe people like the bot lane are just naturally more talkative, and it just syncs up to where it's easier to work with Lil Yen or so on and so forth. So yeah, RA clearly have found something that is at least good enough to run early in the split and beat a lot of these teams that will also have growing pains.
Amazing to talk about. Again, I opened this segment mentioning that for RA, it's such a big moment because of the fact they beat top esports at the start of the split, because they're versing LNG, when LNG, you're right, are having these growing pains, it seems like. So there's a lot to talk about with RA and a lot to compliment there as well. I think we need to start by saying that Le Yen and Strive are on the top of the list right now. Lyric, we can talk about it when we return, because game number 2, well and truly on the way. Right after this.
fall and leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the glory and the fall.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up now, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up now, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up,
RA 2-0 versus Top Esports raises questions at Top Esports. RA 1-0 start against LNG. That's raising some pretty good things for Rare Adam at the start of this split as we welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Rare Adam we can start getting invested in, considering that now they're on a 3-game individual win streak. Myself, Hysterics, Lyric next to me, that way. Sir, Strive's alive, first of all. This is just a Ross, like, what is this? What is happening? Dude, I thought RA were going to be, I'm going to be honest, I'd be like, oh, I don't really look forward to casting RA this split. That's completely out the window. This team's sick.
I gotta be honest, Hysterics. 1, you put them really high in your preseason tier list. 2,
yeah.
that game, like 90% of it was in 144p for me.
Oh,
so
no.
I need you to tell me, I need you to break down to me
Okay.
why this guy was, and how this guy was such a monster in that last game.
So, Lyric, we remember we were talking a lot about the package usage and what he can do in fights. It was that fight around Dragon that we're going to see around now. Now, I'm going to do your job, and I'm going to try and learn what I've learnt from you. The package you can't see here, bit of a spectator bug, guys, but it's on the ground. And the whole of LNG is standing on this thing. Like, Lumao died to it passively. And then the poke that you were setting up so nicely in this game. Boy, Strive. They had the space to play. They had the chase down. And this play, oh my god, instant triple. It's well-deserved considering that this guy's the rookie and Doomby is the world champion.
Yeah, just great to see him come in. Again, I feel like whatever teams prioritize Corki and Jinx are just ultimately winning out. Though Aphelios, another standout. But ultimately, Strive took the game into his own hands.
He did.
LNG, a lot of very, very strange contests, though, on both sides, right? We saw a lot of weird Baron back and forths going both ways. Still a very close game in the end. LNG can definitely look to claw it back in game 2. I just think LNG have so many things that need to come together, that need to fix before they start looking like a potential contender, like they looked like on paper.
To put him in the top 4, I think I did put him actually in the top 4 for a pretty strong reason under my point, but LNG, Li Ning need something to work out. They need that cohesion. You don't really talk about lack of cohesion on a Doomby roster unless you're in a 2020 FPX that's kind of going left and right. Lyric, this is a very big deal considering that a lot of people had faith that LNG off the bat would be a strong team with the experience in the roster. Here in draft as well, I think I want to put one thing forward and see if you agree or not, or go from there. Lumao on the Enchanter support was not great. The Lumao Lulu, that was true lulling. That was true Lulu. Like, there's nothing more to say.
Yeah, and sadly, I really just don't feel like it fits the role that Lumao has shown that he wants to play over the past few years, right? We talked about the roaming, face checking, walking into, whether it's River or enemy jungle alone. We did see that this game around as well. But we're going to go straight into picks and bans of game 2.
Let's go.
Can LNG bring it back, start to look like the team that a lot of people expected them to be on paper? Or is Rare Adam just going to continue on, I don't want to say path of destruction, because
I would.
It's not really destruction. They're kind of just slightly eking out the competition every time.
Class, isn't it? It definitely feels like class, and it definitely feels like, yeah, they're holding strong and ramping up ever so slightly in a very nice way. And we've already got similar bans. And for Rare Adam, they're like, you know what? Give Strive Corki again. That's a higher priority, Lyric, than the Xin Zhao, than the Jinx, than any of the supports we've seen.
Yeah, and, you know, I feel like RA's mantra is going to be the Rocky thing of it's not how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit, because that's RA. RA aren't necessarily coming in and slaughtering you. They're just taking the punches, doing less Fiesta-y things than you, and then just coming out on top in the end. You already highlighted the Corki being the go-to first pick for the side of Rare Adam, so even within a series, we're seeing priorities completely change. Both AD carries still being left open. LNG can opt into the Jinx right here if they want. I definitely feel like it is the more favorable side of the Aphelios matchup. If not, they can always look to just take away a support here and put Lumao something he's comfortable on. Leona something we've been seeing a lot throughout the day, but it does look like it'll just be the Jinx in the end.
Even the Thresh, if that comes through, I think for Lumao, you know, something that goes back to the core root of when he was so strong in the LPL. And, you know, as Dwayne says, with drive and a bit of talent, you can move mountains. And that's what I believe about Lumao at his prime. But As long as it's not the Lulu alongside the Jinx, normally it is. We'll have to find out. Lyric on the other side, jungler's still available. Jarvan there. The Aphelios you talked about being the other side of the matchup, it seems to fall in place.
Yeah, you can also pick up the Thresh yourselves if you want. Take that away from the Jinx and have the mobility there in that bottom side. For the Aphelios, I would say picking up a jungler here like Jarvan can be potentially weird. They still go for it anyway because you can take that Thresh Lantern and have the mobility if he decides to lock down light. But still, Lien decides to go for it.
Lyric on the other side, that means the Thresh is a conversation piece. It means that Lu Mao could be on something a bit better this time. And again, this suits him a lot more. I really hope we get that man on your screen to pull up an MVP performance. That's what it's going to take at this point for us to be positive on it.
I have a question for you, as you are much more creative than me. Or if there might already be a name, right? If Jarvan Rumble is the hot pot, what is Corki package in Jarvan Ultimate?
Well, you'd still call it a hot pot, but that's already coined, isn't it? Because I feel like it'd be like a package clasm. See, that's where I would start. And I'll let you know if the...
What's a package clasm?
A package cataclysm, like a package clasm, right?
Oh.
There's a delivery into a cataclysm.
All right. You sir are not creative. We clearly need Munch or
How is
Dagda
that not creative?
to
How is a package
coin a
clasm?
name.
Dude, I gave you Ram Jam earlier on. I don't know why you're saying
You
I'm
did.
not creative.
You did.
Okay, well, I'll find
You
something a
know
little bit
what
better.
else is being given? RA giving us more mid lane bans,
Good
which
turn.
is not surprising, right? They've picked their mid laner, enemy hasn't. For LNG, it's something you've hit on that we know Doinby can bring out a lot of different picks. They always can opt into a mid-game setup. Actually, the Vex taken away, I think that would have been something interesting to go into the Corki. We've seen it a few times. Other things that we haven't really seen brought out, but theoretically possible. Twisted Fate, I think it is a bit of a worse matchup for the TF on that end. We have things like, heck, Doinby doesn't even play the Syndra, doesn't play the Zoe. So I'd say a lot of these powerful mid-game mages aren't typical things we've seen of Doinby. I remember Doinby promised us he'd play Zoe last split.
Oh yeah,
and then he never found a chance to.
It's just so funny seeing 4 mid lane bans against him. We've got Silas, Vex, Rise, Twisted Fate, like
TF is banned, yeah.
Yeah, Doinby's been targeted, dude. Like they're definitely putting priority on him, and I like it from RA considering that. Look, we've given Strive a nice matchup. Once again, he was a big highlight in our game number 1. And they're set up, Lyric, to be a composition with great scaling once again, but we know that's in the meta. And Jack's picked last against the Gwen, so I'll get you to run this composition for me in a second. I want to hold. Oriana's not seen too much. Doinby did play it last year, surprisingly. He's not someone you look at and be like, oh, he's an Oriana player. We'll have to hold and see.
I expect the Victor to just come out once again. It has the favorable laning matchup. It's one of Doinby's historic champions. Like, for the old school fans of Doinby, right, it was all about Victor and Rise coming out in a lot of those days, so they are just going to default back to that one. Comps looking very similar once again, though I think it is pretty nice that they broke up the Corki Jinx duo in terms of, like, Corki does outrange Victor later with rockets and Jinx, so on and so forth. We went over this. So you kind of have a bit on both ends. You will have Gwen, who is better for team fights than the Jax later on, but Jax will have that side lane prio. And then the difference in bot lanes, right? The Braum coming out instead of the Thresh. So I think Braum can definitely do a lot to tilt these team fights into RA's favor. You have a ton of AoE lockdown, a ton of AoE damage to follow up. So where LNG this time around do feel like the ones who are happier to fight in those open spaces like we were hitting on earlier to give Jinx and Victor more room to maneuver.
Our drafts are going in the same circle, though, aren't they? Let's be real. Our drafts are rarely changing. We've got Victor and Corki pretty much every game. Aphelios, Jinx, unless they're banned against people like Jackie Love. Jungle. Top. We're going the same direction, Lyric.
So, I think it's higher after today's games. But, like, Victor was the second most played mid laner, was almost double the one below him, Vex at 6. He was at 10. Corki's at 15 games played, so even decently higher than them. Then you factor in today's games where we've had a bunch more of Corki and Victor. And yeah, we're going to see these guys every game. Probably until next patch, hopefully, Riot. Please, maybe?
Okay. It'd be nice to see what direction it goes next. It is the start of the season, guys. Remember, 12.1. We're opening up into Season 12. imagine that. If you played League of Legends in Season 1 or 2, you're old. That was 10 years ago and counting. 10 years ago, League of Legends was, you know, on its starting legs. Now, we have a man with a Gatling gun riding a flying pelican or seal, whatever that thing is. Like the game has just evolved so many different ways. So, welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Please, just because you are not playing when Earth was around, do not disrespect Earth.
He was only around for a day.
You know, he was around enough. But like you're saying, going into the game, I mean, there's really nothing unexpected on either side. We've been seeing a lot of press the attack Aphelios coming out today for those nice short trades and the nice little bit of burst you go. Lethal Tempo and the Jack standard. We've been seeing a lot more Conqueror coming out from Gwen in the LPL than we have been seeing of the Lethal Tempo. Lethal Tempo, of course, giving you a bit of stronger laning power as compared to Conqueror, which does just scale up better for Gwen, giving you more damage, giving you more of the heal, which just goes with the innate sustain that you have in your kit as well. And Doinb has to flash at level 1. That is not what you want to happen if LNG want to pick up a game 2 win.
I mean, Zora loves mid. And you can see that RA's game plan of putting focus around this guy has been there from start to where we are now. Zora last game, Lyric, it was all about the roams and getting Strive into a comfortable phase. I think he forced out a flash from Doinb at the 10-minute mark as well. So he's doing a really good job of making sure he's known, and especially coming from Loyen starting the bottom side, Lyric, that can be punished quite easily.
Oh, definitely, especially when we look at the fact that there's also a Jarvan, right? Like you're saying, Loyen's on Jarvan. Zora potentially might have more room for roams. I would doubt it with the fact that they're up against Shooting Thresh, but immobile mid laner, champions on the opposite side that can punish. Now we just want to see Loyen go for these plays. Loyen has shown he can be quite aggressive and does like to set up his lane, so I wouldn't be too surprised. A bit of a flip from how we thought of Loyen before, where he was very much like, hey, I'm going to farm, and I'm going to counter jungle, and I might go look for the 1v1, but I'm not necessarily going to set up my lanes.
Cube just flashed. Cube just flashed for that. That's an aggressive trade. That's literally showing. I don't know what that's showing, but Cube is absolutely crazy.
It's the flash of intimidation.
Yeah. That's one word for it. Other people in solo queue would be saying something else, let me tell you what. So, Flash now down top, and that means he matches Doinb's Flash. Maybe he's just a bro.
True. Wanting to make sure it's fair on both sides. Pings are coming out around the mid lane, though. Doinb does have a ward, so he will spot out Loyen, so he won't be punished this time around. No camps up on top side for Loyen to be able to take away, so probably will just go for the scuttle. Tarzan playing around his strong side of the map as well, with Light and Luma having push in that lane. Strive, though! That was close.
Yeah, it doesn't burn the flash. You'd say good trigger fingers, Lyric, but importantly as well, Doinb spotted Loyen going back over the ward again, so good information to send him packing. And Doinb just asserting his dominance a little bit. Teleport still available for both mid laners, and it looks like they'll both use it.
And we've seen this a lot in the past week of Victor's just running down Corkis with the Corrupting Potion, autoing them down. Strive looks like he might get punished again. Does have flash available?
Oh, Lumao making the roam. That was close, but Valkyrie in the nick of time. Unfortunate for Lumao. I like to see it, Lyric, because we talked about Lumao in the past being one of the biggest roaming supports in the LPL. Back when he was on JDG, back when JDG were in their prime in 2020, Lyric he'd come, he'd make his movements and sync up with Kanavi. And it's nice to see that Lumao has started this game off in that fashion.
Lumao finding a nice window. So far, it's been all about mid lane, which isn't too surprising for a team that Doinb's on. But Strive has been getting a little bit of help so far. Though LNG with some nice words, spotting out Loyen once again. And it looks like we're in for another wait for Drakes, stack them up, see who executes in the fight better. Probably some shenanigans along the way.
I like to hear shenanigans along the way. 2 flashes that are about to come up, and maybe in a couple of minutes, I should say. Cube going on for the Counter-Strike again. Ignite available for Arla, so he has the combat summoner advantage. Doinb continues to push out the mid-wave. It is an Infernal start, Lyric. That's a shiny little emblem on our bottom left. Oh my god. Scary. But Tarzan is here near the mid lane. Before we look at the Dragon, Lyric, I think we need to look at the low health mid laners.
And for Doinb, he's been doing so well of not only just playing safe in a 1v2.
Oh my god, Zora's back. Strive trades his life, but that's first blood over to Rare Adam. Zora is an absolute unit today.
Yeah, still though, I'm a bit surprised he went for that play. I think there was no way that Strive wouldn't go down when looking for that play so aggressively when he's on about 20% HP. Going to be only needing to get off like 2 abilities to finish him off. They still do end up with a 1-for-1 though. Wave looks like it's about neutral. LNG going to try and start up the Dragon on this one. Sadly, we aren't late enough into the game where there's a package for the Corki, so he won't be able to have the biggest of influence yet. But everyone's on the way. Looks like we're going to full-on 4v4.
For now, it looks worse for LNG from the previous play, depending on how the Dragon goes as well. Zora moving in, iBoy tagged with the Zap as well. Gravity field, but they just turn for LNG. They've got numbers advantage for now as they split them off, but Loyan going back in. I still think LNG are okay with this. Tarzan running away, Strive going after him, but you've abandoned iBoy. As the AD carry goes down, LNG laugh in their faces.
They completely abandon one of the main damage dealers for them right now. LNG picking up a ton of kills. Also, right now we see Lumao kind of hovering around mid. Doesn't look like they want to go for anything. Maybe they thought about trying to use Doinby for a bait for the fact that Strive is full HP. He's not. Instead, just going to go for the faster recall, so they do have a bit of tempo heading towards the bottom side. Tarzan does have his camps up down there. Maybe once he gets those cycled through, we'll have light back on map, and you can potentially look to start up a Dragon. Getting pretty close to Herald timer, though, Hysterics. We're going to have a package soon.
Let's watch this one, though. This was first blood where it was a trade, and Lyric, you know, calling it out where Doinby gets a trade kill. That's pretty good.
Ooh, and we're going to go straight into the second one. Lumao opening it up with a hook. They do instantly catch out Look again. But as we see iBoy flashing forward, thinking that they could save him. Zora already taken too low. Strive going the opposite direction to finish off another kill, and it leaves iBoy all by his lonesome. Overestimating his burst just by a little bit.
Just a little bit. But you like to see flashing forward in the LPL. It's happened every day since we've started this 2022 spring split. And Lyric, as we return, that is a 3-1 victor in the mid lane. That's a 2-1 Corki too. So Strive and Doinby at the center of our attention for this second game.
And it's really fun to see, right? We kind of came into today's matchup harping on jungle and then how it impacts mid. And I feel like that's definitely what we've been seeing. Even a lot of the kills so far, right? It's coming from either outplaying on ganks or outplaying in some of these skirmishes around mid, around Dragon. Potential dives coming out. And both teams doing quite well. I think Doinby quite ahead of where he theoretically should be on a timer at this point in the game. Going to be pretty close to his mythic. Start having a pretty nice impact in team fights. And considering we still don't have a neutral objective taken and Rift Herald is up, you would expect to start seeing things go down now. Travis package, RA just start Dragon.
All right, Infernal to kick things off. Loyan has hit level 6 as well, by the way, folks. So get rid of that get ready for the Cataclysm package you already mentioned there as well. So the package Clasm will be coming together. I still haven't thought of a better name. I'll let you know if that develops whatsoever. Even LNG have moved towards that Herald Lyric. Pings are going down now, but RA just debating the bottom side. Instead, they're going to play the angle here with Lumao getting a nice hook and Loyan getting out already. Tarzan pulls out the Crescent Slash and iBoy caught out yet again. This early game is easy. An almost done deal as Zora and Loyan get out narrowly. Lyric 4-1 now for Doinby.
LNG giving up the Dragon, but thinking, hey, we can rotate on the play. Look to collapse with superior positioning. Kind of using Fog of War, really nice from Lumao. Gets the hook onto Loyan and just sets up the play beautifully. Doinby now so far ahead, just continuing to poke out Strive like we saw earlier on in the game, but he knows that Jarvan wouldn't be on the map yet, so he's able to start chunking down some of his turret. And luckily doesn't get punished. Does need to be careful. Loyan does have that Cataclysm like you talked about. And now both teams are going to start going up towards this Rift Herald. Now, though, Strive doesn't have a package. They do have Cryo in topside with the Jax, but multiple members of LNG are going to start funneling in through this mid lane.
No AD carry there, though. iBoy's still in the bottom lane by himself, and Light looks to be going to match him. As Herald seems to be the pings out. Lumao, mobility boost, so he'll get there fast. We'll pause on that, see what it comes back to live, Lyric, because this was a nice pincer.
Like I said, they waited for RA to take the Dragon, predicted that they would be here. You even see Gwen spotting out Corki on the opposite side, so they should know that they have numbers. Lumao hitting that hook from Fog of War, sets up for the kill on the iBoy, and this one was just so close. Had Zora and Loyan been a little bit closer to each other, that would have been 2 kills for the side of LNG.
That would have been a very big deal, as it's 0-0-4 for Light. Wasn't able to pick up any of the kills. But at least he's still got some gold just to an advantage over iBoy. Herald's being started here, folks. No control ward to spot out that left side ward. Unfortunately, it is too far away. RA committing to the bottom side for now, Lyric. You can see where Zora is with the Glacial Fissure available. Light, he's got double summoners. I think Zora is just going to party there for the time being and share some of the gold.
Yeah, they didn't have a wave by the time that Zora was able to get there. It looks like they're waiting for Lillian to make his way down as well. At least able to steal a blue buff on the opposite side. But LNG aren't crying too much because they've picked up a Herald. Looks like Doinby even getting another play mid.
Winter's Bite miss. Okay, actually, Light can probably kill iBoy as the Glacial Fissure slows him down. Luckily enough, Zora's ulti burned, and that's a bit unfortunate from Rare Adam's bottom lane.
And this is one of the things, right, when you looked at Rare Adam, is you thought that their bot lane was looking a bit suspect.
Oh, Loyan gonna regret this one. The win definitely became lightning. And as Loyan hodls away, it could have been a lot worse here. Flash burn as well, Lyric, and this game's only just heating up. As, you know, we're getting shenanigans a foot on each angle. Lumao, does he sense it? Well, Light's gonna help him spot it out.
And we're at a point now where it feels like Light, Lumao, and Doinby all just have pressure in their individual matchups. And for Tarzan, all he has to do is kind of hover and pivot between these two lanes, matching where Lillian will be, and then LNG will always be able to come out on the favorable end of the trade. They are going to take away the spot lane turret, dropping the Rip Herald right now, so getting more gold onto their AD carry. You'd expect Light probably should be able to back, be pretty close to his Mythic with this one, clear out the wave. And now, heck, maybe start sending them towards mid, start pushing together as a unit into the enemy jungle, getting down some vision. Dragon 1 minute away, so you'd expect it to be down towards that bottom half of the map.
2,500 gold in the lead for LNG, Lyric. Notes there as LNG, again, guys, we talked about it in their first series against Ultra Prime. LNG 2-0'd, but it was a bit of a shaky 2-0. Game 1 RA took control and led them into disaster. As we'll watch this again, Lyric, and see how Light kind of maneuvered down. Nice sidestepping. Hang on a minute. That's hot. That's like,
this is clean.
That's like Gucci hot.
No, Steric's coming in.
Okay, sorry, you obviously don't like handbags. That's fine. All right, Light versus iBoy.
iBoy.
You just don't
gone.
care. Yeah, he's dead.
You know, Steric's, let's just both actively take a water break. Build tension in silence.
Dude, this game doesn't need to be casted. It'll speak for itself. We won't do our job. Oh, no. I think some people will understand the reference. It'll work here. Arla on top of Cube. He gets out, and he actually doesn't take too much damage, and Zora's up here. The Winter's Bite with the concussed blows in a lot of trouble. The counter-strike as well in the ring. Arla dead, and Zora seems to be the man making things happen.
Yeah, Braum roaming around the map, having such an impact. Only involved in 3 kills, but RA only have 3 kills. So Zora has been the man helping to make everything happen. On the opposite side, though, LNG are taking absolutely everything. Getting a tower, look at the vision in the enemy jungle, picking up a dragon. Going to be still holding it down in the mid lane. And, I mean, for LNG, you got a kill on Jax. Pretty cool.
What is better than Gucci? You know, Gucci handbags. Like, what do we go higher than that? I think maybe Hugo Boss? Maybe not. I don't know. The most expensive thing I ever bought was a traveling backpack, and it was about 150.
I was going to say, you are the type of person that when we walk into the store, you look at the water and you're like, oh my God, this water's 50 cents, not 35 cents.
Why would you not drink tap water? Drink tap water. What do you... Fill up your water bottle. Why would you buy water from Woolies? If you buy water from Woolies or Coles, that makes no sense.
The most economically efficient human being I've ever worked with. Maybe you need to be on the Rift helping out these guys.
My finances going to the moon, man. Going to the moon. Hey, if LNG continue this way, they'll be there shortly too. They're 3,500 gold up. You keep talking about turrets going down. Light is in a very good financial position as well. We've got 1.5 items on the Victor mid. Doinby was the most fed member through the laning phase. Still is Lyric as we get to 15 minutes of the game. And we've got another package for Strive, but nothing's up. So Orcs is now tilted.
For the side of LNG, looks like they're just trying to play back and forth, push in mid with Victor, start roaming up to their top side, keep trying to choke out RA from having vision in their own jungle. They do need to be a bit careful because of the package that you just highlighted, but it looks like RA are just completely pivoting towards the opposite side of the map. We can see on our mini-maps, iBoy and Loyen both making their way towards spot and just conceding, hey, you know, LNG are so strong right now. They have 4-man top side. Even if we match, we can't look to contest. So let's try and zone this Gwen off the bottom lane turret. And looks like Allah probably just going to go and recall right now. Keep himself out of harm's way.
Oh, makes perfect sense. Light with the solo turret as well. It's going to be a beautiful thing to witness. Lyric, in this game, remind me... No, pause. Don't remind me of anything. Loya needs to get out. Chaos Storm's there. And he doesn't want to flash, but he might have to. Is it too late? Doomby has his own. There's a Hex Gate there. He's not going to take it this time around, but would have been
I don't want to see Hex Gates anymore.
Dude, Hex Gates
We saw
are fun.
Hex Gates earlier.
It's okay. Zoom took one, guys. If you missed out on that series, Zoom took a Hex Gate that was just brilliant. Just beyond brilliant. And did it lose the game for them? Is that the game they lost? Sure. But the Hex Gate wasn't good.
Yeah, yes. I think yes. I think that was the game they lost. Yes, that was the Kaisa game on the opposite side. So, did lose. I also want to highlight, going back to what we just saw on our screens, really nice reaction by LNG to play both sides of the map, right? You keep your bot lane towards top. You see some movement down the bot side, and you know that they're not contesting you top, so you know the movement's going to come through. You bring Doinby down to counter out the play. And now for LNG, they're still keeping up pressure everywhere. Looks like they're trying to get into a position where they can do the Herald. But currently, our man in the mid lane is finishing off some wolves.
Yeah, he is indeed. He is indeed. And he's picking up CS. He's 174 at 17 minutes. There's no Doomby Rise hack in this game. There's no Victor hack either, but he's definitely keeping track with the timer. Is LNG going to take yet another objective in Lyric? I need you to give me some more conditions for RA. What do we look forward to with LNG holding control as they get pushed out here with the TP in the top side as 3 members converge and Luyan gets phased out? What do you do here? What do you hope for to try and bring this game back into an even stage?
I think they're making the right choice by all-inning on their Jax. It's just a bit unfortunate how far ahead this Victor is on the side of LNG to where he can confidently walk forward in the side lane. Multiple members are just able to roam around him. They have 2 lanes to pressure up, so they're pretty much keeping Strive out of this game. So I feel like for the side of RA, you're kind of having Loyen hover towards Cube, allow him to split and take these turrets. And then on every package timer is probably when as RA, you look at your items, you're like, hey, are we at least comparable in terms of power, in terms of our spike? And that's when you can start looking for some of these 5v5s.
Oh, nice hook though, underneath Chaos Storm. Loyen once again, the target dead thanks to the line. A super mega death rocket of super mega proportions. It's Powder. She's 2-0 on 4 and 2 kills with a cull fully completed. Lyric, game looking easier and easier and more like we're going to go the full distance tonight. 4K gold lead at 18 minutes in. Make it 5. With Light yet again skyrocketing ahead with gold.
So, LNG are definitely one of the teams that would be less surprising about throwing a massive gold lead. So I'm definitely not counting RA out just yet, but this should definitely be an LNG victory from where we're at this state in the game, right? Dragon even about to come up. LNG can start making their way down there now. Heck, they even look so confident they're not even going to dedicate all members, right? They're sending Doinby to go to the top lane to catch out that wave. And yeah, for LNG, I feel like you're just going to get to a point maybe where you even look for some kind of like Baron bait or turn or something along those lines early on. Just from the fact that you are still decently far away from Soul. And if you just leave the game in this state going forward, right, you're allowing Strive to scale, you're allowing Jax to get bigger, and you're just giving RA more time to where they can find some kills.
Yeah, no, not going anywhere. Chain chompers. And Lumao on Thresh, guys. You got to say it, from lull to this, it's looking pretty good here for his second game. Lyric, that's a pick. That opens up mid. And RA, not much they can do about it.
No, I mean, Loyen did just watch as Lumao walked up to him, pressed Q, and again, didn't try to preemptively EQ or maybe try to force out a flash from low or anything. Hysterics.
Lyric.
You know, maybe it's just in comparison to the top esports versus Ultra Prime series where it's like, man, top esports, Ultra Prime, top tier LPL teams.
Hey.
Rare Atom versus LNG,
Blow.
potential top tier. You see that? You see me
Which
calling
makes
Ultra
no
Prime
sense.
top tier, and then
They're the
leaving
teams that go-
LNG like this.
They're the teams that
teams
got
that
wins.
lost.
Yeah, the teams that lost look better, and the teams that won don't. Like, I'm not sure I understand that.
You know, it's not meant to be understood. LPL is not a philosophy. It is a mood.
Do you know what?
Feeling.
If there was one word, if people came to me and said, sum up the LPL in one word, I'd say, the Shy. And I'd leave it at that. And it's not that he is the LPL. It's that he embodies everything that's great about the league. Sometimes it's amazing. Sometimes you think, man, we need to recycle this. Other times you're happy with where it lies. The Shy in one word sums up this League of Legends. So I'm glad that, we've got people before LEC tuning in to what is the Shy. Not even playing.
Speaking of the Shy, though, this is a good time to preface with the fact that tomorrow is our match of the week. Weibo Gaming will be playing against Billy.
Will it be Uzi?
Potentially Uzi. V5 is also debuting tomorrow, so again, potentially Rookie, potentially Karsa coming out onto the Rift. So tomorrow's games will be absolutely amazing. I'm not going to say bangers. Tune in.
Lyric, will it be Uzi? Everyone wants to know. We'll stay within the realms of this game because 21 minutes in, this could be going to a game 3. LNG have started the Baron, and you said that they wanted to start it, look for the turn. iBoy has full shurikens at the ready. They're gone. Immediately gone with Doomby over the wall, poking down the rest of RA. Baron turned off. They can do it many different times. And Cube just farming away, hoping that he's given time, as Jordan Lyric Corby said.
Yeah, I feel like for LNG, it's the right call. Is it a risky call? Yes. But I think it's the easiest way to turn the cogs of the game forward into forcing them to come into Baron Pit. Of course, it is risky because they do have like Braum, they do have Corki, champions that thrive in those enclosed spaces. Because they saw they were very decisive in their turn, throwing out the Chaos Storm right away, forcing out some summoners as in Zora's Flash. You're pretty much looking for rinse and repeats. I don't think as TS you should be allocating any resources towards bot and trying to catch out the Jax. It's all about just contesting in this 4v4 setting, maybe trying to force out Cube's TP by looking for this again, and seeing if you can find any more picks on Lian, like it seems like Lumao has been able to do consistently.
I'm just wondering, why does Strive keep getting the package when Baron's being threatened there, Lyric, but Dragon as well, a minute 15. He has teleport too. Would you like to weigh in on this, or am I missing something?
No, I don't want to weigh in. I'll leave it for Ox. I'll leave it for Ox to,
Okay. Okay, well, Baron's going to be started here on full Scuttle Vision. A Cube, Strive, both have teleport. That package will come in handy, but Baron's just being hit. They're scared to go near. Loyen is the smite in this. That's probably gone, guys. 1,000. Goodbye. LNG find it. RA a little bit too close for comfort, and for the free Baron, thumbs up.
Yeah, I mean, RA running forward, just staring at them, saying hello. And this is going to be one of those games where one team very slowly bleeds out. And I mean very slowly because, again, they have Corki, they have Aphelios. They're going to kill some minions in the meantime, friends.
Okay.
But ultimately, LNG will probably come out ahead. LNG have some nice tower taking potential themselves, right? A lot of siege, a lot of long range coming out from your Victor and your Jinx. Potential dive opportunities there as well. It would depend on which members of RA are covering what turret, right? Because you expect LNG to attack from multiple lanes as they are getting on
iBoy. Is Doomby going to do it? I'm not sure. The Chaos Storm's close, and actually Doomby's a little too far forward. Super Mega Death Rocket. Quite a lot of work there. Doomby will survive, but iBoy the exact same, if only just. Both hodl away, and LNG, you know what? They're feeling that confident. They don't really lose much in the meantime.
No, they're going to instantly go and pick up that Hex Tech Dragon, so getting incredibly close to having the Chain Lightning and the Slow, aka better static shift. Not quite there yet. Will the game last that long? My guess is yes.
You think it's that slow? Because it does feel that slow. We're 11 kills, 24 minutes, and, you know, it does feel like the LEC or the LCS. Let's be real, guys. You're not spoilt with your games as much as we are. It might sound a little bit egotistic, but it is true. We have blood for the blood.
You cannot say that during this game, as Cube might die.
That's also true. I can't say it. Needlework comes through Parla, but It is just kind of getting that advantage and pushing it forward. Light side lighting for the time being. No one cares. And LNG descends to a game 3 in very calm fashion. Kind of like how RA just kept on trucking in game number 1.
Again, it's been a series so far built on a lot of mistakes coming out from both sides, from individual players. I do feel like we've seen decent things come out from either side. Again, nice to see Lumao actually step up, have a bit of a better performance this time around. We already know, I think Doinby's been a standout player in every LNG game we've seen so far, even in Demacia Cup. I think he was looking quite amazing. Definitely carrying over that 2021 summer form into the new year.
He is. Well, I'm glad to see it because it's an important part of what makes this team tick. The LNG final Nexus turret, inhibitor turret. As the top side falls down, they're all gone. The Baron buff going to expire in 20 seconds. To see if they can end it with Chaos Storm down on top of Cube. This Jack's been farming in the side lane. Can't really hold up. LNG still healthy enough. Mana buzz still existing. And the Baron has 8 more seconds to go. The Nexus turret's once more getting whittled down. Kind of up to light here. RA seems like they're going to be able to defend it for now, but the gold lead's huge. LNG almost at 10,000. RA getting absorbed of the damage of LNG. And Lyric, this next wave coming in. Light just walking up by himself. I mean, this is a clinic to end this one here. Even if LNG don't do it now, well, there's a TP. The answer is they will do it now.
Oh, even Package though.
But Arla by himself, does he care? Package lines them out, but the Package is over no one for now. Tarzan tries to go around it. Arla actually going golden. There's a death sentence, and for RA, it's a 2-man Inferno multi, but iBoy doesn't do enough damage until he hits Light with a bit of splash. So, interesting, but at least Arla will teleport in to help try. Oh!
You know, it's also funny that even with the Package zoning them off, maybe I'm missing this, we'll find out in the replay, because you've said it a lot. The games we're watching, very low frame rate. It looked like Light, even past the Package, just with rapid fire cannon range, and heck, maybe he had lethal tempo stacked up, I'm not sure, was still able to hit members of RA. The Package actually didn't mean anything. It didn't stop any damage from following through from the side of LNG.
Well, Lyric, it comes that time where we're going to see LNG do it all again. Because Light's your focus, the 4-item Jinx. We know this is going to a game 3. It's just about when. And for RA, you know, I could say that now. 10 minutes later, something crazy happens where LNG force a fight under the turrets and it all goes horribly wrong with the 3.5-item Corki. The Jax, who, you know, is almost a 3 himself. Let's see how we go. LNG start tunneling in. The minions channel as well. Tarzan pokes them down, and iBoy, the failure big enough to consider as well. As LNG continues. Lyric, Doomby's poking him down. But the problem is, even with the Chaos Storm there, iBoy frontlining for now. That could be the first mistake. The needlework tagging Strive too. Immortal Shield Bell gives him enough of a shield to hold on, but Super Mega Death Rocket doing its work. Cataclysm into the backline. This is so delayed as Arla's the next point of contact, but iBoy under the gravity field. Finally, it'll come to an end. We go to a game 3. We knew it was inevitable, but we just had to wait for the snapping of the fingers for LNG to finally do it.
I gotta be totally honest. That did not feel like a 29-minute game. The amount of sitting and staring and anticipating, you know, not as explosive as a team for Doinby than FPX was. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Still though, LNG pick up a win means potentially they can move on to win game 3, win the series, still stay undefeated. I honestly don't know how much there's to say. Lilian, I don't think of Lilian as a Jarvan player. When I think of Lilian, I think of Nidalee. I think of things like Xin Zhao. I even think going back, things like Talia, Lee Sin were things he would bring out quite a bit. This Jarvan did not look very good. For the side of LNG, I also like how they adapted very quickly, realizing like, hey, we have this massive advantage in our mid lane right now. Our bot lane's starting to get ahead. You just started to see Tarzan juggle between the 2 lanes. And you saw LNG realize they're also smart enough to answer plays on both sides of the map. Okay, send Tarzan and maybe Lumao to go enable Ale or Light on top side. Have Doinby go and cover the other person on the opposite side of the map. And don't even give RA a chance to make any of these cross-map plays.
Because game number 1 was so, I guess, innovative from RA with comp pieced together with the Rek'Sai from Lilian. This time around, it seemed more passive than what we saw, Lyric, and You know, it was a bit of a shame considering that Rare Atom, their first game loss here, is something where I would relate this back to last year. Remember when RA lost games and you were like, well, they kind of didn't do anything. It was like Suning before the 2020 Worlds run. I think it might have been Suning Spring or 2019 Suning when they had the super team. It was probably 2020. And you're like, well, Suning didn't do anything here. 2020 Spring's wrong, guys. Oh, just think of a date. Lyric, in this game, Rare Atom didn't do too much, and, you know, I'm pretty sure I Will Dominate woke up for this series. And, you know, he's got a lot to co-stream for the rest of the day. LEC, LCS, we don't want him sleeping before he gets to the second league. So let's ramp it up a bit. Game number 3 on the way. Let's hope RA wake people up, and maybe LNG will do the same right after this.
The World Championship defines who is the best in the world. And well, 2021 proved to be the year of the LPL. EDG captured the hearts of millions, and now 2022 has dawned and the spirit of competition is alive once again. There may be changes among teams this year, but the goal is always victory. Having been a historically world-class team, Suning was unable to live up to expectations in 2021. But as one door closes, another opens, and Weibo Gaming are bringing in a revitalized roster to claim a top spot in the LPL. SOFM remains a cornerstone player for this team. The Jungle Constrictor himself never shies away from a fight, and even when the enemy tries to pin him down, he always finds his prey.
Tarzan in the pit, SOFM back in and he gets the soul! It somehow comes up trumps for Suning as they pick everybody up!
What happens when you load on the star power? Well, you get BLG. This team kicked open the door and found a place at the table without even playing the game. The mix of old and new, the legendary and the becoming, it all has such an electrical feel to it. And Crisp is sure to stock up on some puppy snacks in 2022. Up among the BLG stars, you find Fofo, seating peacefully among the chaos. His last year showed just how high his ceiling can go, and not to mention, the man's got a literal champion ocean in the mid lane. Don't take your eyes off this mid lane menace, because if you do, he's sure to come knocking.
Gets the stun down. It's Reset City for Fofo, becoming Ezreal, now on top of Shadow. Here we go. Arcane Shift, no, it's a Zoe time. And Rare Atom were given space to get the reset for Fofo.
Both of these teams look very different from their 2021 selves, and with the alignment of so many top-tier players, it's sure to be a crazy battlefield. The 2022 season has already begun, but the road is long and treacherous to reach the top for Weibo Gaming and Billy. So temper yourselves, you would-be champions, because only the greatest warriors will find glory on this battlefield. Get ready for war.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life, so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting
Ladies and gentlemen, we've gone the distance for tonight. It is the very last game. Take a closer look at Suzhou in China. You know, this is the Garden State lyric, and it is pretty as anything. Suzhou City is apparently one of the most beautiful in the world, so good to get a last look here before we finish up for the night. Last series, last game, LNG versus RA has gone the distance, and LNG have pretty much smacked in a very calm but, you know, almost fashion for this last game. Lyric will bring up MVP, and you're going to tell me a little bit about what you've experienced here tonight and why Tarzan got MVP in your eyes.
You know, you could have rolled some dice.
Yep.
It could have landed anywhere.
Yep.
Tarzan, a good guy to pick up for MVP. He reminds me a lot of the 1986 banger movie Crocodile Dundee, the highest grossing film from Australia of all time.
Wow.
At the time, a film you know quite well.
I do.
And now you could explain to us why Tarzan is like Crocodile Dundee.
Well, Tarzan, in his own eyes, is someone who will walk the streets of New York. And he won't really care if someone puts up a knife to him or, you know, people are barging into him, he'll say g'day, because Tarzan's all about getting involved. And so was Mick Dundee in the Crocodile Dundee series. Any movie past, I think, the second one, I think there was a third one, it was kind of garbage. Worth a look if you guys like crocodiles, and if you like, what's the actor's name? It's not Paul Hogan, is it? Paul Hogan? Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan sounds right. Yeah, it's
It
Paul
is
Hogan.
Paul Hogan. He's like 70 now. He's getting on. But yeah, I think the third one was kind of poo. Too short. But anyway, yeah.
Well,
Good
then
actor.
then this will be a complete opposite of those movie series, because this is the game that we know and we hope is going to deliver. Teams staying on the same sides as we do see. Bands actually staying very similar to they were last time around. The one key difference is this time Rare Adam have left the Twisted Fate open. So now if Doinby wants to go towards that option, have more impact on the map, that is always there. We have seen the Jinx Aphelios trade in the first 2 games.
We have.
I have no reason to expect that we would see something different, but we are going to see a bit of a pivot. LNG this time around respecting the presence that Corki has brought onto the Rift, and looks like they might actually be changing pace, wanting to leave light on something that can be more of an enabler with the curtain call, can safely sit by himself, throw out his W, throw out his Q, bam, minions are gone. And I think this works. Maybe set Ala up for a counter pick in top side later on. And then for LNG, you have a mid laner who can move, who also scales quite nicely, which is really great for Doinby, who I think is currently probably the best performing player on the team. And then enabling your top laner.
Please, something different. The Vex? Okay, Lyric. It's not going to be Victor. Ladies and gentlemen, Corki and Victor is not coming up this game. Instead, Strive wants to take onto the Vex, and you've talked a lot about the mid-game strengths of this champion and how you can navigate through team fights with the resets on ulti.
Oh, I think she's just so fun to watch, right? And to me, it does signal potentially more aggression coming out in this early mid-game. With something like the Vex does hit that level 6 mark, does have a very easy access to move on the map. Again, I really don't think Vex has any terrible laning phases for champions that are in the meta. You can struggle against a lot of longer range mages, or even just off-meta picks like Morgana are pretty annoying. But up against the Corki, we'll be able to do what you want. You're going to be able to push the wave early on. You're going to be able to move when you see fit. You have a lot of backline access with this champion. I love that they're enabling it with the Leona as well. But on the opposite side, they're like, yo, there's a bunch of immobile champions for Rare Adam. Tarzan, bring out the Jarvan. Tarzan listens to his coach.
So we get Jarvan in the end, so everything remains the same and pretty straightforward, apart from the Vex so far. The fact that we've changed up a little bit, Lyric. Remember, we've got no jungler on the side of Rare Adam, and Luyen, with how the priority's been, kind of a big deal. They've already taken away the Viego, but what else do you need to take away from this jungler?
Ooh, I feel like that's a hard question when we're talking about Luyen, right? There's so many annoyances that can come out. I mean, a lot of the high-tier champions that we typically see in the jungle role are already gone. I mean, heck, with the fact that Rek'Sai's gone as well, means there really aren't too many options left. Heck, for RA's comp, there's nothing obvious that jumps out to mind unless they'd want to like go a bit further down in terms of something like maybe a Talon, which we've seen a little bit globally. We've had one game here in the LPL. I don't think something like Olaf would make a ton of sense into what LNG has picked. We've seen Udyr. I don't particularly care for Udyr, but it was pulled out against the Jarvan. Would function as a tank, but
I like the Nidalee ban. I like the Nidalee ban, especially since yeah.
I was gonna say maybe something like the Talon would be what jumps out to me, but we will find out what Luyen wants to go for.
Because the fact is, like, Cube is a top lane player who we've seen things like the Renekton, which is already banned away, but something that could get help with setup. Nidalee getting banned away, and it continues to go down. Look at the jungle bans, guys. We've got 5 in total. LNG doing the finishing touches with that last one. Finally, as we see LNG coming into the second ban phase, I mean, mid lane support bans. We're going across the board. Doomby's already got his champion. They're looking towards Ala with that final one. And the Jace going to be locked in instead before a Rare Adam even know their top laner.
Yeah, so with just Irelia being down, they say, screw it, let's just pick top lane now. They could have gone for support and save counter pick for top lane since Rare Adam have already shown Leona. But saying now, hey, nothing that RA can pick can beat our Chase on the opposite side. You do have things like right now they're hovering the Graves. You always could even go into a tank matchup. We've seen things like the Scion and the Gragas be able to come out in these past few days. Can always go for Camille as well. So I think already have quite a few options for top lane. And we are going to see an assassin jungler. Not going to be the Talon, but we do get the Kiana.
All right, everyone wake up. Victor would have put you to sleep, but we've got a Kiana. For RA's final game to keep the win streak alive, don't flex a Yone, don't do that. Because that's giving us false hope. Something like the Gwen, though, we've seen as a safe pick into pretty much every top laner lyric that we talked about. Forget this last pick of LNG. I don't care. It's a support. Walk me through. I might care a little more if it's that, but we know it's not going to be. Lumao hasn't done that in a while. Walk me through what this comp from Rare Adam does.
Oh, I think it's super fun to look at, right? First thing that jumps out to mind is just level 6. There is so much skirmishing power coming out from Kiana, Leona, and Vex. They have a ton of AoE. We can see, you know, Leona ultimate into a supreme display of talent. Vex jumping in multi-man fears. You have Jinx on the back line. You have Gwen buying space. I think RA's comp can definitely do a lot of work. For the side of LNG, they do have some of the more range to play with. Like you've been saying, we've been talking about range quite a bit. Corki Jace can open up the curtain call, but you also do have follow-up coming in from the Jarvan and the Nautilus. I think what this game is going to just come down to is if RA can find the angles. If you can find the angle for a supreme display of talent, it instantly just changes into so many other abilities. If you can lock numerous people down with the Solar Flare, again, Vex comes flying in. Multiple person fear into multiple person supreme display of talent. If you can't find the fights to get the setup for those key abilities, if LNG, I still got to get used to Doiby on a new team, can find picks first, they will be sitting pretty.
I also want to note that you talk about ultimate setups and getting the right fights and everything. It does seem like to me that you're saying as well, if these ultimates miss, or if, you know, a Rare Atom timeout and their chain doesn't actually work, then even elongating the fight with the poke that LNG has is also another good solution. So it feels like you're also saying LNG have a lot more options if the fight gets elongated too. Is that correct?
I'd say we're going to have to see how it goes early on, because if Jinx is in a good position, then I still think RA are even then probably still favored in some of these team fights. For LNG, it really does look like they are reliant on whittling people down or baiting out a lot of these key ultimates, and not having it so much as be a fight, but just consistently dishing out things like the accelerated shock blast, the rockets, and then once people are low enough, looking for the re-engage coming out from your Nautilus and Jarvan.
Okay, well, that's an interesting point. Didn't consider how Jinx fits into it, but I'll be curious because this is a different draft. We finish off with a bang, and Luoyan on this Kiana. Lyric, that's first strike on a jungler Kiana, and that is just great.
Yeah, it's something we've been seeing a little bit in solo queue. People have been running first strike on some of the assassin junglers for quite a bit. Of course, later on, right, you're going to be getting a pretty nice amount of the 10% extra true damage, and you're going to be converting a lot of that into, you know, massive amounts of money. First strike, even for laners, I think doesn't give you a whole lot of early game value. You know, sure, you're going to be getting the 5 gold here, the 5 gold there, but a lot of the big money and the big damage is going to come out once you get some items under your belt. So, again, following through with what we are seeing a lot of in solo queue.
So coming into this game, Lyric, I want a focal point because coming back to lanes as well, level 6 feels like a really important mark for RA, and even so, you know, we talk about the package a lot with Corki, you know, Cataclysm for Tarzan as well, Light with the Curtain Call. Is it around these neutrals that we start pulling the game into its reins a bit, or is it going to be slower than I expect?
For the side of LNG, actually for both teams, I think you have a decent amount of options to be able to find early. Tarzan, we can already see making his way towards top side right now. Definitely ganks it up, available onto Cube. Get your Jace in a good position. I think primarily LNG do have quite a bit of kill potential down in the bot lane as well. So you're looking at side lanes really for them. For RA, we already hit on it. It's kind of a bit more about mid-jungle, once again, coming out for Luoyan and Strive. I think RA's comp is one that definitely needs level 6 a lot more than LNG. LNG at level 3, you have the EQ from Jarvan, you can start setting up ganks right away. Luoyan, gonna want to be full clearing till about level 6, get some good levels under his belt, supreme display of talent, Vex will start being able to move, and everything will be looking good.
Alright, well, I'll be looking forward to that because especially we've seen Vexes in the LPL so far. These ultis have been big team fight initiations, and I haven't seen the combination with this Kiana. But Lyric, you were just saying something about this. And with the exhaust down as well, with the flag and drag, the flash forward on top of Strive. Tarzan, unfortunately, doesn't get the knock-up. Doomby using a summoner of his own, and a 1-for-2 summoner trade means Strive is low and back down.
Strive thinking he feels safe, hover towards top side. Tarzan might find Lo Yen.
All right, the flag and drag missing a second time here. Lo Yen just pivots his way out. Once again, this Jarvan means business, and Tarzan's a busy boy.
Yeah, we also got to remember Kiana in early levels, not too strong in terms of 1v1 dueling.
Yeah.
Ooh, does find the knock-up.
I think Luyan's going to find that. Audacity gets out through the wolves. Not going to take any. Tarzan's just whittling them away. Smite down, and look at this. Luyan gets beaten to a pulp just for existing within that realm.
Even really nice by Tarzan. Clears his bot side jungle, wraps around to gank from top side, where another potential 2v2 kill.
Well, flashes away. The cleanse burnt as well. That's double summoners for absolutely nothing but walking into a bush for light.
Yeah, so ultimately, LNG's bot lane losing out, but like I was just highlighting, right? Really unexpected gank coming out towards the mid lane. Strive having pressure, trying to push in Doinby, but they punish him. Because of that, Doinby has prio, can help move. But now I need to stop talking about that because already just want to keep doubling down on this bottom lane.
It's a good ward, though. It's going to be lensed out, so Luyan clears it, but they spot him out. That gives the information for LNG's bot to just slowly back away. For now, Luyan will back himself, so level 3 on the Kiana. Note that Tarzan did pick up the camp on the enemy top side. Nothing really to take for Luyan there. Tarzan still mid-red, so Lyric, junglers keeping neck and neck for now. The only lane that looks quite impactful is that bottom lane for iBoy, as he's 10 CS ahead. I could even say topside. Cube doing the same to the Jace in the early levels.
To be fair to Allah, he is picking up a bit of a wave right now, so might still be a few CS behind, but he did go for his recall first, allowed for Cube to push out, so it is about even picking up the triple longsword. He's going to come back to lane, try and put down a bit of pain onto Cube. Like you said, though, it's all about this bottom lane so far. Nautilus usually is able to do decent things in early laning phase. It's once a few more levels get under your belt, Leona is when you get a bit tankier and it becomes a bit awkward. You hook in a Leona, has more base stats than you, has a bit more damage. So RA can just keep looking to index into this strength, especially with the fact that we're getting pretty close to the level 6 point, right? Strive literally needs like 2 minions of XP and he's level 6. Lo Yen, though, still a decent bit away.
Yeah, level 4 here. Tarzan a step closer as they're both resetting and coming back out. I'm looking across the board. Significant items that have picked up. We got a serrated Dirk from Lo Yen, so expect that burst damage to follow suit. And you mentioned that Strive, you know, he's backing. He's got to pick up a couple of minions. When he does return, Dark Seal, Amplifying Tome, and those ultis that we talked about around the Dragon Lyric, around the Rift Herald. I need some heavy blood in this final game because there is no way I am finishing today without absolute banging team fights from both these teams. I swear, if we go to LEC, guys, without seeing this combo in action, I don't know. I don't know what we can do, Lyric, but we'll find out.
Ooh, well, we might see something. Lumao is here. No supports on the opposite
anything.
sides. Actually, all of LNG.
Oh, Lo Yen in trouble. No ulti available. The flag and drag perfect this time. Lo Yen at half health from one combo. At least he's able to trade some damage out on Tarzan, while Lumao making the roam puts pressure in the top side.
And all of LNG roamed over, if you notice the minimap. They pushed in bot wave. Light hovered near mid-tower.
Oh, no.
Luckily, he's able to get away. But Light hovered near mid-tower just in case something did broke out, that they would have 5 men towards the top half of the map. Now able to move back safely. RA trying to catch him out back in transition down towards bottom lane. Sadly, they aren't able to. And it looks like LNG just trying to set up a bit of vision top side for Allah to be able to play the way he wants. Look for a lot of these aggressive trades. And like you were saying, the next thing we're going to be looking at is if either team wants to pivot down towards an early dragon.
That's all. It's a good knockback, but Allah still should have the movement speed to get out of there. Cube missing the last piece of needlework, or rather the second. Goes back to the wave, and no teleport available, so Allah will have to walk to lane. But Lyric again, dragon taking and spawn of Rift Herald going to be the exact same time. We're 7 minutes into the LPL without first blood. Getting me a little bit shocked, but those ultimate periods that we talked about very closely behind. Level 7 on Strive, so he's well and truly there. But Lo Yen about to hit level 6 from my understanding, with Tarzan doing the same.
Still, though, Doinby going to be coming up close to that Corky package timer. You already see pings coming out for RA around the Rift Herald.
Yep.
So it looks like they just want to concede. They have bot lane that pushes first, so they will be able to move up first towards the top half of the map. I wonder if they're going to keep Gwen up towards top side as well. Cube actually is going to head there, and they're going to pivot. They're going to keep their bot lane in lane. They go answer the wave that looks like Light and Lumao actually just cleared out themselves. So really nothing to catch for the side of RA. Oh, I'm totally wrong. There is a wave to catch.
There is a big one. So opposite way around. Nothing for Light and Lumao to do as they start moving down. Package in hand, Lyric, and those ultimates, I'm getting ready for it. Le Yan and Strive, those are two I'm going to be watching for this next one. Tarzan with the Cataclysm, and where Doinby lines that package. So jungle 2v2 Lyric seems pretty important in this one.
Oh, I think it's going to be a lot more than jungle 2v2, right? We can already even see Lumao hovering over towards the mid lane. Zora is here as well. For LNG, they will be able to walk through mid. Looks like RA do have pressure top, though, to potentially threaten with Cube. But Allah actually might be pushing him off. So LNG, full river control on their side. Everyone is already here first. Going to be able to poke people off with his rockets and still holding on to that package. So I just don't think RA should have a chance to enter. We're going to be keeping our eyes on Lil Yen like we talked about with that supreme display of talent.
But that ward in the pit, there's no control ward. It's too far to the right, so they have full vision of the HP bar. Lil Yen with that ulti, as we talked about, his package is laid down. He can get in over the wall. Allah's joined in, but the repositioning from Cube. Herald getting low. Here's Lil Yen to clear out the control ward. The eye exposed as well. LNG now in a pickle. If they get ulted here, Lil Yen with the ulti himself, he's stolen the Herald too. It's a quick reset. Doom and gloom at the ready. Strive's done his job. He's got a reset. He hit Light. He'll follow up as well. LNG get outclassed by the Rare Adam.
Super fun to see this comp in action. We hit on it. If one person can hit one of these defining abilities, it sets up a chain effect for the other abilities to easily be able to follow. Lil Yen going in with the Supreme Display of Talent, securing the Rift Herald, Strive following in, RA getting the objective, and RA having complete pressure on the map. Look, they're already pivoting down towards bot side, still covering in top lane. RA just coming out the big winners, almost 2k gold advantage.
Off of one big play. This is what you want to see. Le Yen with a nice steal, Lyric, and I feel like that ward from RA is kind of MVP.
Yeah, let's see how all of this starts. I want to see if Le Yen goes in. Okay, so Zora with the flash to take down Lumao and instantly in. The other members feel like they have to back off. We do have a Supreme Display of Talent hit. And then Strive just able to follow up with the ulti, does land the multi-man fear because we are just in very close-knit spaces. And then for RA, able to pick up a few kills. LNG, though, going to be able to use the tempo from the previous play for the fact that RA, certain members, like I believe it was Lilian, did still stay topside to help push out the wave. Allows for Tarzan to get bot first and for LNG to pick up the dragon.
Well, RA for this game number 3. Still a brilliant start. A kill onto the Kiana. Lyric, Le Yen has a Yomu's Ghostblade. So that first item completed onto Summoner's Rift. I'm looking across the board. Manamune, yes, also there, but Ghostblade feels very impactful for a jungler who's now 1,000 gold up on his counterpart. And while Strive might not be the same amount on top of Doomby, in fact, he's down a little bit of gold. Those 2 assists net the Lost Chapter here, Lyric, and 2 stacks onto the Dark Seal. Strive in a very good position, and the mid-jungle 2v2 that we talked about being important for LNG, also just as important for Strive and Le Yen into this early game.
And for Le Yen now, going to be looking to get some agency in this top side. One thing we need to remember about LNG's composition, it is super squishy, so Le Yen will be getting a ton of value with any member he decides to jump on. Looks like they're going to try and bait Allah into an aggressive position, find a kill, and then drop Herald down for some plates.
Woohoo, peekaboo! Supreme Display of Talent. The first damage to Yomu's Ghostblade showing up in cubes. Like, man, I'm not going to throw my needles out. Not this time, Le Yen. You know, you did your work.
Yeah, so they realized that there was potential movement coming in, I think especially from mid lane. Going to be not showing on the wave anymore, as well as even Lumao was leaving from mid, so a lot of potential people who could be up towards top side. So Cube does not want to overextend for the side of LNG. Now that they counter-react in top, looks like they want to push deep to get vision around bot side, set up for Jhin to do well, and for Doinby to keep farming. Dragon's still not up for another 3 minutes, so we're going to see if LNG can potentially find a pick off this vision.
For Jhin to do well, Lyric, I just noticed he needs to do well because he's 30 CS down. Light is 1,100 gold down from iBoy. picked up a kill on that last fight. He's almost got his completed iron, but that is huge. Like, that's beyond massive and super significant for this early game.
And we got to remember that a lot of it just comes from early trading, forcing out light summoners in those early levels to where the CS advantage was able to start building. So maybe we need to pay more attention to this.
Okay,
I think Goinby should be able to get away.
Well, we'll
Oh,
see.
no, he's not getting away.
Well, exhausted out. He might actually get the kill. He might actually get the kill here, Lyric. Luyan goes invisible for the time being. Minions being winning at the moment, but Cube's there with the Valkyrie over the wall. Cube and Needlework go together hand in hand. He's dead, but Luyan almost taken with him. So another good kill here, this time to the top laner. As Herald was about to time out, Luyan had to put it down, and it's going top.
He was able to buy a lot of time, but sadly just not much LNG are able to do with that time spent. Their bot lane was already headed towards the mid lane. Jay's still up towards top side. No neutral objectives up that you can turn this into. They are going to drop the Herald down. Other members are following through, so Allah shouldn't just be able to clear this, or he might get punished.
Yeah, nice little rip Herald here, but pushed against the wall. Zora picks up that kill, but Luyan, he's taken charge here, Lyric. 100% kill participation with 100 CS at the 13-minute mark.
And this is what we wanted, right? We had game 1 and 2. Like, I'm just slow. There's some team fightings. There's lots of mistakes. Come into this game, we get some banging picks. We get some action out of the gates. Is it maybe 15 kills in 14 minutes? No, but not every LPL game needs to be like that. We're still getting we're getting some nice decisive decision making coming out from Luyan. Goes in here, hits a supreme display of talent. Did flash in to be able to close the range. Cube is here, and looks like for Allah just didn't expect the members to be pivoting forward. I can see why as well with where the Rift Herald was dropped and the fact that no one walked forward with it. Just thinking, hey, they dropped this, maybe this is about the timeout. Let's get this one off. And they punish him for thinking that.
Oh, it's a big game from RA. Look at the gold lead. 4,000 gold at 14 minutes. LNG without a kill to their name, without a turret to their own name. This is a team that's running Doomby, Tarzan, Arla, Light and Lumao on the team now. And, well, Lumao especially. And bots getting gapped. There's a 40 CS lead. Again, we talked about it. Light walking into that brush hurt him so much. Doomby, the only person on their team with a CS lead. And now for LNG, the plays there. They might find Dora their first kill of this game. Important Sulfur comes on down. And Curtain Call on top with it. RA coming back in. Tarzan blown up too. Iboy gets reset, but he's front lining here in front of a Nautilus. Lumao, is he going to go back in or is he just going to die? So Mega Death Rocket was already used as a flash available as well. Luyan, ulti has been burnt. And the fact that RA traded Lyric is just showing how big they are in this game.
And RA are still going, right? They're still threatening. The no health bars are low. Potentially going to see if they can look for a cheeky kill on the way out. Nope, they are just going to opt into taking away camps. Dragon is still available. I wonder if RA will go for this or if they're going to think, hey, LNG are already coming off their timers from base. This one can be a little bit risky. Looks like LNG actually might just opt into trading towards topside.
Okay, so Dragon for Dragon at the end of the day. There's going to be an Ocean picked up here. So we roll into the other 4. Let's find out. Chemtech? No, it's never a Chemtech soul. It's always one of the boring souls. Chemtech soul has not existed. We got a Hextech soul a couple of times today. I don't know, right? Maybe don't want us to get Chemtech. They know how good it is, and they're not going to give it over.
Ooh, I wonder if RA are actually going to posture to contest. They are keeping their Jinx down in bottom lane, but still the other members are just floating around Herald. You know, one thing you made me realize thinking about this? When you look at LNG, you're like, okay, you have 2 people that have won LPL, 1 who has won Worlds, and 3 other members who've all been to Worlds. Then you look at RA and you're like, Luyan's been to Worlds. I guess Luyan is technically won an LPL, I believe, as well. If 2019 spring, I believe he was listed as a sub, if I'm not incorrect.
I don't think he was, actually. I think it was still only Ning. I think.
Oh, you're
Luyan
right. He was introduced. He was introduced in summer as.
Bye. Yeah, wave. Everybody wave to Arla.
Only Iboy and Luyan have any level of accolades, right? Any level. Iboy's won LPL. Iboy's been to Worlds. Luyan has been to Worlds. That's it.
Well, I mean, it's still some experience, right? And Iboy's also.
But the drastic difference in experience. RA should not be the team that is expected to come in strong with so many new players. Tarzan going in, though.
Well, good flash out. There's no way to lock him down, but the Herald at least coming down towards mid turret, and that's going to get something good. This will open up the first turret for LNG and Lyric at 5,000 gold behind as we stand right now. Objective gold given over. And we go down to 4,000. This is great for LNG considering how far behind the curve they were and how much that Jin needed gold. How much the Corki as well wants to be ahead. LNG just needed something and they finally got it.
And for LNG, I feel like we're really going to be waiting for the points where they are grouping up, maybe have a bit of vision control down, can throw these accelerated shock blasts from Fire of War, chain them with some rockets coming from Doinby, and then see what their comp really can do when put together. For RA right now, having decent push in mid, going to make their way towards top side. Looks like get a bit of vision down. And now we're just kind of looking to see where Luoyan plays. I would expect him to continuously play with Strive. I feel like they do just have so much burst between that setup. Potentially just constantly look to punish the Jace and find advantages through that between intervals for Dragons and Barons.
That's what you talked about in draft. I wanted to see him play with Luoyan, Strive and Luoyan, the duo as well. Some of those go triggers are going to be massive. And then you also pulled out the point that iBoy, when even we go mid to late, and I was talking about range, you mentioned the fact that, well, I mean, iBoy's a Jinx. iBoy's already got the rapid fire cannon. And with the Jinx, he's going to be able to do a lot of work at that period as well. Luoyan's actually over the wall. It's a sneak attack on Allah. He flashes, and Luoyan's got his number and will not leave him alone. This just opens up bot though, Lyric, as Allah burns that summoner, and RA fully committing while Cube's defending topside away from the rest of LNG.
Let's remember that LNG are still the team picking up the objective bounties, though. So still, this gold lead kind of going back and forth. Still about 4K now that RA did just pick up that last tower. But going back to your point about Jinx, right? Sure, things like the accelerated shock blast or the rockets will outrange her. But for iBoy, you find one reset, and you are 100% in the fight, just completely blasting everyone. And with champions like Vex, Gwen, and Kiana, I feel like it shouldn't be too hard for iBoy to find one initial reset to allow him to weave in and out of the fight and put out as much DPS as he needs.
Especially with Gale Force, right? That itemization quite smart considering of what they want to do with that composition. So weaving in and out becomes a little bit easier as the BF Sword now picked up for iBoy as well. Third item territory on the way. Second for the Vex with a Hextech Alternator and a stopwatch to buy some more time too. Eclipse has been picked up by Luoyan, Lyric, and this 2-item Kiana has already been bullying some of the members of LNG. It's a really hard game right now, and 20 minutes in, the fact that we're in this series saying, oh, LNG now look like the underdogs to win this game. They now look like the team that haven't been better in this series is kind of crazy when, again, RA were my 10th best team, and even people said, you're silly. You're silly for putting them that high.
I was one of those people that said that, honestly.
Yeah.
But they've come in. They've looked strong. Even now, right? Both their side lanes are already pushed out, so all 5 members know they can go straight towards Dragon. They're clearing out some vision, trying to give Luoyan an angle where he can find a massive flank from and set the rest of the team up for success. Luckily for the side of LNG, if they pivot into the river and Luoyan walks the other way, there is a ward down there, so he might get spotted out. Is spotted out now.
Yep, as he clears it away. Good poke damage onto Zora. Dragon's about to spawn the first mountain here. Second dragon for either of these teams. LNG going towards the grass here. And Luoyan now goes into the mainstream river. He needs to smite this down quickly. They're bursting it down. It's gone. Smite comes through. I'm not sure if it was in time or not, but Zora actually going all the way in. He'll regret that one, Lyric, as Doinby makes him chase for it. RA now with the numbers disadvantage. They've gotten the dragon. They have to get out of there. Strive isolating the river. Actually, Luoyan going over, playing with fire. I love it. The fact he's willing to go over with 3 members is very ambitious, especially after they secured Dragon at the end of the day.
RA just know right now that they are definitively stronger than the members of LNG if they can find the fight. So I understand Zora trying to find the Zenith Blade. Unfortunately, Doinby jumps right as he does that, so he just gets pulled further from his team in the middle of 5 members and goes down. But RA just really trying to take advantage of their power spike here. We're going to see they go in on the Dragon. They did a pretty nice job of keeping them away with Luoyan zoning them out at first. Eventually moves to the Dragon. Flashes in with the E right as the package comes down. And just not enough time or too much distance for the other members to be able to react. And we're going to see Luoyan jump back in and jump right back out.
It's kind of like what we saw with
Oh, we got a Baron start. Let's go.
We do. LNG have got their jungler nearby, though. So this is going to be a 50-50 Lyric if they want to keep bursting it down. Teleport in the back end.
What's 50-50?
They're poked down as well. And Doinby is just locking him clean. Supreme Display of Talent is pretty decent as iBoy gets the first kill. It's onto the supports. Lumao and Zora like going in and dying, but the poke is too much and Luyan gets low. It may be a pick off, but it was a Baron start that's now been denied by LNG.
Still, I mean, for RA, you got a TP out of it and you got another kill. I think overall, very worth for them. Even more items coming out now with the Cosmic Drive coming out onto Cube. And I believe Luyan's ultimate hits 2 people. I think it hits Lumao, and I think Ala walks into it as he starts to walk up. We're going to see Lumao try to go in. The rest of his team kind of zoned off. The TP from Jace not even finished yet. Doinby not in really a position where he can follow through. And
Go
Lumao
again.
just gives his life.
You ready? Are you ready, Lyric? We're going to do it once again. Luyan almost caught out. Curtain Call going to be used up. Zora is blocking for the team right now. Light hit, absolutely no shots. But Strive on the wing. This Vex is ready to go on in. And look, I'd be scared if I was the enemy team. It's all about that Shadow Surge and getting the resets. You've talked about it yourself. Supreme Display of Talent not on the longest cooldown anymore. And RA just positioned from top side river to bottom side river. They're moving around and they're kind of like a roaming gang squad.
Ooh, yeah, even punishing for
Doomby.
this potential blue buff right now.
Is he caught out? Goes into the ulti once again. Solarflare locks him down. iBoy! Nice snipe, and here we go. The Shadow Surge has been hit. Lumao's going to come out of stasis and right into a Vex who brings depression on top of him. A double kill comes through. LNG have lost core members again, Lyric, and this time I think it's going to go further.
And we hit on it before, right? The way that they're chaining things together.
Is Ala dead? I think
as
iBoy, yep.
Tarzan.
Okay, well, Ala's dead, and on the other side, Luyan's going to die, so maybe that's not Baron. Who knows? At this point, Lyric, shenanigans are starting to happen.
Yes, the gold lead, surprisingly, is not growing for either side. Cube going to try and find some more punishment. RA should potentially be able to, they will be able to get a mid lane turret off this. The wave is just coming up right now. And again, RA at least are coming out ahead in every single skirmish so far. iBoy is absolutely massive. Feels like Luyan's the one setting him up. And man, this first clip, I love how we said it. It's all about chaining things together, linking things together, following the CC. Hits a Supreme Display of Talent. Instantly coming through is the rocket.
Oh,
from
the blue
iBoy.
buff.
Yep, the blue buff. And then Lumao, of course, getting caught up as well. And then this is where I want to see how Luyan gets picked off. We know Tarzan ults in. Okay, iBoy's going to kill Ala off to the side. And, oh, okay, Luyan jumps out to the right, away from his team, sets up for LNG to be able to pick him off. But hey, you did just get some flashes out of it.
Yeah.
Both Light and Tarzan flashing for that kill.
You got flashes, but also RA weren't able to pick up the Baron because their jungle was dead. And you said the gold lead didn't grow whatsoever. So those summoners I'll take for the time being, Lyric. But Dragon's coming up in 35 seconds. I wonder what happens next because Doomby, that package, I believe it's in the base, ready and available. He doesn't have teleport, so for Doomby, base timing now, 25 seconds. Baron there too. iBoy not going to get close enough to stop it with the zap. And Lyric, remember that RA is still massive. I mean, 601 is this Jinx. iBoy has 3 items and then some. And I thought this game was all about Luyan and Strive, but no, iBoy has hit that late game point very early.
Also, though, LNG putting a lot of pressure on right now. I like what they're doing here. Because they know RA is going to go straight to Dragon, they're taking complete control of topside. They're threatening that they can do Baron. They're putting damage down onto this bottom lane turret, and they might find a pick.
They have. They got the dredge line onto Zora. He's going to go golden, but Doomby still with the package. If anyone's in there, they're going to die alongside with him. Solar Flare wasted as LNG get a crucial pick, as you're saying, Lyric. This will be topside turret. This will be the threat on Baron. And that's catch-up gold once again. Look at the gold lead. It's only 1,500 after all. Comeback gold. Objective bounties are pretty crazy.
I'm going to say I'm very surprised. Not that I necessarily think they should have started Baron there, but just knowing the LPL, I feel like that was a very clear, like, hey, we got a kill. We're topside. Let's just start Baron angle. Sadly, LNG don't fall for the obvious LPL angle, are just going to come back out on the map with some tempo. They did get a bunch of gold, right? They got a kill, they got a turret, they got objective bounties coming through, so trying to reestablish some control topside. They do already have some vision in the enemy jungle, but clearing away some of RA's wards would be quite nice, making it hard for them to walk into river, and again, just consistently zoning them out with some of these Corki missiles and setting up for a potential dredge line from Lumao to catch out any face checkers.
Just noticed as well, Doomby with 3 items, when you're talking about the missiles, Death's Dance as a third item, I don't think I've seen all too often, Lyric. Like, it is Doinby though. So, you know.
Do you expect anything else coming out from him?
No.
I mean, the side of RA has a lot of burst coming out, right? He's clearly very conscious of the Kiana on the opposite side. Is this probably the best and most efficient item here? Probably no way, right? I don't know. Someone can go do the math, but I don't care about math right now. We care about Baron because Rare Adam doing Baron.
Double flip, curtain call, Lyric, look at the burst. Oh my god! RA just gonna smite it down. And close to Doinby taking the damage, but it was a good smite in the end. Luyen picks that one up. Baron goes through. And for a moment, I thought that Doinby did enough damage with his missile, but he does not. And LNG once again fall behind. The Baron denied.
Yeah, and for RA, I mean, another massive win for them, right? They can start grouping up, trying to use, probably playing out through 2 lanes. I don't expect you're going to be playing out through all 3. A lot of, I'd say, long-range threat coming from things like Jarvan, like the Corki. Luckily, no curtain call up for now. For LNG, though, we've said this all day. There's such an annoying amount of wave clear in this meta. Luckily, LNG's comp only has Corki. It's not Corki Jinx like it's been all day on one side.
Are we replaying what happened during the Baron? Did Tarzan just get Scuttle Crab during Baron or something? I don't know. RA actually face-checking this with only 2 members, but it's Luyen. That means you have a Vex nearby too. RA poking through Lyric, and it's not even Dragon time yet, not even Soul Point. Excuse me, Soul time, that's burst. Supreme display of talent once again, all in for the Vex to Doom and Gloom. Look at Strive on the right wing on top of Doinby, but Doinby survives for now, goes golden, and there you go, the Soul will be picked up. Strive, he has a reset too. And for RA Lyric, that pick is going to open up a lot of windows. Hits once again, Strive not going to go in because Light is way too far back. He'll pull off as RA with the Baron start doing some damage to try and make this game 3 a reality.
And I mean, the Corki's down, right? The Corki was the biggest damage dealer. Still, Ala will put off a lot of damage, but way more cooldown reliant with the accelerated shock blast rather than those rockets. You're pretty much spamming every second.
They're going for the end.
Yeah, RA are looking for it.
I mean, for iBoy, look at the range here. 5 versus 4. It's going to be a big moment if they can finish it here.
You don't have any way of starting a fight. You're relying on LNG coming into you. You don't have Leona here. You don't have Supreme Display of Talent. RA shouldn't be able to find anything. It looks like they will be pushed away now. Maybe they were just hoping LNG runs into them.
Well, Zora was dead,
Classical
so that makes a lot of sense. It wasn't actually a 5 versus 4. It was only a 4 versus 4, but you're right. Brainwashing would have been nice, wouldn't it? So, Lyric, game doesn't end. It continues on. Inhibitor open in the bottom side, and once again, we go to that point where we're like, well, RA should win this game realistically as we look at the replay.
Yeah, I believe it was Luyen who starts this one off, instantly goes onto blue and just chains it into a Supreme Display of Talent onto the members of LNG. Strive instantly flashing over the wall to be part of the fight to try and get onto Doinby. They do. He's instantly bursted out, and they're able to turn that into that bot lane push where they did pick up an inhibitor. So RA right now, Soul Point Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. All ults are available.
Yeah, they are, and look at the poke already coming through. I'd be scared right now because Doinby has another package. 20 seconds until this Soul is given to RA, but LNG need to stop it. It's a Mountain Soul against a Corki, a Jhin, a Jace. Gonna deny quite a lot, Lyric, and you can see already that RA have been poked down for the start of this fight. Tarzan goes in. Zora is face-checking right now, or at least blocking, but look at Luyen. Luyen in the perfect angle for his Supreme Display of Talent as he's spotted out. Tarzan zoning him, even despite being 2 levels behind. He's a front line. Doinby level 16 with package, Lyric. And I'm waiting for it. Dragon's going to start for now. Doinby trying to poke them down. The big one's a massive package over the top. But Jarvan gets it in the
Tarzan
end.
Gets it.
Tarzan with the steal. Could have saved the game for LNG. RA's members are dying, but iBoy needs to be the target in the backline. He's hitting away. Gwen doing the same. But LNG, this is their way back into the game. Doom and gloom. Never mind that. Doinby goes on down. Light survives into the backline as well. No game-ending play for now, but the minions are going to do it for them. Even being denied Mountain Soul.
Still, LNG, massive find for them. The coordination on the collapse to be able to get into the pit. Tarzan stealing away the dragon is so huge. iBoy trying to make things happen, but it wasn't able to come to fruition. I'm really excited to see the replay, see what happened in terms of like Luyen's Supreme Display of Talent, how many members got locked down, because, I mean, this is just a bit of a mess with every member of LNG kind of just jumping in at the same time. instantly CCing Luoyan down. His supreme display of talent's only on the little rock wall in the middle of Dragon. iBoy stays at a safe distance, but the fact that 2 of RA's members are already down, I feel like makes iBoy's life impossible here. Strive and Cube trying to turn this one around, but still, the damage dealers are just too big. No cooldowns left open, and ultimately, LNG gets the Dragon. RA, though, did get one of the Nexus turrets.
They did indeed.
What's
through
the
minions.
bigger win?
Well, Lyric, I think denying the Mountain Soul is big enough for now because
It's definitely the bigger win.
yeah, okay, good. I was just wondering. I don't know if you knew something I didn't because with the game going on, 3.5 minutes till that Dragon comes up again, but Baron's up in a minute, and you need to now give me the lowdown whether this is as RA favored as I was saying it was before.
I think there will definitely be a pretty decent difference if RA can force a fight relatively soon.
Okay.
Because you have no package. Even then, right, Luoyan was so focused on trying to be able to get the smite on the Dragon. I think RA's comp definitely is favored if they are opting into a turn situation rather than just trying to 50-50 an objective, right? You have so much turn potential coming out from RA's champions. Zora sets up so many opportunities. Luoyan we've already hit on. Strive we've already hit on. There's just so many different ways to start a fight for RA. I think you should be looking to bring LNG in and just look for the turn for the fight.
Well, RA channeling down the mid lane for now. Let's see if RA start it on their terms. Luoyan waiting in patience. Doinby's walking into him as well. A big one thrown out as he runs away. That Baron in 3 seconds, folks, and RA have full priority vision control nailed down as they clear out for LNG. Tarzan moving into position, and this time he's nearby. As Baron's going down mighty fast too. I mean, this is going to have to be a pretty quick move from LNG.
Yeah, and look at Strive. Strive's waiting on the flank. LNG going to try and dish out some of the poke that we were seeing before with Porky and Jace.
Curtain calls on the back line. It's stolen. Tarzan's got it again. The second steal in a row. Strive still waiting with the Shadow Surge, but they do absolutely nothing. LNG get a free Baron, and you know what? Tarzan is suddenly redeemed.
Tarzan is living in Luoyan's head rent-free. This is the time where you see if you can sub Junja in mid-game, but LNG now might just be able to push. Maybe even take an inhibitor off this. They have, like, pretty nice poke coming out on their side. A lot of ults are down for Rare Adam. We talked about how key those ultimates are for them to find winning skirmishes.
And that poke's starting to look even more deadly. Dragon in a minute third, but the Baron's going to do its own work. And Lyric, that's going to get us to a point where we get maybe the 5th Corky item. We finish off that 3rd item for Jarvan as well. Up in the top lane, we're heading towards 5th, and we'll watch again because Tarzan, that's back-to-back steals right when it counts.
Yeah, gets in there, is able to get the smite off. No smite coming out from Luoyan. Luoyan's supreme display of talent not able to do much. LNG already able to get the hell out of there. And now you're stacked up. So many members having this Baron buff. Gold is finally back to even. It's been sitting about 1 to 2K in RA's favor now for probably the last 10 or so minutes of the game. And now it's going to come down to a Dragon fight that potentially could just decide the ending of the game. Like, the game, I would expect that this fight does determine who wins. The fact that LNG is Baron, if they pick up, they could definitely look for the ending push. Even for the side of RA, right, you have an open lane bot that you can look to end through as well. So we're going to see now, Asterios.
All right, well, package has just been picked up from Doomby in the base as well. Note he has a QSS for the supreme display of talent. As Doomby rides on in, Luoyan spotted out on the wing. He's got his Edge of Night up and available to avoid a lot of this poke that LNG have been throwing out. Cube as well dodging away. Look at LNG. Lyric, they can just run it down mid with the Baron and make it so Dragon's not even in the question anymore.
Yeah, I mean, especially the fact that Doinby sells the package, right? Can easily zone them off with that giant AoE.
Look
and
at
they're still just going to poke them out while they're trying to walk in.
Solar Flare's there as well. Doomby still with the W up and available. Package in hand as we talked about. Curtain call coming through. If Zora goes down, this could be even further as he has to get behind someone. iBoy blocks the last piece of damage. But Baron's there for the next 40 seconds. LNG trying to big brain this. RA is spread all over. And now back to the Mountain Dragon as Luoyan the target focus. Strive in Fog of War as well. We're looking for that Shadow Surge as LNG are going to suddenly get priority thanks to the package.
Yeah, LNG going to start this one off. They got to be careful, though. We're going to 50-50 the objective once again.
Gone. Luoyan had flash, but didn't get vision in time. There's a TP on the backline. Cube looking for the flank. The Gwen over the wall. But I think he pressed E, but he ran into it. He didn't get it. RA have used the TP as well, and that's now 2 objectives in the span of a very short amount of time. Soul point reached. LNG in a game that it felt like they had no business being in with RA's early to mid-game dominance.
And it looks like LNG are going to start getting ready for a topside push, going to take away some camps. They already have some vision down. You can have Light start catching that top wave now and get in a position to where once recalls come out, you can start looking to push down that top lane inhibitor turret.
True. Well, Lyric, with such a long night, it's coming up 2 a.m. in Australia, and I tell you one thing, this will be a way to finish it out if LNG are able to pull off what would seem to be an impossible. Again, for RA, big moments here for the roster that looked like a downgrade, and it's gotten to this point where it's one final fight, 38 minutes in. Baron in 2 minutes 20, but we're still fighting around this angle. And, you know, it's a great way to finish off the Saturday because before people go into LEC, they get to watch super late game Corki, super late game Kiana, and the Vex
also
as well.
Look at iBoy.
And I.
iBoy's 100 CS up.
He's huge.
On Light right now.
We got a double
7-1
Flame
for the
Horizon.
Jigs.
There's a Flame Horizon in the top lane. There's a Flame Horizon in the bottom lane. It's not often that happens.
And there's 2 half Flame Horizons in mid and jungle.
Yeah. Hang on. Okay.
Oh, okay, observers showing us some wards. Cheeky. Ala does have TP available.
That's true, but both Nexus turrets are available. Mid-wave, not there for now. And yes, we're going to focus on the wards, but they're about to expire. About a flank? Maybe. But Doomby doesn't have package up and available. It's 1:30 until the Baron. Soul Point has been reaching. The Soul's coming up in 3 minutes for one of these teams. The Mountain Soul could be the difference between life or death in this next fight. And we're getting to absolutely insane farm territory. We thank you for sticking around with us for so long. I mean, Lyric, again, we've had best of threes reach its climax in both of the series we've casted. We've gone for 3.5 hours times 2, which is 7, for 2 series. It's been a long one.
Yeah, and this one still trucking forward. I want to point out, okay, RA trying to find engage. RA do have a bunch of Zhonya's hourglasses. They have a GA, they have a stopwatch on Loyen. So they could potentially survive something like an initial engage to come out from LNG and look for the re-engage. Summoners pretty much up across the board on both sides. So it's really just going to come down to that individual playmaking and setup that both teams have to find the fight that they need.
Fireboy using the Gale Force forward there. That's what it takes. Loyen on the wing as well. This fight could be legendary, but for LNG, they've been making sure they do their due diligence with their vision, but this time Loyen's not going to be spotted on a ward. LNG in the middle as well. Into the back line, that's Zora's ulti. Loyen coming in real slow as Arlo already picks up the kill. Supreme Display of Talent hits only one into Lumao in the back line. LNG kiting back, and this could be great as Doomby is still sending him out. RA tried so hard for the flank, but they've thrown it all away. Li Ning come through in the end. They will not be defeated here today and make a miracle comeback against RA.
LNG might look shaky so far in the LPL, but they are still able to pull out the wins. Don't want to be stepping up with a big performance. Tarzan as well. I mean, Tarzan was stealing things left and right, man. This guy was insane.
Yeah. Lyric, this is the way to finish the night. This is the way to finish the series. LNG will remain undefeated, but it was shaky to say the least for the new Doomby Tarzan roster.
Look, LNG won. Tarzan's going to pick up MVP. It is now 8 a.m. where I live, so thanks LNG for finishing it off. And sadly, for the side of Rare Atom, we talked about how much a lot of their fights hinged on one of those key abilities landing and then chaining it into, the follow-up from the rest. Sadly, they weren't able to find it, especially in that last engage where we could see Zora's ult not really hitting anyone. I think maybe it locked down Lumao. Supreme Display of Talent also completely missing. Then it leaves Strive, which is jumping in by himself, and it's like, well, I'm a Vex that is now between 5 people. I am dead.
Yeah, look, all I can say is, in the last fight as well, you were just praising Tarzan. I think he was a big factor in the final couple of fights. Like, Tarzan kind of switched on and became the legend we always talk him up to be as well. So, really nice to see that LNG pull off the win. But tragic for Rare Atom when you consider how good that mid game was, or even the early game. How Loyen controlled the pace. iBoy was like 50 CS up in the first 15 minutes, first 20 minutes. And it all came crumbling down after a couple of huge steals, delaying the game from the Mountain Soul, delaying the game from the Baron that could help push in and continue pushing in LNG space.
Look, LNG might have won, But RA are the winners in my heart because we had game 1 and game 2. We had Jinx Corky, and then in the end, LNG come in and say Kiana and Vex. They give us some action. They give us some playmaking. It was really fun. And what means more? An official win in the LPL that brings you closer to playoffs, or winning the heart of me, a random nobody casting the LPL, otherwise known as Lyric?
Oh, we know the answer.
Very easy answer.
Who was almost called Bear Milk Tea. You know, you were sitting there with your casting name and you went between Lyric and Bear Milk Tea, and chat could be saying Bear Milk Tea by now. There is another Lyric as well, Lyric, so you got to remember that.
It was a missed opportunity.
Mistake. You can still change your name, just saying. But hey,
I was gonna say, if there's anyone who inhibits the spirit of a bear, it is Tarzan.
Yeah.
Coming into your river, stealing your fish, biting your neck off, and taking your Baron. I don't know when we're gonna get an MVP or an interview or anything like that, but Tarzan. Actually, I don't think we get an MVP because LNG won, and I don't think we have interviews in Suzhou.
We do not.
So
Is
what it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, because if RA won, we'd had interviews in Shanghai, but yeah, LNG are playing from Suzhou, so that's why you notice that Rare Atom were not in the arena with them. So at this point, like, I don't know, we can kind of summarize what that series was, because I think the first game was an amazing rendition of RA's greatest strengths. Like, RA in that first game were so complete. And it is a shame to see it end this way, but it is also another showing that RA might not be the middle tier team, or at least, you know, middle to bottom tier team, excuse me, that a lot of people thought they were.
Oh, I agree. I think RA now, at least in 2 series, have come in above expectation. Yep. Both of their series were also messy, right? Like, they were a part of this series as much as LNG was. And again, back and forth, lots of mistakes. But still, I think RA were a team that, like you said, if you came in and you put them in like a mid-tier range, people would look at you and be like, no, that's too high. Again, I was one of those people. Now I think they're coming in as like, okay, this is another team that I expect to be contending with teams maybe like Ultra Prime. Maybe they could try and take wins off like OMG that are going to be in that pack, that are contending for those lower playoff spots, and with a lot of room to grow. Strive is still super new. I mean, we still don't know if they're going to like not use Junja at all, or if it will just be Lian, or there's a lot of different factors. So I think RA have a lot of room to grow. I think the fact that they have won a series and now almost won a second series against a team like LNG is huge.
It really is. And again, it's started the split, so getting wins against these teams or getting close. Because remember that game wins also matter. When we look back at later seasons, at the later part of the season, the tiebreakers are made by series, then games. And a lot of teams have lost their opportunity to qualify for playoffs because of those individual games. So getting to game 3s actually does matter a lot in the LPL. We can explain that closer towards the end of the split. It's way too early for that. But as we kind of get towards the end of week number 1, just remember, as we wait for the MVP here, that for RA, this is a great effort, and it will mean something in the future. For LNG, this means quite a lot more. LNG starting 2-0, sure, they may not be the cleanest team in the LPL. They may not be the team that we all expected with Tarzan Doomby running in, but at least they have these moments where you think, okay, that hits more our expectation bar, and the levels of gameplay are getting more towards that point. We're just going to need a bit of time. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take Lyric, but yeah, the LNG capability.
We can fill it by doing what we always do, looking at the schedule. Because LNG's next matchup is up against this team called Invictus Gaming. That's on Wednesday.
Nice. Oh. Well, I think that's going to be a fun series. We saw Shun and Yuekai was pretty banging as well. Like, that was very good series.
We get Shun versus Lian coming back. IG jungler versus ex-IG jungler. IG actually plays really crazy, which means it's going to be fun. And then on the side of Rare Atom, their next match is up against Victory 5, who we still haven't seen. We get to see Victory 5 debut tomorrow up against Team WE.
And I'm trying to find out. I'm also trying to find out, Lyric, in about 10 minutes, we find out if it is Doggo or Uzi tomorrow. I think a lot of people are going to be waiting for that. I know you guys will be going to LEC and in the morning as well, LCS, but just remember, in 10 minutes, we find out if it's Doggo or Uzi debuting for our match of the week tomorrow, Weibo Gaming versus BLG, our very last match of the first week of LPL. A lot of us are hoping for Uzi. If it is Doggo, you got to accept it. You got to accept it, guys, because he's still great AD. Just unfortunate that Uzi's also on the same team, and it's Uzi. We'll be waiting for that one as well, Lyric.
Either way, what if we get both? What if it's like a best of both worlds scenario?
Like
which
a
I feel like most
kind
people
of
still
scenario?
wouldn't like it, but yeah, exactly. Oh, hysterics! What a surprise!
You call it. You call it. You bring it up. Bring it up.
Tarzan is the MVP. Let's get that on our screens if it is going to come on our screens.
There we
the
go.
man stole away a bunch of key objectives.
5%
He set up a
damage.
bunch of cool fights with EQ combos, and he had 100% AP. 100.
That's pretty insane for a 40-minute game. 100% kill participation is crazy, and it started from the early game where we talked up RA quite a bit, but there were trade kills, Lyric. They never fell so far behind that RA had a handle on them at all times. Never really fell further than 4,000, 4,500 at any point in the game.
No, again, it was always incredibly close, but still, at the end of the day, LNG coming in so strong. We've already hit on Tarzan and how much he has done in this series, and how for RA holistically, right? This is going to be the point we keep hammering home on broadcast all split long. Is hey, you have Join Bean, you have Tarzan. This is what's supposed to be the bread and butter of your team. This is how you're going to try and find some synergy, bring it together in the early game, and transferring that around the map. And I definitely feel like we've seen glimpses of it, but not anything more than that. That is why LNG are still struggling. LNG are still a bit clever. We've seen that from like the mid lane push this game, but not enough to decisively win games.
Very, very true. And as we get closer towards ending out the day, we'll bring results up for you. Remember, 3 series days are longer and start 2 hours earlier, folks. So 6 p.m. Chinese time. And as we open up today, EDG, Lyric, I mean, I think they look like the strongest, best form team in the LPL right now. Easily.
Only because they're beating the second strongest team in the LPL right now, TT,
yes.
I'll give it to you. They took down the Titans. Coming to the second series, though, Top Esports almost lost. But almost isn't good enough because Xiaopeng and Jackie each smurfed the game.
They did. And, dude, we saw Harry Potter. I mean, like, Elk was floating. Elk was literally flying in a replay, so exciting stuff. And, of course, we just saw our best of 3 come to a conclusion there with LNG eking it out over RA. Now, tomorrow, we finish off our very first week of the LPL returning this year. WE versus V5, Lyric. Finally get to see V5. We haven't seen them yet. OMG, IG's good. You know what we need to see. BLG for the first time on Summoner's Rift. Will it be Uzi versus the Shy? I know different lanes, but important to note. 1-4 versus Uzi.
Whoa. The most important thing we need to talk about is this team called the Victory 5. Are we going to be seeing Rookie? Are we going to be seeing Karsa? What is going on? That is why tomorrow we all need to tune in, because I'll be there, and Hysterics will be there, which means you'll be there.
All right. Well, it sounds very, very good. I think at this point, we're getting towards the end of a very long day, and in 5 minutes, we'll find out who is going to be in that BLG bottom lane, and V5s, of course, as well, you talked about before. Thank you, Lyric, for joining in and going through what was an absolutely wacky day. Thank you to our English production, as always. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is our last day of the first week of LPL. Go and enjoy LEC. Go and enjoy LCS. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time, starting early. It is bye for now, but not forever. Good night. It's 2 a.m. It is bedtime. It's not.